a boy in Edinburgh, not yet 10 years old, would later recall the exact moment he became fascinated by the way light bends through a glass of water, an ordinary kitchen curiosity that would one day reshape humanity's understanding of the universe itself. James Clerk Maxwell moved through his life with a peculiar gentleness, a mind that turned slowly and thoroughly over problems others had abandoned, finding connections where none seemed possible, weaving electricity and magnetism and light into a single elegant tapestry of equations. If these quiet histories help the night feel a little softer, subscribing means more of them will find their way to you. There is no rush here, no destination more important than the listening itself, and the story of Maxwell, his childhood on a Scottish estate, his patient brilliance, his profound and understated legacy, unfolds now, one unhurried detail at a time. On the 13th of June, in the year 1831, in a handsome Georgian townhouse at number 14 India Street, in the northern reaches of Edinburgh's elegant new town, a child was born who would one day reshape humanity's understanding of the physical world in ways that would ripple forward through all the generations that followed. The house itself was a solid, dignified structure of pale sandstone, 4 stories tall, standing in a quiet terrace that sloped gently downward toward the waters of the Firth of Forth, and on that summer day in June, with the long Scottish twilight stretching the evening hours into something soft and unhurried, the cries of the newborn James Clerk Maxwell would have echoed through rooms that were themselves still relatively new, the new town having been constructed within living memory as part of Edinburgh's great expansion beyond its ancient medieval walls. The child's arrival was a source of considerable joy for his parents, John Clerk Maxwell and Frances Key, who had waited some years for this blessing, and who would pour into their son all the devotion and intellectual encouragement that 2 thoughtful and educated people could offer. The family into which young James was born occupied a comfortable and respected position within Edinburgh society, belonging to that class of Scottish gentry whose wealth derived from land and whose social standing was assured by generations of professional accomplishment and careful stewardship of ancestral estates. To understand the child, and the man he would become, it is helpful to trace the winding paths of family history that converged in that India Street nursery. For the Clerk and Maxwell lineages each brought their own particular character to the formation of this remarkable mind. The Clerks of Pennycook were an old and distinguished Scottish family whose seat lay some miles to the south of Edinburgh, amid the rolling farmland and gentle hills of Midlothian. The family had accumulated considerable wealth and influence over the centuries, and had produced men of notable achievement in law, in politics, and in the arts. The baronetcy of Clerk of Pennycook had been established in the 17th century, and successive generations had added to the family's reputation for learning and cultivation. The great house at Pennycook, with its fine library and its collections of art and antiquities, had long served as a gathering place for the intellectually curious, and the Clerks had counted among their friends and correspondents many of the leading figures of the Scottish Enlightenment, that extraordinary flowering of philosophy, science, and letters that had made Edinburgh one of the most celebrated centres of learning in all of Europe. John Clerk, the father of our subject, was born in 1790, a younger son of this distinguished family, and as such was not in line to inherit the Pennycook estate or the baronetcy that accompanied it. The conventions of the time directed younger sons toward the professions, and John dutifully pursued the path that seemed most natural for a gentleman of his background, training as an advocate at the Scottish Bar. He was admitted to the Faculty of Advocates in 1814, joining that learned body of lawyers who practiced before the highest courts of Scotland, and by all accounts he possessed a capable and methodical mind well suited to the careful analysis of legal questions. Yet it became apparent, as the years passed, that John Clerk's true passions lay elsewhere, in the realm of practical invention, mechanical contrivance, and the patient observation of the natural world. This was not so unusual a disposition for a man of his time and place, for Edinburgh in the early 19th century remained a city where the boundaries between gentlemanly amateur and professional scientist were pleasantly blurred, where a lawyer or a minister might correspond on equal terms with professors of natural philosophy, and where the pursuit of useful knowledge was considered not merely respectable but admirable. John Clerk took a lively interest in the improvement of agricultural methods, in the design of machinery, in the workings of lenses and optical instruments, and in countless other technical matters that presented themselves to his inquiring mind. He attended meetings of learned societies, he sketched designs for various mechanical improvements, and he brought to all these pursuits a methodical thoroughness that would later find fuller expression in the scientific temperament of his son. The transformation of John Clerk into John Clerk Maxwell came about through one of those tangled arrangements of inheritance that were so common among the landed families of Britain. The Maxwells of Middleby were a Dumfriesshire family of ancient standing whose estate lay in the southwestern corner of Scotland, in that rolling border country where the hills rise gradually toward the uplands of Galloway. Through the intricate branching of family trees, a connection existed between the Clerks and the Maxwells, and when the last male heir of the Middleby line passed away, the estate known as Glenlair, which formed part of the Maxwell holdings, descended to John Clerk. The property was not vast, perhaps some 1,500 acres of mixed farmland and moorland, but it included a modest country house and represented a comfortable income for a gentleman of moderate needs. As was customary in such cases, the terms of the inheritance required that John Clerk assume the additional surname of Maxwell, thereby preserving at least in name the memory of the family from whom the property had come. Thus John Clerk became John Clerk Maxwell, and the child born in India Street would bear that compound surname throughout his life, linking him to both the Clerks of Pennycook and the Maxwells of Middleby, and rooting him in the soil of two distinct regions of the Scottish countryside. The Glenlair estate would come to hold a special place in the heart of the family, particularly for young James, who would spend the happiest years of his childhood roaming its fields and streams, and who would return there again and again throughout his life, finding in its quiet landscape a refuge from the pressures of the wider world. The Middleby estate itself, of which Glenlair formed a part, lay in the valley of the River in a district of farms and small villages where the rhythms of rural life had changed little over the generations. The countryside there is gentle rather than dramatic, a patchwork of green pastures bounded by stone walls and hedgerows, with scattered woodlands and the occasional craggy outcrop to break the smoothness of the terrain. In John Clerk Maxwell's time, the land was worked by tenant farmers who raised cattle and sheep, who grew oats and barley in the sheltered fields, and who lived in simple cottages that had stood for generations. The new laird, as John Clerk Maxwell became upon his inheritance, threw himself into the improvement of his property with characteristic enthusiasm, applying his mechanical turn of mind to questions of drainage, crop rotation, and the design of farm buildings. But we must return to Edinburgh, and to the circumstances of the young family in the months surrounding James's birth, for the story of Francis Key deserves its own careful telling. Francis was born in 1792, into a family whose roots lay in the northeastern reaches of England, near the city of Newcastle upon Tyne. The Keys were a family of some substance, with interests in the legal profession and in commerce, and Francis's father Robert Hodgson Key had pursued a career as a judge, serving on the bench in Edinburgh and thereby establishing the family's connection to Scotland's capital city. Frances had benefited from an education that was unusually thorough for a woman of her time, reflecting both her family's progressive views and the general atmosphere of Edinburgh, where the ideal of the educated woman had found more acceptance than in many other places. She was accomplished in mathematics and in natural science, capable of reading and discussing the serious literature of the day, and possessed of a lively curiosity that matched that of her husband. When John Clerk Maxwell came courting, she would have recognized in him a kindred spirit, a man whose interests ranged widely across the landscape of knowledge, and whose company promised the sort of intellectual companionship that she valued. The Key family maintained strong connections to the scientific and professional circles of Edinburgh, and through these connections Frances would have been exposed from an early age to the conversations and concerns of educated society. Edinburgh in the early decades of the 19th century remained a city where ideas mattered deeply, where the debates of the previous century's Enlightenment continued to echo in drawing rooms and lecture halls, and where the pursuit of knowledge was woven into the fabric of daily life. The university attracted students from across Britain and beyond. The medical school enjoyed an international reputation, and the various learned societies that met in the city's elegant assembly rooms provided forums for the exchange of ideas across every field of inquiry. The new town, where the Clerk Maxwells made their home at India Street, represented the physical embodiment of Edinburgh's Enlightenment aspirations. Built according to rational principles of urban planning, with its broad streets laid out in orderly grids, its gracious squares and circuses, and its uniform facades of dressed stone, the new town stood in deliberate contrast to the cramped and medieval jumble of the old town that clung to the ridge running down from the castle. To live in the new town was to participate in a certain vision of civilized life, one that valued order, proportion, and the harmonious arrangement of public and private space. The house at 14 India Street, where James Clerk Maxwell drew his first breath, was typical of new town domestic architecture, a terraced house of the sort that lined street after street in this orderly quarter. The rooms were well proportioned and filled with light from tall windows. The ceilings were high, and the overall effect was one of restrained elegance rather than ostentatious display. Here the young family would have lived in comfortable circumstances, with servants to manage the household duties, and with easy access to the cultural and intellectual resources of the city. The register of James's birth, entered in the records of St. Andrew's Parish Church, records the event with the plain factuality of such documents, giving no hint of the significance that later generations would attach to that June day. It is worth pausing to consider the Edinburgh into which James Clerk Maxwell was born, for the character of that city would leave its mark upon him, even though his childhood would largely be spent elsewhere. Edinburgh in 1831 was a place of contrasts and transitions, holding fast to its Enlightenment inheritance while beginning to feel the first stirrings of the Victorian age that would soon transform British society. The old certainties of the Georgian world were giving way to new energies and new anxieties, as industrialization remade the economy, as reform movements challenged ancient political arrangements, and as the pace of scientific discovery seemed to quicken year by year. The Scottish Enlightenment, that remarkable efflorescence of intellectual achievement that had made Edinburgh the Athens of the North in the previous century, had by this time passed its peak, yet its influence remained profound and pervasive. The names of David Hume and Adam Smith, of Joseph Black and James Hutton, were still spoken with reverence in the city where they had lived and worked, and the institutions they had shaped, the university, the learned societies, the publishing houses and journals, continued to foster a culture of serious inquiry. Edinburgh remained a city where a gentleman might reasonably aspire to knowledge of the latest discoveries in chemistry or geology, where the educated classes took an interest in scientific matters as a natural part of their cultivation, and where the boundaries between amateur and professional had not yet hardened into the rigid distinctions of later times. The university, which traced its foundation to the 16th century, occupied a collection of buildings in the southern reaches of the old town, and drew to its lecture hall students who would go on to distinguished careers in medicine, in law, in the church, and in the emerging scientific professions. The professors who taught there included men of genuine eminence, whose researches advanced the frontiers of knowledge even as they discharged their pedagogical duties, and the atmosphere of the place was one of earnest intellectual endeavor. Young James would eventually study within these walls, absorbing the traditions of Scottish learning that had been built up over generations, and finding mentors who would recognize and nurture his extraordinary gifts. The India Street House, that modest birthplace of a scientific revolutionary, still stands today, preserved as a memorial to the man who entered the world within its walls. Visitors may walk through the rooms where the infant James was cradled, may stand at the windows through which the light of Edinburgh's long summer evenings once fell upon his sleeping form, and may reflect upon the mysteries of genius and circumstance that led from this quiet beginning to achievements that transformed human understanding. The house is maintained by the James Clerk Maxwell Foundation, which keeps alive the memory of Scotland's greatest contribution to physical science, and which welcomes those who wish to pay their respects to a life of singular accomplishment. The social world into which the Clerk Maxwells belonged was one of moderate prosperity and quiet respectability, neither aristocratic in the grandest sense nor striving toward heights beyond their reach. John Clerk Maxwell's income from the Glenlair estate, combined with whatever resources Frances brought to the marriage, would have provided for a comfortable life without extravagance, supporting a household of appropriate size and permitting the family to take their place among the professional and landed classes of Edinburgh society. They would have known the pleasures of dinner parties and evening entertainments, of visits to friends and relations in their country houses, of attendance at the theatre and at concerts, and of all the other social rituals that marked the passage of the seasons for people of their station. Yet for all their comfortable circumstances, the Clerk Maxwells were not idle or merely ornamental people. John's passion for practical improvement and Frances's genuine intellectual cultivation set them apart from those who might have been content with mere social observance, and created a household atmosphere in which curiosity was valued and inquiry encouraged. This would prove to be of immense significance for their son, whose own insatiable curiosity would be nurtured rather than suppressed, and whose endless questions about the workings of the world would be met with patient explanation rather than dismissal. In this, John and Frances Clerk Maxwell gave their child a gift beyond price, the gift of an environment in which his mind could unfold according to its own nature, free from the constraints that might have cramped or distorted its development. And so we leave the young family in their India Street home, in the first months of James's life, secure in their comfortable position and looking forward to the years ahead with quiet confidence. The summer of 1831 would give way to autumn, and autumn to winter, and the round of the seasons would continue as it always had, while in the nursery of that Georgian townhouse a small child grew and observed and began his long journey toward understanding. The parents could not have known, as they watched their son in his cradle, that they were raising one of the greatest minds the world would ever know. But they gave him, from the very beginning, the foundations upon which that greatness would be built: a loving home, an atmosphere of learning, and the freedom to wonder about all the beautiful complexity of the world. When James Clerk Maxwell was still an infant, not yet 2 years of age, his family made the journey from Edinburgh to a newly completed house in the rolling countryside of Kirkcudbrightshire, in the southwestern corner of Scotland, where the land is gentle and green and the sky seems to stretch out in every direction with a softness that belongs particularly to that part of the world. The house was called Glenlair, and it had been designed by James's father, John Clerk Maxwell, who had inherited the modest estate from his own family and had decided to build upon it a home that would suit his particular tastes and his hopes for a quiet life devoted to practical matters and the improvement of the land. The house itself was not grand in the manner of the great aristocratic estates of Scotland, but it was solid and thoughtfully arranged, built of local stone in a style that reflected John Clerk Maxwell's interest in architecture and his careful attention to the details of construction, with windows positioned to catch the light and rooms laid out according to his own notions of comfort and utility. The estate sat in a valley through which a small stream called the Water made its winding way, and the surrounding countryside was a patchwork of fields and woodlands and low hills that rose gently against the horizon, creating a landscape that was neither dramatic nor austere, but possessed instead a kind of tranquil beauty that revealed itself slowly to those who took the time to observe it. For a child growing up in such a place, there was no shortage of things to see and to wonder about, from the movement of water over stones to the behavior of the farm animals that populated the estate, from the changing patterns of light and shadow across the hills to the mechanical workings of the various implements and devices that were necessary for the running of a rural property in the early 19th century. And James Clerk Maxwell, even from his earliest years, proved to be a child who noticed everything, who could not pass by any object or phenomenon without wanting to understand how it worked and why it behaved as it did, and who possessed a curiosity so thorough and so persistent that it must have been both a delight and an occasional trial to the adults who cared for him. His mother, Frances Key Maxwell, was his first and most devoted teacher, and she took upon herself the responsibility of supervising his early education with a seriousness and an affection that would shape the whole direction of his intellectual development. Frances was herself a woman of considerable intelligence and energy, and she approached the task of educating her son not as a burden but as a shared adventure, guiding him through his first lessons in reading and writing and arithmetic, while also encouraging his natural inclination to observe and to question. She had a particular gift for recognizing what interested him and for finding ways to nurture those interests without forcing them into channels that might have constrained his unusual mind. And under her patient instruction, young James flourished in a way that he might not have done in a more formal educational setting. The bond between mother and son was close and tender, and Frances devoted herself to his care with an intensity that was perhaps heightened by the relative isolation of their life at Glenlair, where the nearest neighbours were not near at all by the standards of city dwellers, and where the rhythms of daily existence were set by the seasons and the land rather than by the social calendar of urban society. It was during these early years, when James was perhaps 3 or 4 years of age, that he developed a habit of questioning that would become famous among those who knew him, a way of interrogating the world around him that revealed both the depth of his curiosity and the particular quality of his mind. When he encountered something that puzzled him, whether it was the mechanism of a door lock or the behavior of light reflecting from a mirror or the way that water flowed in the streams that crossed the estate, he would ask in the broad Scots dialect that he had absorbed from the servants and farm workers around him, "What's the go o' that?" by which he meant something like what is the purpose of that thing, or what makes it work as it does. And if an adult offered him an explanation, as adults often did with varying degrees of accuracy and patience, young James would not simply accept the answer and move on, as many children might have done, but would instead press further with a second question that cut closer to the heart of the matter, asking but what's the particular go of it? As if to say that he understood the general principle well enough but wanted now to know the specific mechanism, the precise chain of cause and effect that connected one thing to another in the physical world. This way of questioning, this refusal to be satisfied with superficial explanations, was not merely a childish persistence but rather an early manifestation of the scientific temperament that would later enable him to see through the surface of phenomena to the underlying mathematical structures beneath. It suggested a mind that was not content with knowing that something happened but needed to understand why it happened and how it happened and what particular features of the situation made it happen in just that way and no other. The adults at Glenlair must have found themselves tested by this relentless questioning, and we can imagine that they did not always have satisfactory answers to offer, for the particular go of many everyday phenomena is not at all obvious and was not well understood even by the most educated people of that era. But the questioning itself was valuable, regardless of whether it received adequate answers, because it trained young James in the habit of looking carefully and thinking precisely, of never assuming that the first explanation was necessarily the complete explanation, and of approaching the world with an expectation that its workings could be understood if only one asked the right questions with sufficient persistence. Among the many things that captured his attention during those early years at Glenlair, reflections held a particular fascination for him, and he would spend long stretches of time examining the images that formed in mirrors and in polished metal surfaces and in the still water of pools and puddles around the estate. There was something about the relationship between an object and its reflection that engaged his visual imagination, the way that the image seemed to exist in a space behind the surface of the mirror, the way that it reversed left and right while preserving up and down, the way that it moved when he moved and yet remained trapped within the confines of the reflecting surface. These observations were the raw material from which a scientific understanding of optics might eventually be built, though of course the young child had no way of knowing that he was laying foundations for anything. He was simply following his curiosity wherever it led him, and it led him again and again to these puzzling and beautiful phenomena of light and image and reflection. Mechanical devices of all kinds also drew his attention, and the estate at Glenlair provided no shortage of such devices for him to examine and to wonder about. There were the workings of clocks and locks, the mechanisms of pumps and mills, the jointed limbs of the various tools and implements used in farming, and the hidden internal arrangements of any machine that could be taken apart or at least closely inspected. John Clerk Maxwell was himself interested in mechanical matters and had a workshop on the estate where he pursued various practical projects, and this must have provided additional opportunities for young James to observe how things were made and how they functioned, to see the connection between the visible behavior of a machine and the hidden arrangement of its parts. The father shared his son's interest in understanding how the physical world worked, though John Clerk Maxwell's approach was more practical and less theoretical than his son's would eventually become, focused on the improvement of agricultural techniques and the solution of everyday engineering problems rather than on the abstract principles that governed such improvements and solutions. The natural surroundings of Glenlair offered their own endless curriculum for a curious child, and James spent countless hours exploring the streams and fields and woodlands of the estate, observing the plants and animals that lived there, watching the weather as it moved across the sky, and developing an intimate familiarity with the particular landscape in which he was growing up. The streams that crossed the property were especially interesting to him, with their constant motion and their varying behavior depending on the season and the recent rainfall, sometimes flowing smoothly and sometimes tumbling over rocks, sometimes carrying leaves and twigs along their surface and sometimes running clear. The animals of the estate, both the domesticated creatures of the farm and the wild creatures of the surrounding countryside, provided another source of endless fascination, and he observed their movements and their habits with the same careful attention that he brought to the behavior of mechanical devices and the phenomena of light and reflection. Drawing was an activity that he took to naturally and pursued with dedication from an early age, and his visual imagination was remarkably strong, allowing him to form mental pictures with unusual clarity and to represent those pictures on paper with considerable skill. This ability to think in images, to visualize abstract relationships and complex arrangements, would later prove essential to his scientific work, enabling him to conceive of invisible fields and forces in terms of geometric figures and spatial configurations that could then be translated into mathematical language. But in his childhood, drawing was simply one of the ways that he engaged with the world, a method of recording what he saw and of working out his thoughts about what he observed, and the sketches he made during those years reveal both his technical facility and his intense interest in the visual appearance of things. His mother encouraged this talent, as she encouraged all his intellectual pursuits, and drawing became one of the many strands of his early education at Glenlair, woven together with reading and arithmetic and natural observation into a pattern of learning that was largely self-directed but always gently guided by her attentive presence. The isolation of Glenlair, which might have been a disadvantage in some respects, proved in other respects to be a considerable benefit for young James's intellectual development, for it meant that he was free to follow his own interests without the distractions and conformist pressures that would have accompanied a more conventional upbringing among other children of his age and social class. There were no playmates nearby with whom he might have spent his time in ordinary childhood games, and so he spent it instead in his peculiar investigations and observations, developing habits of independent inquiry that would serve him well throughout his life. The self-directed quality of his learning, which was established during these formative years at Glenlair, remained characteristic of his approach to knowledge even after he had entered the formal educational system and had access to teachers and textbooks and all the apparatus of institutional instruction. He never lost the ability to educate himself, to pursue questions that interested him regardless of whether they were part of any syllabus, and to find his own path through difficult material without waiting for someone else to show him the way. Frances Maxwell supervised not only her son's intellectual education but also his moral and religious instruction, and the household at Glenlair was one in which Christian faith was taken seriously as a foundation for daily life. The values that James absorbed from his parents during these early years, the emphasis on honesty and diligence and the responsible use of one's talents, would remain with him throughout his life and would shape not only his character but also his understanding of the scientific enterprise as a form of service to truth. But for now, in these peaceful early years, such matters were simply part of the fabric of everyday existence, woven into the routines of the household and the rhythms of the seasons, as unremarkable and as essential as the air he breathed and the food he ate. The house that John Clerk Maxwell had designed and built was not only a home but also a statement of his aspirations for the life he wished to lead, a life rooted in the land and devoted to practical improvement and the quiet pleasures of family and rural society. The rooms were arranged to suit the particular needs of the household, with spaces for work and spaces for leisure, and the whole establishment was run according to principles of economy and good sense that reflected John Clerk Maxwell's character as a man who valued substance over show. Young James grew up in this atmosphere of thoughtful practicality, surrounded by adults who believed that the physical world could be understood and improved through careful observation and rational effort. And this belief would prove to be one of the most important inheritances that he received from his parents, quite apart from any specific knowledge or skill that they might have taught him directly. The years at Glenlair before formal schooling began were years of happiness and security for young James, a time when his extraordinary gifts could develop at their own pace under the loving supervision of his mother and in the stimulating environment of the rural estate with all its opportunities for observation and inquiry. He was not yet aware, of course, that he was unusual, that his way of looking at the world and his persistence in questioning were not common among children or indeed among people of any age. And he simply followed his curiosity wherever it led him, confident that the adults around him would help him find answers or at least would not discourage him from seeking them on his own. The foundations that were laid during these early years, the habits of careful observation and persistent questioning, the visual imagination and the skill in drawing, the self-directed approach to learning and the deep bond with his mother who encouraged all his investigations, these would prove to be the essential groundwork upon which his later achievements would be built, though no one at the time could have predicted just how remarkable those achievements would eventually be. And so the days passed at Glenlair, each one bringing new opportunities for the curious child to examine some object or phenomenon that had caught his attention, to ask his characteristic questions about its purpose and its particular mechanism, to draw what he observed and to file away in his remarkable memory the details that might later prove significant. The stream continued its winding course through the valley. The seasons turned in their regular succession. The animals of the estate went about their lives, and young James Clerk Maxwell went about his, learning to see the world with the precision and the wonder that would eventually transform our understanding of the fundamental forces that govern the physical universe, though all of that still lay far in the future, beyond the gentle hills of Kirkcudbrightshire, beyond the quiet rooms of Glenlair, beyond even the dreams of a small boy who simply wanted to know what was the go of everything around him and, when told, what was the particular go of it. In the early months of the year 1839, a shadow began to fall across the household at Glenlair, though at first it arrived so quietly that perhaps only the adults understood its meaning. Frances Maxwell, who had been the warm and constant centre of young James's world, began to suffer from pains in her abdomen that would not ease, pains that grew more persistent as the weeks passed and that no remedy seemed to touch. She was not yet 40 years old, and she had spent the previous 8 years devoted almost entirely to the care of her son and the management of their remote Scottish estate, bringing to both endeavours the same practical intelligence and gentle determination that had characterised her since girlhood. Now something within her body had begun to go terribly wrong, and in an age when medicine understood so little of the diseases that grew silently inside people, there was only the slow recognition that this was not an ordinary illness, not something that rest and careful nursing would mend. The diagnosis, when it eventually came, was cancer of the abdomen, though the physicians of that era would have used somewhat different language and would have understood the disease only in the vaguest terms. What they knew was that there was a growth, something that should not be there, something that was causing Frances increasing pain and that showed no signs of stopping its advance. The treatments available in 1839 were limited almost beyond modern comprehension, consisting largely of various preparations meant to ease discomfort and the desperate hope that the body might somehow heal itself. But Frances's condition only worsened as the months went on, and eventually the decision was made to attempt an operation, a surgical intervention that might, her doctors hoped, remove the offending growth and restore her to health. It is difficult now to fully appreciate what such an operation meant in that time before the great advances that would transform surgery later in the century. Anesthesia, as we know it, did not yet exist. The first public demonstration of ether for surgical purposes still being some 7 years in the future, and antiseptic techniques were not yet dreamed of. The germ theory of disease being decades away from acceptance. A patient undergoing abdominal surgery in 1839 would have been fully conscious throughout the procedure, restrained by assistants while the surgeon worked as quickly as possible. The operating theatre filled with sounds and sights that we can scarcely imagine without a shudder. The risk of infection afterwards was enormous, for no one yet understood that invisible organisms could enter wounds and multiply there, and the instruments used were cleaned only perfunctorily if at all between patients. Surgery was a last resort, undertaken only when all other options had been exhausted and when the alternative was certain death. Francis Maxwell underwent this ordeal. This operation performed without the mercy of unconsciousness, in the hope that it might save her life. We do not have detailed records of exactly what the surgeons found when they opened her abdomen, or precisely what they attempted to do, but we know that the operation did not succeed in its purpose. Perhaps the cancer had spread too far to be removed. Perhaps the trauma of the surgery itself was too great for her weakened body to bear, or perhaps infection set in afterwards as it so often did. Whatever the specific cause, Frances did not recover. She lingered for some time after the failed operation, growing weaker as the autumn of 1839 turned toward winter, and on the 6th of December of that year, she died at Glenlair, leaving behind a grief-stricken husband and an 8-year-old son who had just lost the person who had been, until that moment, the most important figure in his young life. James Clerk Maxwell's relationship with his mother had been unusually close, shaped in part by the isolation of their home in Galloway, where visitors were few and the nearest neighbours lived at considerable distance across the rolling countryside. Frances had been not merely his mother but his first and most important teacher, the person who had introduced him to the world of knowledge and who had encouraged his earliest questions about how things worked. She had recognized from his very young years that her son possessed an unusual mind, one that was not content simply to accept that things were as they were, but that constantly sought to understand the mechanisms and principles that lay beneath the surface of everyday experience. His famous childhood question, asking what was the go of things and what made them go as they did, was addressed to her as much as to anyone, and she had taken his curiosity seriously, answering what she could and encouraging him to seek answers for himself. Mother and son had spent countless hours together in the years before her illness, walking the grounds of Glenlair, observing the natural world around them, and discussing what they saw. Frances had taught James his letters and his numbers, had read to him and listened as he learned to read himself, had watched with a mixture of pride and wonder as his mind developed in directions she could not always follow but could always appreciate. She had been the one to notice his fascination with geometry and patterns, his delight in understanding how things fitted together, his tendency to examine every object and phenomenon he encountered with an intensity that went far beyond ordinary childish curiosity. In a household without other children, in a landscape without nearby playmates, Frances had been James's constant companion, and her presence had made the isolation of Glenlair feel not lonely but rich with possibility. The loss of such a mother, at such an age, is the kind of wound that shapes a life in ways both visible and hidden. James was old enough at 8 to understand that his mother was gone, to feel the full weight of her absence, to remember her vividly and to miss her with the acute pain of a child who has lost his primary source of love and security. Yet he was also young enough that much of his life still lay ahead of him, that the grief would become part of the foundation on which everything else was built rather than a disruption of an already established pattern. In the weeks and months after Francis's death, the boy who had been so talkative and curious reportedly became quieter, more inward, processing a loss that no child should have to bear but that many children in that era did bear, when death came so much more frequently and so much more unpredictably than it does in our own time. John Clerk Maxwell, James's father, was himself shattered by his wife's death. He had loved Francis deeply, had built his life around their partnership at Glenlair, and now found himself alone in middle age with a young son to raise and an estate to manage and a grief that must have seemed at times unbearable. John was not a man who expressed his emotions easily or dramatically, being by nature reserved and methodical, but those who knew him noted that he was never quite the same after Francis died, that something essential had gone out of him along with her. Yet he was also a man of deep responsibility, and he understood that his son needed him now more than ever, that whatever his own sorrow might be, he could not allow it to prevent him from being the father that James required. In the aftermath of Francis's death, father and son drew closer together in a way that would shape both their lives for the years to come. John, who had always been interested in his son's development but had perhaps deferred somewhat to Francis in matters of day-to-day education and care, now took a much more active role. He began to spend more time with James, not merely supervising him from a distance but engaging with him directly, walking with him across the Glenlair estate, talking with him about whatever subjects arose, and gradually becoming both father and intellectual companion to the grieving boy. Their relationship, already warm, deepened into something approaching a partnership, two people who had lost the person they both loved most finding solace in each other's company. The isolation of Glenlair, which might have been crushing for a bereaved child left largely alone, instead became the setting for an unusual kind of education. John Clerk Maxwell was himself a man of wide-ranging interests and considerable intelligence, someone who had trained as a lawyer but who was fascinated by practical science and technology, by the workings of machines and the principles that governed them. He had designed and overseen the construction of Glenlair itself, had experimented with various agricultural innovations on the estate, and possessed the kind of curious, methodical mind that delighted in understanding how things were made and why they worked as they did. In his son he recognized a kindred spirit, someone who shared his fascination with the mechanical and the mathematical, and he set about nurturing that interest with a patience and dedication that would prove enormously important. Father and son developed a routine of long walks together across the Glenlair grounds and into the surrounding countryside, walks during which they would observe whatever they encountered and discuss it in detail. They watched the movements of water in streams and the patterns it made as it flowed over rocks and around obstacles. They studied the behavior of animals and the growth of plants. They examined the construction of farm equipment and debated how it might be improved. John encouraged James to ask questions about everything, just as Francis had done, and he did his best to answer them, or when he could not answer them himself, to help James figure out how one might go about finding the answer. These walks were not formal lessons but informal explorations, the kind of unstructured learning that allows a curious child to follow whatever thread interests him most and to develop his own ways of thinking about the world. John also undertook more systematic aspects of James's education himself during this period, teaching him mathematics and introducing him to various scientific subjects. He was not a professional educator and did not pretend to be one, but he was a thoughtful and dedicated father who understood that his son's unusual mind required careful nurturing. He brought home books and instruments, encouraged James's experiments and constructions, and generally created an environment in which intellectual curiosity was not merely tolerated but actively celebrated. The workshop at Glenlair, where John pursued his own projects, became a place where James too could build and tinker and test his ideas in physical form. Helping to care for James during this difficult period was Francis's sister, Jane Key, who came to Glenlair after her sister's death and provided a feminine presence and maternal care that the household had lost. Jane was devoted to her nephew and did much to ease the practical difficulties of raising a child without a mother, ensuring that James was properly fed and clothed and looked after in all the daily ways that a young boy requires. She was a kind and gentle woman by all accounts, and while she could not replace Francis in James's heart, she helped to fill some of the void that Francis's death had left. Her presence at Glenlair meant that James was not entirely without womanly affection and care, that there was still someone in the household who would attend to his physical needs and comfort him when he was distressed. As James approached the age of 10, his father began to consider more seriously the question of formal education. John had done his best to teach the boy himself, and James had certainly learned a great deal under his father's guidance, but John was aware that there were limits to what he could provide. Mathematics in particular was advancing beyond what John himself fully understood, and there were many subjects that a gentleman's son was expected to know that John was not equipped to teach. Moreover, there was the question of socialization, of James learning to interact with other children and to function in the wider world beyond Glenlair. John began to think that it might be time to engage a tutor who could provide more systematic instruction and prepare James for eventual enrollment in a proper school. The tutor who was engaged for this purpose proved to be a disastrous choice. He was a young man of 16 or 17 years, hired to live at Glenlair and to oversee James's education, but he possessed neither the temperament nor the understanding required to teach a child like James. The tutor's approach to education was rigid and mechanical, based on rote memorization and strict discipline, and he had no patience for the kind of questioning and exploration that characterized James's way of learning. When James asked why something was as it was, or wanted to understand the principles behind a rule rather than simply memorizing the rule itself, the tutor grew frustrated and angry. The young tutor also resorted to physical punishment when James did not perform as expected, treating the boy with a harshness that was perhaps not unusual in that era but that was entirely unsuited to this particular child. James, who was used to the gentle encouragement of his parents and aunt, found himself being struck and berated for failures he did not understand, for not learning quickly enough or in the right way, for asking the questions that had always been welcomed before. The accounts that have come down to us suggest that the tutor pulled James's ears and hit him about the head, punishments that left the boy bewildered and distressed. He had done nothing wrong that he could see, had only tried to learn in the way that came naturally to him, and yet he was being treated as though he were stupid or disobedient. This unhappy arrangement continued for some time before Clerk Maxwell became fully aware of how badly it was going. James, who was naturally reserved and who perhaps did not want to trouble his father with complaints, did not immediately tell anyone about the tutor's treatment of him. It was only gradually, as the marks of the tutor's discipline became visible and as James's demeanor changed, becoming more withdrawn and unhappy, that John and Jane Key began to understand what was happening. When the truth came out, John dismissed the tutor immediately, but the damage had been done. James had experienced his first encounter with the kind of education that demanded conformity rather than curiosity, that punished questions rather than welcoming them, and it had been a bruising experience. After the tutor's departure, John resumed the primary responsibility for James's education, though he now began to think more seriously about finding a proper school where his son might receive the instruction he needed in a more suitable environment. The Edinburgh Academy, one of the leading schools in Scotland, was under consideration, and James's Aunt Isabella, who lived in Edinburgh, had offered to have the boy stay with her during term time. But that lay in the future. For now, in the quiet of Glenlair, father and son continued their walks and their conversations, their shared observations of the natural world and their discussions of how things worked. The years immediately following Francis Maxwell's death were thus years of both grief and growth, of loss and the gradual healing that time brings even to the deepest wounds. James emerged from this period with a bond to his father that would remain close until John's own death many years later, and with a way of learning and thinking that had been shaped by the unusual circumstances of his early education. He had learned not from formal schooling but from exploration and conversation, from building things and taking them apart, from asking questions and searching for answers. The loss of his mother remained with him always, a sadness that never entirely faded, but it had not broken him. Instead, in the mysterious way that grief sometimes works, it had become part of the foundation on which a remarkable mind would continue to build. In November of 1841, when the autumn had already settled firmly over Scotland and the evenings had grown long and dark, a young boy of 10 years old made his way to Edinburgh to begin his formal education at one of the city's most respected institutions. James Clerk Maxwell, who had spent nearly all of his short life in the gentle countryside of Glenlair, surrounded by fields and forests and the quiet rhythms of rural Galloway, was about to enter a world entirely unfamiliar to him. A world of crowded classrooms and city streets and boys who had known each other for years and who understood things about urban life that James had never had occasion to learn. The Edinburgh Academy, founded just some 17 years earlier in 1824, stood as a monument to Scottish educational ambition, a place where the sons of professional families and the Scottish gentry received instruction in the classical languages and in mathematics, preparing them for the universities and for lives of learned accomplishment. It was precisely the sort of institution that John Clerk Maxwell had envisioned for his son, a place where young James might receive the rigorous intellectual training that would allow his evident curiosity and his unusual mind to flourish and develop in proper directions. The timing of James's arrival, however, was not altogether fortunate, for he entered the academy in the middle of the autumn term rather than at its beginning, which meant that the other boys in his class had already established their friendships and their hierarchies, had already learned the unwritten rules of the schoolyard and the classroom, and had already begun to form that invisible web of social understanding that children create among themselves without ever quite putting it into words. James came among them as a stranger, and not merely a stranger in the ordinary sense of being new and unknown, but a stranger who seemed to belong to some other world entirely, a world that the Edinburgh boys found peculiar and worthy of ridicule. For young James arrived at the academy wearing clothes that immediately marked him as different from his classmates, clothes that had been designed and commissioned by his father John Clerk Maxwell according to his own particular ideas about practical and sensible attire for a growing boy. John Clerk Maxwell was a man of considerable intelligence and of strong opinions, and among those opinions was a conviction that children's clothing ought to be comfortable and functional rather than fashionable, And so he had designed for James a sort of tunic that he believed would allow the boy freedom of movement and would not constrain him in the ways that more conventional garments might do. The tunic was accompanied by square-toed shoes, which John considered more sensible than the pointed shoes that were fashionable at the time, and the entire ensemble, while no doubt practical and well-intentioned, looked nothing at all like what the other boys at the Edinburgh Academy wore to school each day. Children, as perhaps you know, can be remarkably attentive to such differences, and remarkably unkind about them, and the boys of the Academy were no exception to this general rule of childhood society. They noticed immediately that the new boy from Galloway dressed in a manner that seemed to them ridiculous, that seemed almost to invite mockery, and they responded accordingly. But it was not only his clothing that set James apart from his new classmates, for he also spoke with an accent that marked him as coming from the rural southwest of Scotland, from that region of Galloway where the speech of the country people had its own particular rhythms and pronunciations, quite different from the more refined Edinburgh accents that the Academy boys had grown up hearing and imitating. When James opened his mouth to speak, the other boys heard sounds that seemed to them provincial and strange, the sounds of farms and villages rather than of the cultured city, and this too became a source of amusement and derision. The combination of his unusual clothing and his unfamiliar accent, together with his arrival in the middle of term when everyone else had already found their place in the social order, made James an obvious target for the casual cruelty that schoolboys have always been capable of directing toward those who seem different or vulnerable. The bullying that James endured during those early months at the Edinburgh Academy was persistent and painful, though he seems to have borne it with a kind of quiet resilience that was characteristic of his nature. His classmates gave him a nickname that would follow him for some time, calling him Dafty, a Scottish word suggesting foolishness or simple-mindedness, which was deeply ironic given that James possessed one of the most remarkable intellects of his generation and would one day be recognized as among the greatest scientific minds the world has ever produced. But schoolboys do not generally concern themselves with future greatness, and to them young James seemed merely odd, a peculiar boy in peculiar clothes who spoke in a peculiar way and who did not seem to understand how things were done among the youth of Edinburgh. The name Dafty was thrown at him in the schoolyard and whispered behind his back in the classroom, a constant reminder that he did not belong, that he was not one of them. During these term times, James did not live at the Academy itself but lodged in the city with his aunt, Isabella Wedderburn, who kept a house at 31 Heriot Row, one of those elegant Georgian terraces that gave Edinburgh's new town its distinctive character of ordered symmetry and restrained good taste. Isabella was the sister of James's father, and she provided her nephew with a comfortable and caring home during his school terms, a refuge from the difficulties of the Academy where he could find warmth and family affection at the end of each challenging day. The house at Heriot Row became a kind of anchor for James during these years, a place of stability and kindness that balanced against the harshness he encountered at school, and his Aunt Isabella proved to be a steady and supportive presence in his young life. It must have been a comfort to him, returning each evening from the trials of the schoolyard to a household where he was loved and valued, where his strange clothes and his country accent did not matter, where he was simply James, the clever nephew from Glenlair. The Edinburgh Academy in these years was led by its rector, John Williams, a Welsh clergyman and classical scholar who had been appointed to guide the institution and who oversaw a curriculum that was heavily weighted toward the traditional subjects that were considered essential for any properly educated gentleman of the time. Greek and Latin formed the core of the Academy's educational program, as they did at most schools of similar standing, and the boys spent long hours learning to parse the sentences of ancient authors, to translate passages from Cicero and Virgil and Homer, to compose their own exercises in these venerable languages according to strict rules of grammar and style. Mathematics was also taught, though it occupied a less central place in the curriculum than the classical languages, and there were other subjects as well, but the overall character of the education was decidedly traditional, focused on those disciplines that had been considered the foundation of learning for centuries. For a boy like James, whose natural interests ran so strongly toward understanding how things worked, toward mechanical devices and natural phenomena and the underlying principles that governed the physical world, this classical curriculum was perhaps not ideally suited to his particular gifts, though he would in time prove capable of excelling in whatever subject was put before him. In his early months and even years at the academy, James did not distinguish himself academically in any remarkable way, and his performance in his studies was, by most accounts, mediocre rather than brilliant. This is worth pausing to consider, gently and without surprise, for it is a pattern that appears not infrequently in the lives of those who later achieve great things. The qualities that would eventually make James Clerk Maxwell one of the most important scientists in human history were not the sort of qualities that necessarily show themselves in the routine exercises of a classical schoolroom, and his mind, which was so wonderfully suited to grasping the deep structures of nature, may not have been equally suited to memorizing Latin declensions or reproducing the conventional forms of Greek composition that his teachers required. He was also, during these early years, still adjusting to his new environment, still coping with the social difficulties that made his school days painful, and it would not be surprising if these struggles had some effect on his academic performance as well. But gradually, slowly, over the course of many months, James began to emerge from this initial period of difficulty and obscurity. His natural abilities, which had been evident to his parents since his earliest childhood, began to show themselves even within the constraints of the academy's curriculum, and his teachers started to recognize that this odd boy from Galloway possessed something unusual, some quality of mind that set him apart from his classmates in ways more profound than his strange clothing or his country accent. The emergence was not sudden or dramatic, for that was not James's way, but rather steady and incremental, a gradual unfolding of capacities that had always been present but had needed time to find their expression in this new environment. Among the most important developments of these academy years was the formation of friendships that would last throughout James's life and that would prove deeply significant both personally and intellectually. Around 1842, when James had been at the academy for some time and had begun to find his footing among his classmates, he formed a close bond with two boys who would become his lifelong companions and who would themselves go on to distinguished careers. One of these was Lewis Campbell, a boy of similar age and intellectual inclination who would later become a classical scholar of considerable reputation and who would eventually write the first major biography of his friend, preserving for posterity many details of James's life and character that might otherwise have been lost to history. The other was Peter Guthrie Tait, who shared James's fascination with mathematics and natural philosophy and who would become one of the most distinguished physicists of the 19th century, making important contributions to thermodynamics and to the mathematical theory of quaternions and maintaining throughout his career a correspondence with Maxwell that would prove fruitful for both men's work. These friendships, beginning in the schoolyard of the Edinburgh Academy and continuing through decades of intellectual and personal exchange, provided James with something that he had perhaps lacked during his first difficult months at the school: a sense of belonging and of being understood, a companionship of minds that could appreciate his unusual way of thinking rather than mocking it as daftness. Lewis Campbell and Peter Guthrie Tate recognized in James something that the bullies of the schoolyard had entirely missed. A quality of genuine brilliance that expressed itself not in conventional academic achievement, but in a way of looking at the world that was both penetrating and original. With these friends, James could discuss the things that truly interested him, could share his observations and his speculations, could be himself without fear of ridicule or rejection. Throughout all of these years of schooling in Edinburgh, with their difficulties and their gradual improvements, James maintained a remarkably close relationship with his father, John Clerk Maxwell, who remained at Glenlair managing the estate but who stayed in constant communication with his son through letters that passed regularly between the city and the countryside. These letters, which survive in sufficient numbers to give us a vivid picture of the relationship between father and son, are filled with the detailed observations and careful drawings that had characterized James's curiosity since his earliest childhood. He would write to his father about the things he had seen and learned, about the mechanical devices he had encountered in the city, about the natural phenomena he had observed, about the questions that had occurred to him and the answers he had attempted to work out for himself. And his father would write back, encouraging this curiosity, responding to James's questions, maintaining that relationship of intellectual companionship that had been established during the years at Glenlair when they had been almost constant companions. The letters also included drawings, for James had developed considerable skill in visual representation and used this skill to communicate his ideas and observations to his father in ways that words alone could not accomplish. He would sketch the things he wanted to describe, the machines and devices and natural forms that had caught his attention, and these drawings served both to clarify his own thinking and to share that thinking with his father across the miles that separated them. It is touching to consider this correspondence, this ongoing conversation between a father and son who were separated by the necessities of education, but who remained deeply connected through their shared love of understanding and their mutual delight in the workings of the world. John Clerk Maxwell had recognized his son's unusual gifts from the very beginning, and he continued to nurture those gifts even from a distance, providing through his letters a kind of intellectual home that complemented the physical home that Aunt Isabella provided at Heriot Row. The Edinburgh Academy years were formative for James in ways both difficult and beneficial, and when we look back upon them from the vantage point of history, knowing what James Clerk Maxwell would eventually become and accomplish, we can see in these years the early shaping of a character and an intellect that would one day transform our understanding of nature itself. The struggles he endured, the bullying and the social isolation of his early months, did not break him but rather seemed to have contributed to a kind of inner strength and self-reliance that would serve him well throughout his life. He learned that he could survive being different, that the mockery of those who did not understand him could be endured and eventually overcome, and this was perhaps a valuable lesson for a mind destined to see things that others could not see and to pursue ideas that others would not immediately appreciate. And the friendships he formed, the companionship of Lewis Campbell and Peter Guthrie Tate, gave him the experience of intellectual fellowship that would become so important to his later work. For science is not only a solitary pursuit but also a communal enterprise, a conversation among minds that spans not only space but time, connecting those who think about the same deep questions across generations and across continents. In the schoolyard of the Edinburgh Academy, James began to learn what it meant to have friends who could share in his curiosity and could appreciate the quality of his mind. And this too was a lesson that would shape his future. The classical education he received, with its emphasis on Greek and Latin and its attention to the precise use of language and the careful construction of arguments, may also have contributed something to the remarkably clear prose style that would later characterize his scientific writings, for Maxwell wrote with a lucidity and elegance that was not common among scientific authors of his time or any time. The disciplines of the traditional curriculum, however distant they may have seemed from his true interests, were not wasted on a mind of such capacity, and they left their mark on the way he would eventually express the profound ideas that made his reputation. As the years at the Academy passed, James continued to grow and to develop, to emerge from the shadow of his difficult beginning, to find his place among his classmates and to demonstrate increasingly the abilities that had always been present within him. The boy who had arrived in November of 1841, wearing his strange tunic and his square-toed shoes, speaking with his Galloway accent, knowing no one and understanding little of the world he had entered, was gradually transformed into a young man of recognized promise, a student whose teachers and friends alike could see that something remarkable was taking shape, even if none of them could have guessed just how remarkable it would prove to be. The foundations were being laid, slowly and quietly, for an intellectual edifice that would stand among the greatest achievements of the human mind, and the Academy years, with all their challenges and all their gradual triumphs, were an essential part of that foundation. As young James continued his studies at the Edinburgh Academy, something rather remarkable began to unfold in the quiet hours he spent with numbers and shapes and the gentle abstractions of mathematical thought. The boy who had arrived at school in his curious homemade shoes, who had endured the teasing of his classmates with such patient bewilderment, was slowly revealing a mind of unusual depth and clarity. His teachers began to notice that when mathematical problems were set before the class, James would approach them not merely with diligence, but with a kind of serene curiosity, as though each equation were a small door waiting to be opened onto some pleasant and orderly landscape beyond. The Edinburgh Academy in those years maintained rigorous standards in classical education, with Latin and Greek forming the backbone of instruction, but mathematics too held an honored place in the curriculum. James found himself drawn to geometry with particular fondness, perhaps because it allowed him to visualize relationships in space, to see the elegant connections between angles and lines and curves in a manner that felt almost tactile to his imagination. Where other students might memorize theorems and reproduce proofs by rote, James seemed to understand them from within, grasping not merely that a proposition was true, but why it must be true, and how it connected to other truths in the vast and gentle architecture of mathematical knowledge. His progress through the mathematical curriculum was steady rather than flashy, for James was never one to seek attention or to rush ahead merely for the sake of appearing clever. He worked carefully, methodically, turning problems over in his mind with the same patient curiosity he had once applied to the workings of doors and bells at Glenlair. But his teachers could see that beneath this calm exterior lay abilities of an exceptional order, a capacity for abstract reasoning that went well beyond what might be expected of a boy his age. By the time he reached his 14th year, James had distinguished himself sufficiently that he was considered a serious contender for the Academy's Mathematical Medal, a prize awarded annually to the student who demonstrated the greatest proficiency in that subject. The competition for the medal in 1845 was conducted with all the solemnity that Victorian educational institutions brought to such matters. Students were examined on their knowledge of arithmetic, algebra, and geometry, tested not merely on their ability to perform calculations but on their understanding of underlying principles. James approached the examination with his characteristic quiet concentration, working through each problem with care, and when the results were announced, he had won. The mathematical medal was his. a recognition that pleased his father greatly and confirmed what his teachers had begun to suspect, that James Clerk Maxwell possessed a mathematical mind of rare quality. Yet even as he received this honor, James was already engaged in work that would carry him beyond the ordinary boundaries of school mathematics into territory usually reserved for professional scholars. It began, as so many of his investigations did, with simple curiosity about shapes and the methods by which they might be drawn. Most school children learn early that a circle can be traced by fixing one end of a piece of string and moving a pencil around it, keeping the string taut. This is the definition of a circle made tangible, the set of all points at a fixed distance from a center. An ellipse, that graceful oval shape traced by planetary orbits and the curves of certain architectural arches, can be drawn by a similar method using two fixed points, called foci, with a loop of thread passing around both pins and held taut by the pencil as it moves. James had certainly encountered these constructions in his studies, and like many mathematically inclined young people, he found a certain satisfaction in the way that abstract definitions could be made concrete through such simple physical means. A piece of paper, two pins, a length of thread, and suddenly the invisible mathematics of conic sections became visible, traceable, real. But where most students would have been content to master these standard constructions and move on, James began to wonder what would happen if one introduced additional foci, additional pins around which the thread might wind in various configurations. Could one generate new families of curves through such elaborations of the basic method, curves that might have interesting mathematical properties of their own? This question occupied his mind for some months, and he approached it with the combination of geometric intuition and mechanical ingenuity that would characterize so much of his later work. He experimented with actual pins and thread, tracing curves on paper and observing their shapes, but he also worked theoretically, trying to understand the mathematical relationships that governed these new constructions. What he discovered was that by using more than two foci and by arranging the thread in particular ways, passing over some pins and under others, looping back and forth according to various schemes, one could indeed generate a rich family of curves that generalized the familiar ellipse in interesting directions. These curves, which he called ovals, possessed properties that connected them to the conic sections but extended beyond them in ways that required careful mathematical analysis to describe. James worked out the equations governing these ovals, determined conditions under which they would close upon themselves to form complete loops, and explored how their shapes varied as the positions of the foci and the lengths of thread were changed. It was serious mathematical work, the kind of investigation that might have occupied a university student or even a young professional mathematician, yet it was being carried out by a boy not yet 15 years old, working largely on his own initiative and guided primarily by his own curiosity. When James showed his work to his father, John Clerk Maxwell recognized that this was something beyond ordinary schoolboy cleverness. He sought advice from friends with scientific connections, and the paper eventually came to the attention of James David Forbes, who held the chair of natural philosophy at the University of Edinburgh. Forbes was a distinguished scientist in his own right, known for his work on glacier and heat, and he was also a man who took seriously the encouragement of young talent. He examined the paper that this schoolboy had produced and found it to be mathematically sound, original in its approach, and worthy of attention by the broader scientific community. There was, however, a difficulty. The obvious venue for presenting such a paper was the Royal Society of Edinburgh, which held regular meetings at which new scientific work was communicated and discussed. But the Royal Society had certain standards of dignity to maintain, and it would have seemed improper, perhaps even faintly absurd, for a 14-year-old schoolboy to stand before that august assembly and present his mathematical discoveries as though he were a grown scholar. The solution was for Forbes himself to present the paper on James's behalf, reading its contents to the society while the young author remained, presumably, at home or at school, continuing his studies in the ordinary way. And so it was that on the 6th of April, 1846, James David Forbes stood before the Fellows of the Royal Society of Edinburgh and communicated a paper entitled On the Description of Oval Curves, and those having a plurality of foci. The paper described methods for constructing curves using pins and thread, demonstrated the mathematical properties of the resulting ovals, and showed how these constructions could be analyzed using the tools of analytic geometry. The Fellows listened with interest, perhaps with some amazement, as they learned that the author of this competent and original piece of mathematical work was a boy still enrolled at the Edinburgh Academy, not yet old enough to attend university. The paper was well received, and it was subsequently published in the Proceedings of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, giving young James his first appearance in the scientific literature. It is worth noting that the French mathematician René Descartes had studied similar curves nearly 2 centuries earlier, exploring the ovals that could be generated using multiple foci and investigating their optical properties. Maxwell was apparently unaware of Descartes' prior work when he made his own investigations, and in any case, his approach was original, proceeding from different methods and arriving at his results through his own geometric and mechanical reasoning rather than through knowledge of what had been done before. When the connection to Descartes' work was later pointed out, it only served to emphasize the quality of Maxwell's achievement, for he had independently rediscovered and extended results that had occupied one of the great mathematicians of an earlier age. What made Maxwell's approach particularly characteristic was his reliance on physical intuition, on the concrete image of pins and thread and the mechanical process of tracing curves. Throughout his career, he would display this gift for thinking about mathematical relationships in terms of physical mechanisms, for making abstract ideas tangible through mental images of strings and pulleys and rotating bodies. The Oval Curves paper was an early manifestation of this tendency, a hint of the distinctive style of thought that would later enable him to visualize the behavior of electromagnetic fields and to translate those visualizations into precise mathematical language. James did not pursue his researches in isolation. Among his companions at the Edinburgh Academy were 2 boys who would remain close friends throughout his life and who shared his enthusiasm for intellectual pursuits. Peter Guthrie Tait, who would later become Professor of Natural Philosophy at Edinburgh and one of the leading physicists of his generation, was a contemporary of Maxwell at the Academy, and the 2 boys developed a friendship based in part on their mutual love of mathematics. They challenged each other with problems, competed in friendly rivalry, and spurred each other on to greater efforts. Lewis Campbell, who would later become a classical scholar and eventually write the first major biography of Maxwell, was another member of this circle, a boy of literary and philosophical inclinations who provided a counterbalance to the more purely mathematical interests of Maxwell and Tait. The 3 friends engaged in what might be called intellectual games, setting each other puzzles and problems, debating questions of philosophy and science, and generally enjoying the pleasures of minds that were coming awake to the vast territories of human knowledge. For Maxwell, these friendships provided not only companionship but also stimulus, a sense of participation in a shared enterprise of understanding. He was never a solitary genius working in proud isolation, but rather a social intellect who delighted in the exchange of ideas and who found that his own thinking was sharpened and enriched by contact with other curious minds. Alongside his mathematical pursuits, James cultivated interests that might seem surprising in one so obviously destined for scientific work. He wrote poetry, composing verses that displayed a genuine facility with language and a sensitivity to rhythm and imagery. Some of these early poems were humorous, filled with wordplay and gentle satire, while others were more reflective, touching on themes of nature, faith, and the mysteries of existence. His literary interests were not merely a pastime but a genuine part of his intellectual life, a recognition that the world could be approached through language and metaphor as well as through equation and experiment. This breadth of interest was characteristic of the Scottish educational tradition in which Maxwell was being formed. The ideal of the well-rounded scholar, equally at home in classics and science, in philosophy and literature, was taken seriously in 19th-century Edinburgh, and Maxwell absorbed this ideal thoroughly. He never saw his mathematical work as separate from his literary sensibilities or his religious convictions, but rather as part of a unified attempt to understand the world in all its richness and complexity. The poems he wrote throughout his life would often touch on scientific themes, translating technical ideas into verse with a lightness of touch that revealed how deeply those ideas had become part of his imaginative life. As his years at the Edinburgh Academy drew toward their close, James had established himself as a student of exceptional promise. The Mathematical Medal of 1845, the paper on oval curves presented to the Royal Society in 1846, the friendships with Tait and Campbell, the growing reputation among teachers and professors who recognized his unusual gifts, all pointed toward a future of intellectual distinction. Yet there was nothing of arrogance or self-importance in his manner. He remained the same curious, gentle, somewhat awkward boy who had arrived at the academy years before, still given to odd enthusiasms and unconventional ways of expressing himself, still more interested in understanding things than in impressing people. His father watched his progress with quiet pride, recognizing that the education he had chosen for his son was bearing fruit. The decision to send James to Edinburgh, difficult as it had been after the death of his mother and the failure of the tutor arrangement, had clearly been the right one. The boy was thriving, developing abilities that would carry him far beyond the boundaries of Glenlair, out into the wider world of science and scholarship where such gifts could find their proper scope. John Clerk Maxwell could not have known, in those years of the mid-1840s, just how far his son would eventually travel in the realms of thought, but he could see clearly enough that James was a young man of remarkable potential, someone whose future would be shaped not by the management of a country estate but by the pursuit of knowledge. The paper on oval curves, modest as it might seem in retrospect compared to the great achievements that would follow, was an important early marker of Maxwell's scientific identity. It showed his capacity for original mathematical thinking, his gift for combining geometric intuition with analytical method, and his willingness to pursue questions beyond the boundaries of what was taught in school. It also established his presence in the scientific community, however tentatively, and brought him to the attention of men like Forbes who would play important roles in his subsequent education and career. Most of all, perhaps, it confirmed to James himself that his curiosity about the mathematical structure of the world was not merely a private amusement but something that could contribute to the public store of human knowledge, something worth pursuing seriously and with dedication. The years at Edinburgh Academy were drawing to a close, and decisions would soon need to be made about the next stage of James's education. university beckoned, with its promise of deeper study, broader horizons, and entry into the adult world of intellectual life. But those decisions and the new chapters they would open still lay in the future. For now, in the mid-1840s, James Clerk Maxwell was a schoolboy of unusual gifts, winner of a mathematical medal, author of a paper published by a Royal Society, friend to others who shared his love of learning, and a young man whose quiet curiosity about the workings of the world was already beginning to reshape his understanding of nature's hidden order. The gentle thread that traced out oval curves on paper was perhaps a fitting emblem for this phase of his life, a simple physical means of generating mathematical beauty, a union of the mechanical and the abstract that anticipated so much of what was to come. In the patient process of fixing pins, looping thread, and tracing lines, young James had found a way to make visible the invisible relationships that mathematics describes, and in doing so, he had taken his first small steps along a path that would lead eventually to revelations of far greater magnitude. But those revelations lay many years ahead, and for now, the story unfolds gently, as it should, with a boy and his mathematics, his friends and his poems, his father and his home at Glenlair waiting for him at the end of each school term, unchanged and unchanging in the soft Scottish light. In November of the year 1847, when the autumn had settled fully upon the Scottish lowlands and the trees along the streets of Edinburgh had released most of their leaves to the cold winds coming in from the Firth of Forth, a young James Clerk Maxwell, having only recently passed his 16th birthday, enrolled as a student at the University of Edinburgh, an institution of considerable antiquity and reputation, where he would spend the next 3 years of his life acquiring the foundational knowledge and experimental habits that would, in time, support all of his later achievements in natural philosophy and mathematical physics. The university itself occupied a collection of buildings in the old town of Edinburgh, not far from the Castle Rock and the winding medieval streets that descended toward the more orderly Georgian architecture of the new town below, and within these somewhat cramped and venerable quarters, generations of Scottish students had received instruction in medicine, law, divinity, and the various branches of natural and moral philosophy that constituted the curriculum of a traditional university education in that era. An era when the boundaries between scientific disciplines were far less rigid than they would later become, and when a student might move with relative ease between lectures on mathematics and lectures on metaphysics, finding in both a certain unity of intellectual purpose. Maxwell arrived at this institution as a young man of unusual preparation, having already demonstrated, through his paper on oval curves presented to the Royal Society of Edinburgh the previous year, that he possessed mathematical abilities well beyond what might be expected of someone his age, and having developed, through his solitary explorations of the countryside around Glenlair and his extensive reading in his father's library, a deep and patient curiosity about the workings of the natural world, a curiosity that sought not merely to observe phenomena but to understand the underlying principles that governed them. For his lodgings during the academic terms, Maxwell resided with his aunt Isabella, his mother's sister, who kept a house in the city and who provided the young student with a stable and comfortable domestic situation, a circumstance that allowed him to devote his considerable energies to his studies without the distractions that might have accompanied less settled living arrangements. And Isabella, being a woman of some education and refinement herself, proved a sympathetic companion for the young philosopher, tolerant of his unusual habits and supportive of his intellectual pursuits, even when these pursuits led him to conduct various experiments in her home or to keep irregular hours in the service of some calculation or investigation that had captured his attention. The course of study that Maxwell followed at Edinburgh was determined in large part by the lectures offered by three professors, whose influence upon his developing mind would prove significant in different but complementary ways. And these three figures: James David Forbes in natural philosophy, Philip Kelland in mathematics, and Sir William Hamilton in logic and metaphysics, represented between them a breadth of intellectual inquiry that suited Maxwell's own wide-ranging interests and helped to shape the particular character of his scientific thinking. Of these three teachers, it was James David Forbes who exercised perhaps the most direct influence upon Maxwell's development as an experimental scientist. For Forbes was himself a careful and accomplished investigator of natural phenomena, known particularly for his work on the polarization of heat, his studies of glacier, and his various contributions to the understanding of light and its behavior when passed through certain materials. And Forbes possessed both the practical skill necessary for delicate experimental work and the theoretical understanding required to interpret the results of such work in meaningful ways. A combination of qualities that he sought to cultivate in his students and that found particularly fertile ground in the young Maxwell. It was in Forbes's lectures and in the conversations and demonstrations that accompanied them that Maxwell received his first formal introduction to the experimental study of polarized light, a subject that would occupy his attention intermittently throughout his career and that would eventually contribute to his understanding of the electromagnetic nature of light itself, though of course at this early stage such connections lay far in the future, invisible to both teacher and student, and the immediate concern was simply to understand the peculiar properties that light exhibited when passed through certain crystals and other materials that altered its characteristics in detectable ways. Forbes introduced Maxwell to the Nicol prism, an ingenious optical device invented some years earlier by William Nicol, which consisted of a crystal of Iceland spar that had been cut and cemented back together in such a way that it would transmit only light polarized in a single plane, blocking or diverting light polarized in other orientations. And this device, simple in principle but requiring considerable skill to construct properly, became an essential tool for investigating the behavior of polarized light, allowing the experimenter to produce beams of known polarization state and to analyze the polarization of light that had passed through various materials or undergone various transformations. Under Forbes's guidance, Maxwell learned not only how to use such instruments but also how to think about the phenomena they revealed, how to design experiments that would test specific hypotheses, and how to record and analyze observations in ways that would yield reliable knowledge about the natural world. And these lessons in experimental methodology, absorbed during hours spent in Forbes's laboratory and in the professor's private demonstrations for interested students, formed a crucial part of Maxwell's education, complementing his mathematical training and preventing him from becoming the sort of purely theoretical thinker who might construct elegant mathematical frameworks without sufficient concern for whether those frameworks corresponded to physical reality. Philip Kelland, who held the chair of mathematics at Edinburgh, provided Maxwell with formal instruction in the mathematical methods that would prove essential to his later work, though it should be noted that Maxwell had already acquired, through his own reading and through the informal instruction he had received from various tutors and family members, a considerable mathematical sophistication before arriving at the university, and Kelland's lectures served perhaps more to systematize and extend this knowledge than to introduce entirely new concepts. Yet the professor recognized in Maxwell a student of unusual ability and encouraged his independent investigations, providing guidance when sought and allowing the young man considerable freedom to pursue mathematical questions that interested him. The third of Maxwell's principal teachers at Edinburgh, Sir William Hamilton, occupied the chair of logic and metaphysics, And though his subject matter might seem remote from the concerns of natural philosophy, his influence upon Maxwell's thinking was not negligible. For Hamilton was deeply interested in questions about the nature of knowledge, the limits of human understanding, and the relationship between our mental representations of the world and the world itself. Questions that would resurface throughout Maxwell's career as he grappled with the interpretation of physical theories and the status of the models and analogies that scientists use to understand natural phenomena. Hamilton was also known for his interest in the history of philosophy and in the various schools of thought that had addressed fundamental questions about reality, knowledge, and mind. And exposure to this broader intellectual tradition helped to shape Maxwell's own philosophical sensibility, making him more reflective about the assumptions underlying scientific practice and more cautious about claiming certainty where certainty was not warranted. Qualities that would distinguish his mature scientific writing and that would make him particularly sensitive to the provisional and analogical nature of physical theories. During his years at Edinburgh, Maxwell also engaged in extensive reading beyond the immediate requirements of his courses, seeking out the works of natural philosophers and mathematicians whose investigations seemed relevant to his own developing interests. And among the authors who particularly influenced him during this period were William Well, George Stokes, and Michael Faraday, three figures whose writings represented different but complementary approaches to understanding the natural world. William Well, the polymathic master of Trinity College, Cambridge, had written extensively on the philosophy and history of science, attempting to articulate the principles that govern the progressive development of scientific knowledge and to classify the various branches of natural inquiry according to the fundamental ideas upon which each was based. And Maxwell found in Wells' writings a framework for thinking about how scientific understanding advances, how theories are formed and tested, and how the various sciences relate to one another. Considerations that would inform his own approach to theoretical physics throughout his career. George Stokes, a younger figure who held the Lucasian Professorship of Mathematics at Cambridge, had made important contributions to the mathematics of fluid motion and to the theory of the behavior of elastic materials under stress, subjects that were actively developing during Maxwell's student years and that engaged his attention directly. For the mathematical description of how materials deform when forces are applied to them, and how this deformation relates to the internal structure and properties of the material, presented challenges that appealed to Maxwell's interest in connecting mathematical formalism to physical reality. Michael Faraday occupied a somewhat different position in Maxwell's reading. For Faraday was not primarily a mathematician but rather an experimental philosopher of extraordinary skill and intuition, whose discoveries concerning electricity, magnetism, and their interrelations had revealed new phenomena and suggested new ways of thinking about the forces that act between bodies. And though Faraday expressed his ideas largely in qualitative terms, using images of lines of force and fields of influence rather than mathematical equations, Maxwell found in these writings a physical insight that mathematical treatments sometimes lacked, a sense of what was actually happening in space when electrical and magnetic effects were produced. And this early exposure to Faraday's way of thinking would prove crucial when Maxwell later undertook to cast these ideas into mathematical form. During the vacations between academic terms, Maxwell returned to Glenlair, the family estate in Galloway, where he continued his investigations using apparatus that he constructed himself from materials available in the countryside. For the young philosopher had developed considerable skill in devising experimental arrangements from simple components, an ability born partly of necessity, since elaborate laboratory equipment was not available to him at home, and partly of inclination, since the challenge of making do with limited resources appealed to his practical nature and forced him to think carefully about what was truly essential for investigating a given question. At Glenlair, Maxwell could work without the constraints of an academic schedule, pursuing whatever investigations seemed most promising without regard to the requirements of courses or examinations, and he took full advantage of this freedom, conducting experiments on light and color, on the behavior of liquids and elastic materials, and on various other phenomena that caught his attention during his reading or his observations of the natural world around him. And the results of these informal investigations, though not always leading to publishable conclusions, contributed to his growing facility as an experimentalist and deepened his understanding of the physical principles involved. In the year 1849, when Maxwell was still only 17 years of age, he completed a paper titled On the Theory of Rolling Curves, which was presented to the Royal Society of Edinburgh, as his earlier paper on oval curves had been, and which further demonstrated the young man's mathematical maturity and his ability to bring analytical methods to bear on questions of geometry and mechanics. For the paper addressed the curves traced out by points on one curve as it rolls along another, generalizing earlier results and revealing unexpected connections between different classes of such curves. This work on rolling curves might seem, at first consideration, to be a purely mathematical exercise, removed from the concerns of physical science, but in fact it exemplified an approach to mathematics that would characterize much of Maxwell's later work, an approach that sought to understand the general principles underlying particular phenomena rather than merely to calculate specific results, and that valued geometrical insight alongside algebraic manipulation, seeing in the shapes and relationships of mathematical objects a kind of meaning that transcended their numerical representation. Maxwell's interest in the behavior of elastic solids, stimulated in part by his reading of Stokes and in part by his own observations of how materials responded to stress and strain, also began to develop during his Edinburgh years. And this interest would eventually lead to significant contributions in the theory of elasticity and in the analysis of stress distributions within loaded structures, work that had practical applications in engineering but that also illuminated fundamental questions about the internal constitution of matter and the nature of the forces that held solid bodies together. Perhaps most significantly for his future work, Maxwell's interest in the perception of color began to take shape during this period, prompted in part by the philosophical questions raised in Hamilton's lectures about the relationship between our sensations and the external world, and in part by the optical investigations he was conducting under Forbes's influence, for the question of how the human eye responds to light of different wavelengths, and how the brain constructs from these responses the rich experience of color that we enjoy, presented puzzles that were at once physical, physiological, and philosophical, engaging all aspects of Maxwell's wide-ranging intellect. The Edinburgh atmosphere during these years was conducive to the development of a young philosopher of Maxwell's particular temperament. For the university, while perhaps not as distinguished in natural philosophy as Cambridge or as some of the German institutions, nevertheless provided a solid foundation in the classical subjects and allowed students considerable latitude to pursue their own interests, and the city itself, with its Royal Society and its tradition of intellectual inquiry stretching back through the great figures of the Scottish Enlightenment, offered a cultural environment in which the serious pursuit of knowledge was respected and encouraged. Maxwell formed friendships during his Edinburgh years with other students who shared his intellectual interests, young men who would later pursue careers in science, medicine, law, and other professions, and these friendships provided both intellectual stimulation and personal companionship. For Maxwell, despite his intense focus on his studies, was by nature sociable and enjoyed the exchange of ideas with congenial companions, often mixing serious discussion of philosophical questions with humor and wordplay that reflected the lighter side of his personality. The 3 years that Maxwell spent at Edinburgh, from 1847 to 1850, thus served to build the experimental foundation upon which his later achievements would rest, providing him with formal training in natural philosophy and mathematics, exposure to the philosophical questions surrounding scientific knowledge, practical experience in the conduct of experiments, and familiarity with the work of the leading natural philosophers of his day. And when he departed for Cambridge in the autumn of 1850, to continue his education at the ancient English university, he carried with him not only the knowledge acquired in lectures and reading, but also the habits of careful observation, rigorous analysis, and patient investigation that would characterize his scientific work throughout his life. The transition from Edinburgh to Cambridge would bring new challenges and new opportunities, new teachers and new friends, but the foundation had been laid, and the young man who arrived at Cambridge was already, in many respects, a formed natural philosopher, possessing the essential qualities of mind and character that would enable him to make contributions of lasting importance to human understanding of the physical world. Contributions that would emerge gradually over the coming decades as he applied the methods learned in Edinburgh to ever more fundamental questions about the nature of matter, energy, and light. In the autumn of 1850, when the leaves were beginning to turn and the Scottish air carried that particular crispness that signals the approach of winter, James Clerk Maxwell made his way south from Edinburgh to the ancient university town of Cambridge, where the River Cam winds slowly through colleges that had stood for centuries, their stone walls worn smooth by generations of scholars who had passed through their gates in search of knowledge and understanding. He was 19 years old, and though he had already achieved a great deal in his studies at Edinburgh, he understood that Cambridge represented something different, a particular kind of mathematical training that could not be obtained elsewhere in Britain. And so he travelled down through England with his thoughts perhaps turning over the new chapter that was about to begin in his life. The quiet anticipation of a young man who knows that significant things lie ahead but cannot yet see their precise shape. Maxwell initially matriculated at Peterhouse, which holds the distinction of being the oldest college in Cambridge, founded in the year 1284, and there is something rather fitting about this choice. For Maxwell throughout his life showed a certain respect for tradition and history, even as his mind ranged freely into territories that no one had explored before. Peterhouse was a small college, intimate in its scale, with ancient courts and chapel, and one might imagine that Maxwell found something appealing in its modest proportions after the bustle of Edinburgh. Yet his stay at Peterhouse was to be remarkably brief, lasting only a matter of weeks, for by December of that same year he had made the decision to transfer to Trinity College, which stood on the opposite side of the town and represented quite a different sort of institution altogether. The reasons for this transfer were entirely practical, as Maxwell tended to be in matters concerning his education, and they centered primarily on the question of fellowships and the opportunities that might follow from his time at Cambridge. Trinity College, founded by Henry VIII in 1546, was considerably larger and wealthier than Peterhouse, and it offered a greater number of fellowships to its graduates, which meant that a student who distinguished himself in the examinations had a better chance of securing a position that would allow him to continue his scholarly work after completing his degree. For a young man of Maxwell's abilities, who surely knew that he wished to devote his life to scientific inquiry, this was no small consideration, and it seems that his father, John Clerk Maxwell, ever attentive to practical matters, may have advised him on this point. But there was another reason for the move to Trinity, and this reason took the form of a particular person, a tutor named William Hopkins, who had established himself as perhaps the most successful private coach in Cambridge for students preparing for the mathematical Tripos examination. Hopkins was known throughout the university by a rather distinctive epithet, for people called him the senior Wrangler maker, a title that spoke to his remarkable track record of preparing students who went on to achieve the highest honours in mathematics. The senior Wrangler, you see, was the title given to the student who placed first in the entire university in the mathematical Tripos, and to hold this position was considered one of the greatest academic achievements in Britain, a mark of intellectual distinction that would follow a man throughout his career. Hopkins had trained some of the most brilliant mathematical minds of the generation just preceding Maxwell's own, including George Gabriel Stokes, who had been senior Wrangler in 1841 and who was now Lucasian Professor of Mathematics at Cambridge, the same chair that Isaac Newton had once held. Hopkins had also tutored William Thomson, who had graduated as second Wrangler in 1845 and who was already, by the time Maxwell arrived at Cambridge, making significant contributions to the study of heat and electricity at the University of Glasgow. These were names that Maxwell would have known well, scientists whose work he had already begun to read and admire, and the prospect of studying under the same tutor who had shaped their mathematical skills must have seemed tremendously appealing. Hopkins, it was said, had an extraordinary ability to identify the particular strengths and weaknesses of each student and to tailor his instruction accordingly, drawing out the best in minds that were already exceptional. And so Maxwell settled into his new college, Trinity, with its great court that remains one of the largest enclosed courtyards in Europe, its magnificent chapel, its Wren Library designed by Christopher Wren himself, and its long history of scientific achievements stretching back through Newton and beyond. He took rooms in the college, as students did in those days, and there he established the daily rhythms of Cambridge life, which revolved around lectures and tutorials, chapel services and hall dinners, reading and writing and the slow accumulation of mathematical knowledge. His rooms became a reflection of his character, reportedly somewhat untidy in their arrangement, filled with books and papers, with various apparatus for conducting experiments, and with the comfortable disorder of an active and curious mind. Maxwell brought with him to Cambridge certain habits from his Scottish upbringing that he saw no reason to abandon simply because he had crossed the border into England. He continued to rise early, as he had done at Glenlair, and he maintained his practice of regular exercise, which he believed was essential for both physical health and mental clarity. He was known to take long walks in the countryside around Cambridge, along the flat fenland paths where the sky stretches wide and the light has a particular quality quite different from the dramatic landscapes of his native Scotland. He also continued his habit of reading widely, not confining himself to the mathematical texts required for his examinations, but ranging freely through literature, philosophy, and theology, for he understood that a truly educated mind must be broadly cultivated. The system of examination that Maxwell was preparing for, the mathematical Tripos, was a peculiarly Cambridge institution that had evolved over the preceding century into something quite demanding and, in many ways, quite strange. The examination took place over several days in the cold month of January, in the Senate House, where students sat at individual desks and worked through problem after problem under conditions of considerable pressure. The emphasis was not so much on deep understanding or original thought, though these qualities certainly helped, but rather on the ability to solve complex mathematical problems quickly and accurately, to recall theorems and apply them correctly, and to demonstrate a facility with calculation that bordered on the mechanical. Students were ranked according to their performance, and the results were announced publicly, with the senior Wrangler at the top, followed by the second Wrangler, third Wrangler, and so on down through the various classes of honours. Those who passed but without distinction were said to have achieved a pole degree, from the Greek hoi polloi, meaning the many, and this was considered rather a disappointment for anyone who had come to Cambridge with serious intellectual ambitions. The entire system was highly competitive, and students spent years preparing for it, attending lectures and working with private tutors like Hopkins, drilling themselves in the techniques and tricks that would allow them to complete the examination papers within the allotted time. Maxwell applied himself to this preparation with characteristic diligence, though one suspects that his approach was somewhat different from that of students who were merely clever rather than genuinely original. He could not help but think deeply about the problems he encountered, to question the foundations of the methods he was learning, and to see connections that others might miss. His notebooks from this period show a mind constantly probing beneath the surface, not content simply to master techniques but always asking why those techniques worked, what they revealed about the underlying structure of mathematics and the physical world it was used to describe. His friendship with Hopkins developed into something more than the ordinary relationship between tutor and student, for Hopkins quickly recognized that Maxwell was no ordinary pupil. Here was a young man whose abilities extended far beyond the capacity to solve examination problems, who possessed a genuine creative gift for mathematics and an intuition for physics that was quite exceptional. Hopkins is said to have remarked that of all the students he had trained, and by this time he had trained a great many, Maxwell was the most extraordinary, possessing a combination of powers that he had never before encountered in a single individual. This was high praise indeed from a man who had shaped the minds of Stokes and Thomson. The intellectual atmosphere of Trinity College in the early 1850s was remarkably stimulating for a young scientist of Maxwell's interests and abilities. The college had a long tradition of excellence in natural philosophy, and the common rooms and dining halls provided opportunities for conversation and debate with others who shared a passion for understanding the natural world. Maxwell formed friendships during these years that would last throughout his life, connections with fellow students who were drawn together by their common intellectual pursuits and by the particular intensity of Cambridge life, where one lived and worked and ate among the same small community of scholars day after day. In November of 1852, Maxwell received an invitation that marked his acceptance into a rather exclusive circle of Cambridge intellectual life, for he was elected to membership in a society that called itself the Cambridge Conversazione Society but was known more commonly as the Apostles. This was a small and secret group, limited to 12 active members at any one time, hence the name, which met weekly to discuss papers presented by its members on topics ranging across philosophy, literature, politics, religion, and any other subject that might engage serious minds. The Apostles had been founded in the 1820s, and over the decades it had attracted some of the most brilliant undergraduates at Cambridge, creating a tradition of intense intellectual discourse that was quite different from the formal teaching of the university. For Maxwell, membership in the Apostles provided an outlet for the philosophical and speculative side of his nature, the part of him that was not satisfied merely to solve mathematical problems but wanted to understand their deeper significance, to situate scientific knowledge within a broader framework of meaning and value. The society encouraged its members to think boldly, to question received opinions, and to take ideas seriously as things that mattered, not merely as academic exercises. Maxwell participated actively in these discussions, presenting papers on various topics and engaging thoughtfully with the ideas of others. And the experience helped to shape his thinking in ways that would become apparent in his later scientific work. During his Cambridge years, Maxwell devoted considerable attention to questions of philosophy and religion, matters that had occupied his mind since childhood and that continued to hold great importance for him. He corresponded regularly with his father, John Clerk Maxwell, and their letters often turned to theological questions, to the relationship between scientific knowledge and religious faith, and to the proper way of understanding the natural world in light of one's beliefs about its creator. These were not idle speculations for Maxwell but matters of genuine personal concern, for he had been raised in a household where faith was taken seriously, and he was determined to think through these questions for himself rather than simply accepting the opinions of others. His views during this period were evolving, as the views of any thoughtful young person must evolve when confronted with new ideas and experiences, and his letters show a mind wrestling honestly with difficult questions. He had a horror of religious hypocrisy and of any approach to faith that was merely conventional or unthinking, and he sought instead to understand his beliefs deeply and to hold them with integrity. At the same time, he was wary of the kind of scientific materialism that dismissed religious questions as meaningless, for he believed that there were aspects of human experience that could not be reduced to the motions of atoms and the laws of physics. This tension between scientific rigor and spiritual depth would remain a characteristic feature of Maxwell's thought throughout his life. His correspondence with his father also touched on more practical matters, on the progress of his studies, on the state of his health, and on the various small events of Cambridge life that might interest a devoted parent. John Clerk Maxwell followed his son's career with great pride and attention, offering advice and encouragement, and the bond between father and son remained strong despite the distance that now separated them. Maxwell's letters home reveal his affection for his father and his gratitude for the support he had received, and they also show a young man who was growing in confidence and maturity, finding his place in the world and beginning to glimpse the contributions he might one day make. The Cambridge that Maxwell inhabited during these years was a place of ancient tradition and slow change, where the daily rhythms of academic life had continued much the same for generations, and where the physical fabric of the colleges seemed to embody a certain permanence and stability. Yet beneath this surface of continuity, significant intellectual changes were underway, for the middle decades of the 19th century were a time of remarkable scientific advance, when new discoveries in physics, chemistry, and biology were transforming the understanding of nature and raising new questions about the relationship between science and other forms of knowledge. Maxwell was well positioned to absorb these currents of change, for his broad reading kept him abreast of developments in many fields, and his friendships connected him to others who shared his excitement about the possibilities of scientific inquiry. He was beginning to form the habits of mind that would characterize his mature work, the combination of mathematical rigor and physical intuition, the willingness to think boldly while remaining grounded in experiment and observation, and the capacity to see unity where others saw only diversity. The years at Cambridge were years of preparation, of laying the foundations upon which a great scientific career would be built. And though Maxwell could not yet know the full extent of what he would accomplish, he must have sensed that he was being equipped for something significant. The mathematical tripos, with all its peculiarities, provided a training in analytical thinking that would prove invaluable. Hopkins and the other teachers at Cambridge refined his mathematical skills to a high degree of polish. The apostles and his philosophical reflections deepened his understanding of the larger context within which scientific work must be situated. And the friendships he formed created a community of intellectual companionship that would support and stimulate him for decades to come. As the terms passed and Maxwell progressed through his undergraduate years, he remained the same person he had always been. Curious and thoughtful and quietly determined, devoted to his work but never losing his sense of humor or his capacity for friendship. Serious about the big questions but not pompous or self-important. He attended chapel services and took long walks and conducted small experiments in his rooms and wrote letters home and read widely and thought deeply. And through all of these activities he was becoming, gradually and steadily, the scientist who would one day transform our understanding of light and electricity and the very fabric of physical reality. But those achievements lay in the future, and for now there was simply the work of learning, the patient accumulation of knowledge and skill, the slow cultivation of a mind that was preparing itself, though it could not yet know this fully, for extraordinary things. During his years at Cambridge, Maxwell found himself drawn into a circle of minds that would shape not only his intellectual development but also the very way he approached questions of science, philosophy, and meaning. The Cambridge Apostles, as they were known, represented one of the most distinguished intellectual societies in the English-speaking world, a small gathering of undergraduates and recent graduates who met each Saturday evening to discuss, with great seriousness and yet also with warmth and friendship, the most fundamental questions that human beings can ask about the nature of reality, the grounds of knowledge, the existence of God, and the proper conduct of life. Maxwell was elected to this society in his second year at Trinity, and his membership would prove to be one of the formative experiences of his Cambridge education, providing him with a community of friends and thinkers who challenged him, supported him, and helped him refine his ideas in ways that would echo through all his later work. The society itself had been founded in the early years of the 19th century, and by the time Maxwell arrived, it had accumulated a tradition of earnest yet convivial inquiry that was quite unlike anything else at the university. The meetings took place on Saturday nights, typically in the rooms of one of the members, and the format was deceptively simple. One member would be appointed to read a paper, an essay he had written on some topic of philosophical, ethical, literary, or scientific interest, and after the paper was read, the others would discuss it, sometimes at great length, with a freedom of expression and a commitment to honesty that was considered essential to the society's character. The apostles prided themselves on what they called the pursuit of truth, and this pursuit required that members speak their minds openly, without fear of giving offense or concern for the social consequences of their views. The atmosphere was one of intellectual intimacy, a space where young men of considerable ability could try out ideas, make mistakes, revise their positions, and gradually develop the habits of careful thought that would serve them in their later careers. Maxwell thrived in this environment, for it suited both his natural curiosity and his somewhat unconventional approach to ideas. He was not a man who accepted received opinions easily, nor was he content to remain within the boundaries of any single discipline. The apostles gave him permission, as it were, to range freely across the whole territory of human thought, to connect his scientific interests with broader philosophical questions, and to subject his own beliefs to the kind of scrutiny that the society demanded. Among his fellow apostles were several men who would go on to distinguished careers of their own, and the friendships he formed with them were deep and lasting. Richard Buckley Litchfield was one such friend, a man of literary and musical interests who would later marry one of Charles Darwin's daughters, and whose companionship Maxwell valued greatly during their shared years at Cambridge. The two spent many hours together, discussing not only the essays read at apostles' meetings but also poetry, music, and the ordinary pleasures of university life. Other members of the society during Maxwell's time included men like Henry Maine, who would become a famous legal historian, and Vernon Lushington, who pursued a career in law and public service. The society also counted among its past and future members some of the most celebrated names in British intellectual life, including Alfred Tennyson, Arthur Hallam, and later, figures like Bertrand Russell and G.E. Moore. To be an apostle was to belong to a tradition of serious inquiry, and Maxwell took this belonging seriously, even as he brought to the meetings his characteristic playfulness and love of paradox. The essays Maxwell wrote for the apostles reveal a mind engaged with the deepest questions of philosophy and science, a mind that refused to separate these domains into tidy compartments. One of his papers examined the nature of analogy, that subtle and powerful mode of reasoning by which we extend our understanding from familiar cases to unfamiliar ones, from the behavior of tangible objects to the behavior of invisible forces, from the structure of one system to the structure of another. This was not merely an academic exercise for Maxwell, for the use of analogy would become central to his scientific method, particularly in his later work on electromagnetism, where he would employ mechanical analogies to illuminate the properties of fields and forces that could not be directly observed. In his essay for the Apostles, he explored the conditions under which analogical reasoning is legitimate, the ways in which it can lead us astray, and the relationship between analogy and the deeper structure of the world. These were questions that occupied him throughout his life, and the careful thinking he devoted to them as a young man laid the groundwork for his mature scientific philosophy. Another essay addressed the problem of free will, that ancient puzzle which asks whether human beings are truly the authors of their own actions or whether our choices are determined by prior causes in the same way that the motions of billiard balls are determined by the laws of mechanics. Maxwell approached this question with characteristic subtlety, neither dismissing the problem as unimportant nor claiming to have solved it definitively. He was sensitive to the tensions between the deterministic picture of nature that physical science seemed to require and the experience of freedom that each of us has in making decisions and taking responsibility for our lives. This tension would remain with him, and in his later years, he would return to it in connection with his work on the statistical behavior of gases, where he showed that even in a world governed by strict mechanical laws, the complexity of systems with many particles gives rise to a kind of unpredictability that has philosophical as well as scientific significance. Maxwell's philosophical reading during this period was wide and serious. He engaged with the works of William Hamilton, the Scottish philosopher who had revived interest in the ideas of Immanuel Kant and who had developed his own distinctive positions on the nature of knowledge and the limits of human understanding. Hamilton's philosophy emphasized the importance of recognizing what we cannot know, the boundaries beyond which our finite minds cannot penetrate, and this emphasis resonated with Maxwell, who was always aware of the provisional and incomplete character of scientific theories. He also read Kant himself, grappling with the difficult arguments of the critique of pure reason and the critique of practical reason, and absorbing the Kantian distinction between the world as it appears to us and the world as it is in itself. These ideas influenced the way Maxwell thought about the relationship between scientific models and physical reality, making him cautious about claiming that his theories captured the ultimate truth of things rather than offering useful and perhaps beautiful representations of phenomena. At the same time, Maxwell was steeped in the British empiricist tradition, the philosophy associated with John Locke, George Berkeley, and David Hume, which grounded knowledge in sensory experience and was skeptical of claims that went beyond what observation could support. The tension between the rationalist elements in Kant and the empiricist elements in the British tradition was something Maxwell felt keenly, and his philosophical essays show him working through these tensions, seeking a position that honored both the power of abstract reasoning and the discipline of empirical investigation. He was not a systematic philosopher in the sense of building a complete and consistent metaphysical system, but he was a philosophical thinker in the best sense, someone who reflected carefully on the foundations of his own discipline and who understood that science does not operate in a vacuum but is always embedded in a broader context of assumptions, methods, and values. Maxwell's religious faith was an important part of this broader context, though it was a faith of a particular kind, sincere but not dogmatic, rooted in the Scottish Presbyterian tradition in which he had been raised but open to the insights of science and philosophy. He believed in a God who had created the universe and who sustained it in existence, but he did not believe that this faith required him to reject the findings of natural science or to interpret the Bible in a narrowly literal way. His Christianity was of a piece with his intellectual humility, his sense that the universe was vast and mysterious and that human beings, for all their cleverness, were small creatures before the majesty of creation. He did not wear his faith ostentatiously, nor did he use it as a weapon in intellectual debates, but it informed his character and gave him a sense of purpose and meaning that went beyond the satisfactions of scientific achievement. Among his Cambridge friends, Maxwell was known not only for his brilliance but also for his warmth, his kindness, and his sense of humor. He was fond of puns, those modest and sometimes groaning plays on words that delight some listeners and exasperate others, and he deployed them frequently in conversation and in letters to friends. His humor was gentle rather than cutting, playful rather than sarcastic, and it expressed a deep enjoyment of the oddities and incongruities of life. He did not take himself too seriously, even as he took his work very seriously indeed, and this combination of earnestness and lightness made him a beloved companion. His friends recalled his laughter, his delight in absurdity, and his ability to find amusement in the most unlikely places. Maxwell also had a great fondness for animals, particularly dogs, which he kept as companions throughout his life. At Cambridge, he was known to take long walks with his dog, and these walks were occasions for both physical exercise and quiet reflection. There is something fitting in this image of the young physicist striding across the fields and fens of Cambridgeshire, his dog trotting beside him, his mind turning over problems of light and matter, of force and field, of analogy and truth. The bond between a person and a dog is a simple thing, uncomplicated by the ambiguities of human relationships, and Maxwell seems to have found in the company of animals a kind of peace that complemented the more demanding pleasures of intellectual work. Throughout his time at Cambridge, Maxwell continued to pursue his scientific research alongside his philosophical reading and his involvement with the apostles. He did not see these activities as separate or competing but as different aspects of a single endeavor, the attempt to understand the world in all its complexity and beauty. His scientific papers from this period show him already working on problems that would occupy him for years to come, including the behavior of elastic solids, the stability of Saturn's rings, and the perception of color. Each of these investigations was informed by the same qualities that characterized his philosophical essays: a willingness to question assumptions, a sensitivity to the role of analogy and model, and a recognition that the ultimate structure of nature might be stranger and more wonderful than any human theory could fully capture. The Saturday night meetings of the Apostles continued throughout Maxwell's time at Cambridge, and they remained a touchstone for him even after he left the university. The friendships he formed there endured, and the habits of thought he developed in those discussions shaped his approach to science and philosophy for the rest of his life. The Apostles taught him the value of honest debate, the importance of subjecting one's own views to criticism, and the pleasure of thinking together with others who shared a commitment to truth. These were lessons he never forgot, and they helped to make him the kind of scientist he became, one who was always willing to revise his ideas, always open to new evidence, and always aware that the pursuit of knowledge is a communal as well as an individual endeavor. In the quiet of those Cambridge evenings, with the fire burning low and the conversation ranging freely from the nature of matter to the existence of God, from the limits of human knowledge to the responsibilities of friendship, Maxwell found a kind of intellectual home. The Apostles were not a professional society or a research group but a fellowship of inquirers, and this fellowship suited Maxwell's temperament perfectly. He was a man who needed both solitude and company, both the silence of concentrated thought and the stimulus of lively exchange, and the Apostles gave him both. The essays he wrote, the discussions he joined, and the friendships he formed all contributed to the development of a mind that would go on to transform our understanding of the physical world, not by abandoning the larger questions of philosophy and faith but by holding them together with the detailed work of scientific investigation. As Maxwell moved through his Cambridge years, he carried with him the lessons of the Apostles, the insights of Hamilton and Kant and the British empiricists, and the quiet certainties of his religious faith. These were not separate threads but parts of a single fabric, a way of being in the world that was at once curious and humble, rigorous and playful, deeply serious and yet capable of laughter. The young man who walked beside his dog across the Cambridge fens, who sat up late discussing free will and analogy with his friends, who wrote careful papers on the foundations of science and faith, was already becoming the Maxwell who would one day unify electricity, magnetism, and light into a single elegant theory. But that story lies ahead, and for now, it is enough to rest in the image of those Saturday nights, the gentle murmur of conversation, the warmth of friendship, and the slow unfolding of a remarkable mind. In the January of 1854, the cold fens of Cambridgeshire lay quiet beneath grey winter skies, and within the examination halls of the university, a series of papers would determine the mathematical standing of that year's candidates for honours. This was the mathematical Tripos, a grueling sequence of examinations that stretched across several days, testing the candidates not merely on their knowledge of mathematical principles but on their capacity to solve problems quickly and accurately under the most exacting conditions. The Tripos had evolved over more than a century into a peculiarly Cambridge institution, one that ranks students in a strict order of merit, from the senior Wrangler at the very top down through the other Wranglers, the senior optimes, and the junior optimes, each position announced publicly in the Senate House with all the ceremony that the university could muster. For a young mathematician, the Tripos result would follow him throughout his career, a permanent marker of his abilities as judged by his peers and examiners during those intense winter days. James Clerk Maxwell, now 22 years of age, sat for these examinations having completed his undergraduate studies at Trinity College. He had transferred from Peterhouse some years earlier, finding in Trinity a larger community of mathematical minds and a college whose traditions and fellowship he found congenial to his temperament. His preparation had been thorough, guided in part by the coaching of William Hopkins, a private tutor whose pupils had achieved remarkable success in the Tripos over many years. Hopkins had a talent for identifying the particular strengths of each student and for drilling them in the techniques of rapid problem-solving that the examinations demanded. Under his guidance, Maxwell had honed his already considerable mathematical abilities, though those who knew him well understood that his mind was perhaps too original, too inclined toward novel approaches, to perform at its absolute best in an examination that rewarded speed and conventional methods above all else. When the results were announced, Maxwell was declared second Wrangler, placed immediately behind Edward John Routh, who claimed the position of senior Wrangler. Routh was himself a remarkable mathematician, a man of great industry and precision who would go on to become one of the most successful coaches in Cambridge history, guiding generation after generation of students to high Tripos honours. His victory over Maxwell in the examination was a testament to his extraordinary facility with the standard techniques, his capacity to work through problems with mechanical efficiency. Yet those who understood the deeper nature of mathematical talent recognized that the Tripos ranking, while important, did not necessarily reflect the kind of creative genius that would lead to lasting contributions to knowledge. Maxwell accepted his position with equanimity, neither disappointed by falling short of the top place nor diminished in his confidence in his own abilities. The examination had tested one kind of skill, and he had acquitted himself honorably, finishing ahead of all but one among his peers. The mathematical Tripos, however, was not the only examination of consequence for the leading candidates. There followed the competition for the Smith's Prizes, which were awarded on a different basis altogether. Where the Tripos rewarded quick and accurate computation, the Smith's Prize examination was designed to identify original mathematical thinking, to discover which candidates could engage with problems at a deeper level and demonstrate genuine insight into the principles underlying the calculations. The examination was set by the Lucasian professor of mathematics and the other mathematical professors, and the questions often touched on recent developments in the field, problems at the frontier of contemporary research. For this reason, the Smith's Prize was considered by many to be a true test of mathematical promise, a measure of the capacity for the kind of thinking that would lead to new discoveries rather than merely the reproduction of established methods. In 1854, the Smith's Prize examination was set by George Gabriel Stokes, who held the Lucasian professorship, the same chair that had once been occupied by Isaac Newton. Stokes was himself a mathematician and physicist of the first rank, known for his work on fluid dynamics, on the behavior of viscous substances, and on the mathematical analysis of various physical phenomena. He had a gift for formulating problems that required not merely technical skill but genuine physical intuition, and his examination questions reflected this orientation. Among the questions he posed that year was one concerning a mathematical theorem relating the circulation of a vector field around a closed curve to the flux of the curl of that field through any surface bounded by the curve. This theorem, which would come to bear Stokes's name in later years, was not yet widely known in 1854, and its appearance in the examination was a test of whether the candidates could work with ideas at the very edge of contemporary mathematical physics. Maxwell and Routh both sat for this examination, and when the results were determined, the examiners found that they could not separate the two candidates. Both had demonstrated such command of the material, such insight into the problems posed, that they were declared equal, and the Smiths Prize was awarded jointly to Maxwell and Ralph. This tie was a recognition that whatever small difference might exist between their abilities in rapid computation, as revealed by the Tripos, there was no meaningful distinction in their capacity for original mathematical thought, at least as could be measured by a single examination. For Maxwell, this result was perhaps more satisfying than the Tripos ranking, for it confirmed what he surely knew about his own mind, that his gifts lay in the direction of creative insight rather than mere computational speed. The Smiths Prize would remain a distinguished achievement throughout his life, a marker of his standing among the very best mathematical minds of his generation. The months following the examinations were a period of transition, as Maxwell considered his future path. Many young men who had achieved high honors in the Tripos sought immediately to establish themselves in professional positions, taking up schoolmasterships or seeking the few university chairs that might become available. Maxwell, however, was not under financial pressure to secure an income at once, for his family's estate at Glenlair provided him with sufficient means to pursue his studies without immediate concern for employment. He chose to remain at Cambridge, continuing his research and preparing himself for the fellowship examination that would, if successful, secure his position within the college community. In October of 1855, Maxwell was elected a Fellow of Trinity College, a position of considerable honor that brought with it not only financial support but also the freedom to pursue research according to his own inclinations. The fellowship system at Cambridge in those years was still governed by restrictions that would later seem archaic, including the requirement that fellows remain unmarried, a rule that would eventually shape the course of Maxwell's own career in ways he could not then foresee. For the present, however, the fellowship offered him the opportunity to live and work among a community of scholars, to have access to the college's resources, and to continue developing his scientific ideas without the distractions of teaching duties or administrative responsibilities. As a young Fellow of Trinity, Maxwell settled into a pattern of life that suited his temperament admirably. He took rooms within the college, as was customary for fellows, living in quarters that were comfortable though not luxurious, with space for his books and his experimental apparatus. The daily rhythm of college life provided a structure within which he could work, with meals taken in the great hall among the other fellows, morning chapel services that he attended with varying degrees of regularity, and long hours available for study and contemplation. He was known to rise at a reasonable hour, neither particularly early nor particularly late, and to spend his mornings engaged with mathematical problems, working through calculations at his desk or reading the papers of other scientists to keep abreast of developments in the field. The afternoons often saw him engaged in experimental work, for Maxwell was never content to be a purely theoretical thinker. He believed deeply in the importance of connecting mathematical reasoning to physical observation, and he continued during these years the investigations into color perception that he had begun as an undergraduate. His method involved the use of spinning tops, a simple yet ingenious apparatus that allowed him to study the way in which the human eye perceives mixtures of colors. By painting sectors of different colors onto a disc and spinning it rapidly, he could cause the colors to blend in the perception of the observer, and by adjusting the relative sizes of the sectors, he could determine the precise combinations that produced particular perceived hues. This was painstaking work, requiring careful measurement and repeated observation, but it yielded important results that would contribute to the scientific understanding of color vision. The spinning tops themselves were of Maxwell's own design and construction, for he had always possessed a practical skill with his hands that complemented his theoretical abilities. He would spend hours adjusting the apparatus, selecting pigments of precisely the right shade, and recording his observations in detailed notes. The work was not glamorous, and to a casual observer it might have seemed a curious occupation for a young man of such evident mathematical gifts. But Maxwell understood that the deepest truths of nature were to be found through just this kind of patient experimental investigation, guided by theoretical reasoning but grounded in careful observation of the physical world. His living arrangements as a fellow were typical of the period, with a set of rooms that served as both bedroom and study, attended by a college servant who saw to the basic necessities of domestic life. The rooms would have been heated by a coal fire in the colder months, and lit by candles or oil lamps during the long winter evenings. Maxwell was not particularly concerned with comfort or luxury, finding sufficient satisfaction in his work to require little in the way of material pleasures. He kept somewhat irregular hours by the standards of more conventional fellows, sometimes working late into the night when a problem had captured his attention, and occasionally taking long walks through the town and the surrounding countryside when he felt the need for physical exercise and fresh air. It was during this period that Maxwell began a correspondence with William Thomson, who was then Professor of Natural Philosophy at the University of Glasgow and who would later be elevated to the peerage as Lord Kelvin. Thomson was some 7 years older than Maxwell and had already established himself as one of the leading physicists of the age, with important contributions to thermodynamics and to the mathematical theory of electricity and magnetism. He had been senior Wrangler and Smith's prizeman in his own day, and he took a keen interest in the work of promising younger mathematicians. The correspondence between the two men, which would continue for many years, touched on a wide range of scientific topics, but it was their shared interest in electricity and magnetism that formed the most productive thread of their exchange. Thomson had been thinking deeply about the mathematical representation of electrical and magnetic phenomena, and he had developed methods of analysis that drew on analogies with the flow of heat and with the behavior of elastic solids. These analogies were powerful tools for physical reasoning, allowing the mathematician to draw on intuitions developed in one domain and apply them to problems in another. Maxwell found this approach congenial to his own way of thinking, and the letters between the two men show a gradual development of ideas, a working out of concepts through the give and take of correspondence. Thomson shared his thoughts freely, and Maxwell responded with observations and questions of his own, the two minds stimulating each other across the distance that separated Cambridge from Glasgow. The letters discussed the nature of lines of force, the concept that Michael Faraday had introduced to describe the invisible influences that seemed to fill the space around magnets and electrical currents. Faraday, who had little formal mathematical training, had relied on physical intuition and vivid imagery to develop his ideas, and many mathematicians of the time regarded his lines of force as merely a convenient fiction, a way of visualizing phenomena that would ultimately require a more rigorous mathematical treatment. Thomson, however, had recognized that there might be deeper truth in Faraday's conceptions, and he had begun the work of translating those ideas into mathematical form. Maxwell, in turn, found himself drawn to this project, sensing that the lines of force might represent something real about the physical world, some actual condition of the space through which electrical and magnetic influences propagated. The correspondence was not merely technical in nature, for both men wrote with a warmth and openness that reflected a genuine mutual respect. They discussed not only the details of their calculations but also their broader philosophies of science, their thoughts on how mathematical reasoning should relate to physical observation, and their hopes for the future development of their field. Maxwell, younger and still finding his way, benefited greatly from this exchange with a more established figure, while Thomson, for his part, recognized in Maxwell a mind of unusual power and originality. The relationship that developed through these letters would prove to be one of the most important in Maxwell's scientific life, shaping his thinking at a crucial formative period and pointing him toward the problems that would eventually lead to his greatest achievements. The daily routine of a young Cambridge Fellow in the 1850s might seem, from the perspective of later ages, remarkably quiet and uneventful. There were no urgent deadlines, no pressure to publish at a rapid pace, no competition for research funding of the kind that would come to dominate academic life in later centuries. A fellow could pursue his investigations at his own pace, following his curiosity wherever it led, confident that his position was secure and that he would have the time and resources to develop his ideas fully. Maxwell made good use of this freedom, dividing his time between mathematical research, experimental work, and the reading of papers and books that kept him informed of developments across the range of sciences that interested him. He attended lectures and demonstrations when they were offered, and he participated in the informal discussions that took place among the fellows over meals and in the combination room after dinner. The conversation ranged widely, touching on politics and literature and theology as well as on scientific topics, for the fellowship of a Cambridge college in those years was still conceived as a community of learned men whose interests were not narrowly specialized. Maxwell, with his wide reading and his lively mind, was a welcome participant in these discussions, though those who knew him best noted that he could sometimes seem distracted, his thoughts clearly elsewhere, working on some problem that continued to occupy him even as the conversation flowed around him. The evenings might find him back in his rooms, reading by lamplight or working through calculations, the fire burning low as the night advanced. He kept up a regular correspondence with his father, who remained at Glenlair, and with other friends and family members scattered across Scotland and England. His letters reveal a man of warm affections and gentle humour, devoted to his family and to the places of his childhood, even as his intellectual life drew him ever deeper into the abstract realms of mathematical physics. He wrote of his work, of his daily activities, of the small events and observations that made up his life in Cambridge, and these letters provide a window into the quiet existence of a young scholar on the threshold of great achievements, still unknown to the wider world but already developing the ideas and methods that would transform our understanding of the physical universe. The years immediately following his election as a Fellow were thus a period of preparation and growth, a time when Maxwell consolidated his abilities, deepened his knowledge, and began to stake out the territory that would become his own. The work on color perception continued, yielding papers that would be published in due course and that would establish his reputation in that particular field. The correspondence with Thomson continued as well, the two men exchanging ideas about electricity and magnetism with increasing frequency and intensity. And behind all of this activity, often invisible even to Maxwell himself, a great synthesis was slowly taking shape, a unified mathematical framework that would eventually bring together electricity, magnetism, and light into a single coherent theory. But that achievement lay still in the future, and for now, in the quiet rooms of Trinity College, a young fellow pursued his studies in peace, unhurried and undisturbed, following the path of his curiosity wherever it might lead. And so we turn now to another thread of Maxwell's early investigations, one that might seem at first quite distant from the mathematical abstractions of force and field, and yet one that reveals the same patient methodology, the same careful attention to measurement and to the precise language of equations. This is his work on the science of color, a subject that occupied him throughout the 1850s, beginning when he was still a student at Cambridge and continuing through his years as a young professor. And it is a story of spinning tops, of carefully painted discs, of the quiet revelation that human vision itself obeys mathematical laws as surely as the orbits of planets or the flow of electrical current through a wire. The question of how we perceive color is an ancient one, and many natural philosophers had offered their theories over the centuries. But it was the English polymath Thomas Young who, at the very beginning of the 19th century, had proposed what would become the foundation for all subsequent understanding. Young suggested, in lectures delivered in 1802 and 1803, that the human eye does not possess an infinite variety of color receptors, one for each distinguishable hue, but rather contains just 3 types of nerve fibers, each sensitive to a different portion of the visible spectrum. According to this trichromatic hypothesis, all the colors we perceive arise from the combined stimulation of these 3 receptor types, much as all the notes of a complex musical chord arise from the combination of simpler tones. Red light stimulates one type of fiber most strongly, green light another, and violet light the third, and every other color we experience is simply the brain's interpretation of some particular mixture of signals from these 3 channels. It was an elegant hypothesis, and it had the appeal of economy, of reducing the bewildering variety of color experience to a simple underlying mechanism. But Young had offered relatively little experimental evidence to support it, and in the decades that followed, the idea remained somewhat speculative, accepted by some investigators and doubted by others. This was the state of affairs when Maxwell, as a young man of 23, began his systematic experiments on color perception in 1854, bringing to the subject the same meticulous care he had applied to his work on elastic solids and Saturn's rings. The apparatus Maxwell employed for his early experiments was disarmingly simple, consisting of nothing more elaborate than a spinning top fitted with interchangeable colored discs. These color tops, as they came to be called, allowed an experimenter to demonstrate the phenomenon of additive color mixing, which is quite different from the subtractive mixing that occurs when paints are blended together on a palette. When the top spins rapidly, the eye cannot follow the individual colored sectors as they pass, and instead perceives a single blended hue, the result of light from all the sectors entering the eye in rapid succession and being averaged, as it were, by the visual system. By adjusting the angular size of each colored sector, one could systematically vary the proportions of different colors in the mixture, and by observing the resulting perceived hue, one could begin to map out the laws governing human color vision. Maxwell did not invent the color top. 4 similar devices had been used by earlier investigators, but he refined the apparatus considerably and, more importantly, he brought to its use a mathematical rigor that had been largely absent from previous work. He constructed his tops with great care, using high-quality pigmented papers whose spectral properties he measured and documented, and he fitted the tops with adjustable sectors that could be set to precise angular positions and read from graduated scales. The papers were carefully selected and prepared, with Maxwell taking pains to ensure that the colors were uniform and stable, for he understood that any variability in the stimulus would introduce uncertainty into his measurements. The basic experiment proceeded as follows. Maxwell would select 3 colored papers to serve as his primaries, typically a red, a green, and a blue, along with a 4th paper of some arbitrary test color that he wished to analyze. He would then adjust the angular sectors of his three primaries, spinning the top and observing the resulting mixture, until the mixture appeared to match the test color exactly. The match had to be precise, not merely similar, and Maxwell developed considerable skill at making these visual comparisons, training his eye through hours of patient practice. Once a match was achieved, he would record the angular proportions of each primary required to produce it, and these proportions constituted a quantitative description of the test color in terms of his chosen primary system. But there was a complication, one that Maxwell recognized and addressed with characteristic ingenuity. Not all colors can be matched by mixing only positive amounts of three primaries. Some highly saturated colors, particularly certain blues and greens, simply cannot be reproduced by any additive mixture of typical pigmented primaries, no matter how the proportions are adjusted. Maxwell's solution was to allow negative amounts of a primary in his color equations, which in practice meant adding that primary not to the mixture side of the match but to the test color side. If a test color could not be matched by any combination of red, green, and blue, Maxwell would add, say, some red to the test color itself, and then find a match using only green and blue on the mixture side. The amount of red that had to be added to the test color would be recorded as a negative coefficient of red in the color equation. This innovation allowed Maxwell to express any color whatsoever as a linear combination of his three primaries, using positive or negative coefficients as needed, and it revealed that color space has the mathematical structure of a three-dimensional vector space. Any color could be represented as a point in this space, with coordinates given by its three coefficients, and the operations of color mixing corresponded to vector addition in the usual way. Two colors mixed together would yield a color whose coordinates were simply the sums of the corresponding coordinates of the original colors. Maxwell presented his findings in a paper titled Experiments on Color, as perceived by the eye, which was read to the Royal Society of Edinburgh in March of 1855. In this paper, he set forth his experimental methods in careful detail, described the construction and use of his color tops, and presented extensive tables of color equations derived from his measurements. He also introduced a graphical representation of color space, a triangular diagram in which any color could be located by its position relative to the three vertices representing the primaries. This color triangle, as it came to be called, would prove to be an enduring contribution to the science of colorimetry, providing a convenient visual framework for understanding the relationships among colors. The paper was well received, and Maxwell continued his investigations over the following years, refining his methods and extending his measurements. He corresponded extensively with George Gabriel Stokes, the Lucasian professor of mathematics at Cambridge, who had himself done important work on the fluorescence of various substances and had a keen interest in optical phenomena. Stokes offered encouragement and suggestions, and the two men exchanged ideas about the nature of color perception and the best experimental approaches for investigating it. Maxwell also entered into correspondence with Hermann von Helmholtz, the great German physiologist and physicist, who was pursuing similar questions through somewhat different methods. Helmholtz had been conducting his own experiments on color mixing, using not spinning tops but rather optical apparatus that superimposed beams of differently colored light. His work had led him to similar conclusions about the trichromatic nature of human vision, and he had developed a sophisticated theory of color perception that incorporated both the physics of light and the physiology of the visual system. The correspondence between Maxwell and Helmholtz was marked by mutual respect and a shared commitment to rigorous experimental methods, and it helped to establish a consensus view of color vision that combined the best insights of both investigators. In 1860, Maxwell published a more comprehensive account of his color research in a paper titled On the Theory of Compound Colors and the Relations of the Colors of the Spectrum, which appeared in the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society. This paper presented the results of an extensive series of measurements using an improved apparatus that Maxwell called a color box. The color box was a more sophisticated instrument than the color top, allowing Maxwell to work directly with spectral colors, that is, with the pure monochromatic light produced by dispersing sunlight through a prism, rather than with the impure light reflected from pigmented papers. The color box consisted of a wooden case fitted with lenses and prisms, arranged so that light entering through an adjustable slit at one end would be dispersed into a spectrum and then recombined at the other end, where the observer's eye was positioned. By inserting adjustable slits into the dispersed spectrum, Maxwell could isolate specific wavelength bands and control the intensity of each, allowing him to mix precise quantities of spectral light of known wavelength. This was a significant improvement over the color top, for it removed the uncertainty associated with the complex spectral reflectance of pigmented papers and allowed Maxwell to work with stimuli that were well-defined in physical terms. Using the color box, Maxwell made careful measurements of the spectral sensitivity of human color vision, determining the relative amounts of light at different wavelengths required to produce a white or neutral gray. He also mapped out the locus of spectral colors in his color triangle, showing how the hue changed continuously as one moved along the spectrum from red through orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet. The resulting curve was not a straight line but rather a smoothly bending arc, demonstrating that the spectral colors do not lie along a single dimension in color space, but rather trace out a curved path through the three-dimensional space defined by the three types of color receptors. One of the most significant outcomes of Maxwell's color research was his contribution to the understanding of color blindness, that condition in which certain individuals are unable to distinguish colors that appear clearly different to those with normal vision. Maxwell found that colorblind observers could still perform color matching experiments, but their matches differed systematically from those of normal observers. In particular, colorblind individuals required only 2 primaries, rather than 3, to match any arbitrary test color, and they confused certain pairs of colors that appeared quite distinct to normal observers. These observations fitted beautifully with the trichromatic theory. If normal color vision depends on 3 types of receptor, then color blindness could be understood as a condition in which one of the 3 receptor types is absent or non-functional. An individual lacking the receptor for red light, for example, would be unable to distinguish red from certain greens and yellows, precisely the confusion that was observed in the most common form of color blindness. Maxwell's experiments thus provided strong evidence not only for the trichromatic hypothesis in general, but also for the specific physiological interpretation of color blindness as a deficiency in one of the 3 receptor mechanisms. Maxwell was careful to acknowledge the debt his work owed to Thomas Young, whose original trichromatic hypothesis had provided the theoretical framework for the entire investigation. In his papers, Maxwell consistently referred to Young's earlier contributions, and he saw his own role as providing the experimental verification and mathematical elaboration that Young's speculative proposal had lacked. The trichromatic theory came to be known as the Young-Helmholtz theory, in recognition of both the original hypothesis and the subsequent experimental work, although Maxwell's contributions were equally essential to its establishment as a firmly grounded scientific principle. The color equations that Maxwell developed were among the first examples of what we would now call psychophysical measurements, quantitative descriptions of the relationship between physical stimuli and psychological experience. Maxwell understood that the color perceived by an observer is not simply a property of the light itself, but depends also on the characteristics of the observer's visual system, and he took pains to document the variability among different observers. He found that while most individuals with normal color vision gave similar color matches, there were consistent individual differences, and he recorded and analyzed these differences with his usual care. The methodology that Maxwell developed for his color experiments would prove to be enormously influential. His insistence on precise measurement, his use of mathematical equations to describe color relationships, his careful documentation of experimental procedures, and his attention to individual differences all became hallmarks of the emerging science of colorimetry. The color matching functions that he measured, describing the amounts of 3 primaries required to match each wavelength in the spectrum, would eventually be refined and standardized by later investigators, leading to the international color standards that are still in use today for specifying and reproducing colors in applications ranging from printing and display technology to textile manufacturing and paint formulation. Throughout this period of color research, Maxwell maintained his characteristic blend of theoretical insight and experimental skill. He was not content merely to accumulate data but always sought the underlying mathematical structure that would unify and explain his observations. At the same time, he was never satisfied with theory alone but demanded experimental confirmation for every theoretical claim. This dual commitment to theory and experiment, to mathematics and measurement, to understanding and verification, was the essence of his scientific method, and it served him well in every domain he investigated. And so we see, in Maxwell's work on color, another facet of his extraordinary intellect, another thread in the tapestry of his scientific achievements. The spinning tops and color boxes of the 1850s may seem modest apparatus compared to the great electromagnetic theories that would come later, but they reveal the same patient, methodical, deeply mathematical approach to natural phenomena that would characterize all of Maxwell's work. In the gentle rotation of a painted disc, in the careful adjustment of a prism, in the quiet contemplation of blended hues, Maxwell found laws as precise and beautiful as any in physics. Laws that illuminated not only the nature of light but the hidden mechanisms of the perceiving eye and brain, and it is restful to think of him there, in the soft light of a Cambridge afternoon, turning his top and recording his measurements, building slowly and carefully the foundations of a new science of color. In the year 1855, James Clerk Maxwell was a young man of 24, recently graduated from Cambridge and beginning to turn his remarkable mind toward the phenomena of electricity and magnetism, and it was in this period that he produced his first major contribution to what would become his life's work, a paper bearing the quiet and unassuming title on Faraday's lines of force, which he read in 2 parts to the Cambridge Philosophical Society, the first portion delivered in December of 1855 and the second following in February of the next year. And though this paper did not yet contain the great synthesis that would later unite light and electromagnetism, it laid the essential groundwork, establishing a way of thinking about electrical and magnetic phenomena that would guide Maxwell's investigations for many years to come, and which remains, in its gentle and methodical way, one of the foundational documents of modern physics. To understand what Maxwell achieved in this paper, we must first spend a little time with the ideas of Michael Faraday, the great English experimentalist who had, over the preceding decades, transformed our understanding of electricity and magnetism through his patient and meticulous investigations at the Royal Institution in London, and who had developed a way of picturing electromagnetic phenomena that was quite different from the mathematical approaches favoured by the continental physicists of his day, and indeed by most of the mathematical physicists working in Britain as well. Faraday, you see, had received very little formal mathematical training, having educated himself largely through reading and through his work as a bookbinder's apprentice, and as a result he thought about the physical world not in terms of equations and algebraic symbols but in terms of pictures and physical intuitions, imagining the space around magnets and electric charges as filled with something he called lines of force, invisible curves that stretched through the air and indicated the direction and intensity of the electrical or magnetic influence at every point. When Faraday sprinkled iron filings on a piece of paper held above a magnet, he watched as the tiny fragments arranged themselves into graceful curving patterns, arcing from one pole of the magnet to the other, and he saw in these patterns not merely a curiosity but a revelation of something real, something that existed in the space surrounding the magnet and that carried, in some sense, the magnetic influence from place to place. He imagined these lines of force as having a kind of physical reality, as though space itself were altered by the presence of a magnet or an electric charge, and he extended this picture to describe electromagnetic induction, the phenomenon he had discovered in 1831, in which a changing magnetic influence could produce an electric current in a nearby wire. For Faraday, the lines of force were not mere mathematical conveniences or aids to visualization, but were instead the primary reality, and the forces experienced by charges and magnets were secondary effects arising from the behavior of these lines. This way of thinking was, at the time, quite unfashionable among those who approached physics mathematically, for the dominant tradition, inherited from the great French mathematicians and physicists of the early 19th century, preferred to describe electrical and magnetic phenomena in terms of forces acting directly between particles at a distance, much as Newton had described gravitational attraction between masses. In this view, when one electric charge exerted a force upon another, the force simply acted across the intervening space instantaneously and without any need for a medium or carrier, and the mathematical description of such forces, developed by Coulomb and Ampere and Poisson and others, was precise and elegant and amenable to the powerful techniques of mathematical analysis. Faraday's lines of force, by contrast, seemed vague and imprecise to many mathematical physicists, a qualitative picture rather than a rigorous theory, and though Faraday's experimental discoveries were universally respected and admired, his theoretical ideas were often set aside as the imaginings of a man who did not possess the mathematical language needed to express physical truth properly. Maxwell, however, saw something different when he encountered Faraday's writings, something that struck him as profound and worthy of serious attention, and he set himself the task of translating Faraday's visual and intuitive ideas into the precise language of mathematics, not to replace Faraday's pictures but to show that they contained within them a coherent and rigorous description of electromagnetic phenomena, one that could stand alongside and indeed surpass the action at a distance theories favored by others. In this endeavor, Maxwell was influenced by the earlier work of William Thomson, who would later become Lord Kelvin and who was already, in the 1850s, one of the most distinguished mathematical physicists in Britain, and Thomson had shown, in papers published in the 1840s, that there existed a remarkable mathematical analogy between the equations describing the flow of heat through a solid body and the equations describing electrostatic forces. Thomson's insight was that the mathematical form of Fourier's theory of heat conduction, in which heat flows from hotter regions to colder ones along paths determined by the temperature distribution, was essentially identical to the mathematical form of the equations describing the electric field around a distribution of charges, even though heat and electricity are quite different physical phenomena. This analogy did not mean that heat and electricity were the same thing, of course, but it did mean that the mathematical techniques developed for one could be applied to the other, and more importantly, it suggested that thinking about one phenomenon in terms of the imagery associated with another could be a useful aid to understanding, a way of making abstract mathematical relationships more concrete and intuitable. Thomson used this analogy to solve problems in electrostatics by imagining the electric field as a kind of flow, and Maxwell, reading Thomson's work, saw that such analogies could be extended and developed much further. On Faraday's lines of force, Maxwell took up this method of physical analogy with great care and deliberation, choosing as his central image the flow of an imaginary incompressible fluid through a porous medium or through a system of tubes, and he showed that if one imagined such a fluid flowing in such a way that its velocity at each point corresponded to the strength and direction of the electric or magnetic force at that point, then the mathematical equations describing the fluid flow would be precisely the same as the equations describing the electromagnetic field. This was not a claim that the electric field actually was a fluid, for Maxwell was quite explicit that his imaginary fluid was merely an aid to thought, a way of giving geometric and physical meaning to mathematical expressions that might otherwise remain abstract symbols on a page, and he chose an incompressible fluid specifically because the mathematical properties of such a flow, in which fluid cannot be created or destroyed and must therefore flow continuously without sources or sinks except where charges are present, matched the observed properties of electric and magnetic fields. The concept that emerged most clearly from this analogy was that of tubes of force, which Maxwell developed from Faraday's lines of force by imagining not just single lines but bundles or tubes of them, each tube containing a certain number of lines and having a definite cross-sectional area at every point along its length. In an incompressible fluid flowing through a tube that narrows and widens, the fluid must speed up where the tube is narrow and slow down where it is wide, in order that the same amount of fluid passes through every cross-section in a given time. And Maxwell showed that the electric and magnetic fields behaved in exactly this way, with the intensity of the field being greater where the tubes of force were compressed together and weaker where they spread apart. The total number of lines or tubes passing through any surface thus became a measure of what we now call the flux of the field through that surface, a quantity that would prove to be of fundamental importance in the later development of electromagnetic theory. This notion of flux, of the field as something that flows through space and through surfaces in a manner that can be counted and measured, gave mathematical precision to Faraday's intuitive picture and showed that the lines of force were not merely decorative or heuristic but carried genuine quantitative information about the electromagnetic field. Where Faraday had spoken of lines of force in somewhat poetic terms, Maxwell could now write down equations that specified exactly how many lines passed through a given area, how the density of lines related to the strength of the field, and how the behavior of the lines was constrained by the underlying physical laws. And in doing so, he demonstrated that Faraday's field-based view of electromagnetism was not less rigorous than the action at a distance theories, but could be made equally precise and was in many ways more natural and more revealing of the true structure of the phenomena. Maxwell was deeply respectful of Faraday throughout this work, and he took care to present his mathematical translation not as a correction or improvement of Faraday's ideas but as a vindication of them, showing that what the mathematical physicists had dismissed as lacking in rigor was in fact full of mathematical content that had simply not yet been extracted. Maxwell wrote to Faraday to share his work, and the correspondence between the young mathematician and the elderly experimentalist is touching in its mutual respect and warmth. For Faraday, who was by then in his 60s and beginning to experience the decline in memory and mental acuity that would shadow his final years, was deeply gratified to learn that his intuitive pictures of lines of force, which he had developed over so many years of experimental work but which he had never been able to express in the mathematical language that his colleagues valued, had been shown by Maxwell to contain genuine mathematical truth. Faraday wrote back to Maxwell with evident pleasure and gratitude, expressing his satisfaction that a younger man possessed of mathematical gifts he himself lacked had taken the trouble to understand his ideas and to clothe them in mathematical form. And though Faraday's letters from this period sometimes show signs of his failing memory, his appreciation for Maxwell's work was clear and sincere. Maxwell, for his part, always credited Faraday with the fundamental insights, describing his own role as merely that of a translator who had rendered Faraday's ideas into a different language. And this modesty, though perhaps excessive, reflects Maxwell's genuine belief that the physical intuition underlying a theory was at least as important as its mathematical expression, and that Faraday's ability to see directly into the heart of electromagnetic phenomena was a gift that no amount of mathematical training could replace. The paper on Faraday's lines of force is, by design, exploratory and somewhat tentative in its claims, for Maxwell understood that he was at the beginning of a long investigation and did not wish to overreach, and he explicitly refrained from proposing a definite physical mechanism or medium that might underlie the electromagnetic field, contenting himself with showing that Faraday's picture could be made mathematically consistent and that thinking in terms of fields and lines of force was a fruitful approach to electromagnetic problems. The Great Synthesis, in which Maxwell would show that light itself is an electromagnetic wave and that electric and magnetic phenomena are unified with optics, lay still some years in the future, and this first paper is best understood as establishing the program and the methodology that would eventually lead to those magnificent results, rather than as containing the results themselves. What Maxwell achieved in 1855 and 1856 was to establish firmly that there were two ways of thinking about electromagnetic phenomena: the action at a distance view inherited from Coulomb and Ampere and the field-based view of Faraday, and that these two views, while superficially very different, could be made to yield the same mathematical predictions, and moreover that the field-based view had certain advantages in clarity and physical insight that made it worthy of further development. By translating Faraday's pictures into mathematics, Maxwell made it possible for others to work with these ideas, to extend them and test them and explore their consequences. And he set the stage for the revolution in our understanding of nature that would follow from his later work on the electromagnetic field equations and the identification of light with electromagnetic radiation. The influence of William Thomson's analogies on Maxwell's thinking is worth dwelling upon for a moment longer, for it illustrates a method of scientific reasoning that Maxwell would employ throughout his career and that remains valuable to this day, namely the use of analogies between different physical systems as a way of transferring intuition and mathematical techniques from one domain to another. Thomson had shown that heat flow and electrostatics, though physically unrelated, shared a common mathematical structure, and Maxwell extended this insight by showing that fluid flow could serve as an analogy for electromagnetic fields, and by recognizing that the power of such analogies lay not in any claim of physical identity, but in the way they made abstract mathematics concrete and manipulable. When one imagines the electric field as a flow of imaginary fluid, one can draw upon all of one's intuitive understanding of how fluids behave, of how they speed up in narrow channels and slow down in wide ones, of how they swirl and eddy and are deflected by obstacles. And this intuitive understanding can guide mathematical reasoning in ways that purely symbolic manipulation cannot. Maxwell was always careful to distinguish the analogy from the reality, to remind his readers that the imaginary fluid was a tool for thought and not a claim about the physical nature of the electromagnetic field. And this care and precision in the use of analogies is one of the hallmarks of his scientific style, reflecting a deep understanding of both the power and the limitations of such reasoning. The question of what the electromagnetic field really was, of whether it was a disturbance in some material medium or something more abstract, Maxwell set aside for later consideration, recognizing that it was possible to make progress on the mathematical description of phenomena without having resolved all questions about their ultimate physical nature, and this pragmatic and patient approach served him well in the years that followed. As we settle further into the story of Maxwell's electromagnetic investigations, it is worth noting that the paper on Faraday's lines of force, though it established much of importance, was only the first step in a journey that would occupy Maxwell for the next decade and beyond, and that the full flowering of his electromagnetic theory, with its unification of electricity and magnetism and light, would require further insights and further mathematical developments that were not yet present in this early work. But the foundation was laid, the program was established, and the young Maxwell had demonstrated that he possessed both the mathematical skill and the physical intuition needed to carry the investigation forward. And in the quiet rooms of Cambridge and later in the other places where he would live and work, the ideas set forth in this first paper would grow and develop into one of the greatest achievements of 19th-century science. The tubes of force, the flux, the field as a real and primary entity filling space and carrying influences from place to place. These concepts, given mathematical form by Maxwell in 1855 and 56, remain with us today, embedded in the way physicists think and speak about electromagnetism and indeed about many other phenomena as well. And though the mathematical language has been refined and extended in the years since Maxwell wrote, the essential picture he drew, following Faraday, of a universe filled with fields that carry forces through space, has proven to be one of the most durable and fruitful ideas in all of physics. And so we may pause here for a moment, letting the ideas settle gently, thinking of the young Maxwell at Cambridge, of the elderly Faraday in London, of the lines of force stretching invisibly through space, of the imaginary fluid flowing through its imaginary tubes, all of it part of the patient and careful work of understanding that has brought us, step by step, to our present knowledge of the electromagnetic world. And now we come to a chapter in Maxwell's life that would see him settle into the rhythms of academic employment, though not before experiencing a profound personal loss that would cast a long shadow over what should have been a season of professional triumph and new beginnings. In the spring of 1856, James Clerk Maxwell was still a young fellow at Trinity College, Cambridge, continuing his researches and enjoying the intellectual fellowship of that ancient institution, when word reached him that his father's health had taken a serious turn for the worse. John Clerk Maxwell had been the steady presence at the center of James's world for as long as the young man could remember, and the bond between father and son had grown only deeper through the years of shared curiosity, of letters exchanged about scientific matters great and small, of holidays spent together at Glenlair discussing everything from the design of farm equipment to the nature of light and color. John had been James's first teacher, his most patient correspondent, his most enthusiastic supporter in all things, and the thought of losing him was almost too much to bear. James made his way to Glenlair as quickly as he could, hoping to be at his father's side during whatever time remained. The journey from Cambridge to southwest Scotland was a long one, requiring patience and a willingness to sit for many hours in railway carriages and coaches, watching the English countryside give way gradually to the softer, greener hills of the Scottish borders. When he arrived, he found his father much weakened but still possessed of that gentle humour and keen interest in the world that had characterized him throughout his life. Father and son spent what time they could together, talking as they always had, though now with an unspoken awareness that these conversations were among their last. John Clerk Maxwell died on the 2nd of April, 1856, and James, at 24 years of age, found himself suddenly bereft of his closest companion and confidant. The grief was enormous and quiet, the kind that settles into a person's bones and remains there for a long while, surfacing at unexpected moments in the weeks and months that follow. James had lost his mother when he was only 8 years old, and now, with his father's passing, he was truly alone in the world in a way he had never been before. He had cousins and friends and colleagues who cared for him deeply, but the particular intimacy of his relationship with his father could not be replicated, and he felt the absence keenly. In the midst of this mourning, James inherited the Glenlair estate, becoming at once a landowner with responsibilities that extended far beyond the lecture hall and the laboratory. The estate was not vast, but it was substantial enough to require attention, with tenants whose welfare depended in part on the decisions of their landlord, with fields and livestock and buildings that needed maintenance, with accounts that needed balancing and improvements that needed planning. James took these responsibilities seriously, as his father would have wished, and he would spend many holidays in the years to come attending to the business of the land, consulting with managers and overseeing projects both practical and experimental. He brought to the management of Glenlair the same curious, systematic approach that he brought to his scientific work, always looking for ways to improve efficiency and to understand the underlying principles that governed agricultural success. But even as he adjusted to his new role as Laird of Glenlair, the world of academic employment continued to turn, and opportunities arose that demanded his attention. In the months following his father's death, Maxwell learned that the position of Professor of Natural Philosophy at Marischal College in Aberdeen had become vacant, and he resolved to apply for the post. Natural philosophy, which we would today call physics, was precisely the field in which Maxwell had distinguished himself at Cambridge, and a professorship would provide him with both a stable income and a platform from which to continue his researches while sharing his knowledge with the next generation of students. Aberdeen in the middle of the 19th century was a city of granite and learning, its buildings hewn from the distinctive silver-grey stone that gave the place its particular character, especially striking when the northern light caught the crystalline flecks in the rock. The city had long been a centre of education and intellectual activity, and it possessed, unusually for a place of its size, not one but 2 universities, which had coexisted in a state of sometimes friendly, sometimes less friendly rivalry for several centuries. King's College, founded in 1495, was the older of the two, established by papal bull during the reign of James IV and situated in Old Aberdeen, a little distance from the city centre, with its medieval chapel and its distinctive crown tower that rose above the surrounding buildings like a piece of elaborately decorated stonework reaching toward the heavens. Marischal College, founded in 1593 by George Keith, the 5th Earl Marischal, was the younger institution, located in the heart of Aberdeen itself, its buildings eventually becoming some of the most impressive examples of perpendicular Gothic Revival architecture in all of Scotland, though much of its famous granite facade would be constructed after Maxwell's time there. The relationship between these two institutions was complex, shaped by differences in religious affiliation, in geographical situation, and in the traditions that had developed over the centuries. King's College had its roots in the pre-Reformation church and had a more rural, perhaps more traditional character, while Marischal College had been founded as a Protestant institution and was more closely tied to the mercantile and professional life of the growing city. Each college had its own professors, its own students, its own governing body, and the two operated largely independently of one another, offering similar courses of instruction to young men who might have chosen one institution over the other for reasons of family tradition, religious preference, or simple proximity to their homes. Maxwell's application for the Marischal College position was successful, and in November of 1856, at the age of 25, he took up his duties as Professor of Natural Philosophy. He was young for such a position, but his Cambridge credentials were impeccable. His fellowship at Trinity demonstrated his standing among the intellectual elite, and his published work on color vision and other topics had already marked him as a researcher of considerable promise. The appointment represented a significant step in his career, providing him with security, with a laboratory and lecture hall of his own, and with the opportunity to shape the scientific education of his students according to his own ideas about how natural philosophy ought to be taught. Finding suitable accommodation in Aberdeen was among the practical matters that required attention, and Maxwell took lodgings in the city, settling into rooms that would serve as his base during the academic terms. Aberdeen was a lively place, with a social and intellectual life that extended well beyond the walls of its two colleges, and Maxwell soon found himself drawn into the various societies and gatherings where educated men and women came together to discuss matters of science, philosophy, literature, and current affairs. He was not by nature a gregarious person in the way that some of his contemporaries were, preferring smaller gatherings to large crowds and thoughtful conversation to idle chatter, but he was capable of great warmth and humor in the right company, and he made friends among the Aberdeen intellectual community who would remain important to him in the years that followed. The teaching duties associated with the professorship were substantial, requiring Maxwell to deliver regular lectures to students whose mathematical preparation varied considerably from one individual to the next. This was a challenge that many professors faced in that era, when the standards of preliminary education were less uniform than they would later become, and when a class might contain both young men who had received excellent training in mathematics and natural philosophy and others who had barely scratched the surface of these subjects before arriving at university. Maxwell approached this challenge with characteristic thoughtfulness, working to develop methods of instruction that would engage students at different levels of preparation without losing either the least advanced or the most capable among them. He devoted considerable energy to the design and construction of demonstration apparatus, believing firmly that natural philosophy was best understood not merely through equations and abstract reasoning, though these were certainly important, but also through direct observation of physical phenomena carefully arranged to illustrate the principles under discussion. A student who had seen with his own eyes how light could be separated into its component colors, or how electrical currents could produce magnetic effects, or how the motion of a pendulum could be analyzed into simpler components, was far more likely to grasp the underlying ideas than one who had merely read about these things in a book or heard them described in a lecture. Maxwell spent many hours in his laboratory preparing demonstrations, testing them to ensure they would work reliably when performed before an audience, and thinking about how to present them in ways that would be most instructive. The 15-hour teaching week that the position required was not inconsiderable, and the work of preparing lectures, meeting with students, and attending to the administrative duties of a professor consumed a significant portion of Maxwell's time and energy. Yet he managed, as he always did, to continue his researches alongside his teaching, pursuing questions that had occupied him for years and taking up new problems that presented themselves along the way. Among the most significant of these ongoing researches was his investigation into the stability of Saturn's rings, a problem that had fascinated astronomers and mathematicians for more than 2 centuries. The rings of Saturn, first observed by Galileo and later described more accurately by Christian Huygens and others, presented a profound puzzle, for it was not at all obvious how such a structure could maintain itself around the planet without either collapsing inward, flying apart, or breaking into pieces. Various theories had been proposed over the years, suggesting that the rings might be solid, or liquid, or composed of countless small particles, but none of these theories had been worked out with sufficient mathematical rigor to determine which, if any, was correct. Maxwell had begun working on this problem while still at Cambridge, and he continued to develop his analysis during his Aberdeen years, applying the tools of mathematical physics to determine what conditions would be necessary for a ring system to remain stable over long periods of time. The work was demanding, requiring careful attention to the gravitational interactions between the planet, the material of the rings, and the various moons that orbited in the vicinity, and Maxwell pursued it with the patience and persistence that characterized all his best work. His eventual conclusion, that the rings could not be solid or liquid but must instead consist of an enormous number of small, independently orbiting particles, would prove to be one of the triumphs of 19th-century mathematical astronomy, confirmed more than a century later by spacecraft observations that revealed the rings to be exactly as Maxwell had predicted, composed of countless fragments of ice and rock, each following its own orbital path around the giant planet. Alongside this celestial investigation, Maxwell continued his researches into the nature of color and color perception, building on the work he had begun earlier and developing new methods for studying how the human eye responds to different combinations of light. He constructed various pieces of apparatus for mixing colors and measuring their effects, and he continued to correspond with other researchers who shared his interest in this field. The theory of color that he was developing would eventually become one of the foundations of our modern understanding of how we see the world, establishing that all the colors we perceive can be produced by suitable mixtures of 3 primary colors, and that color blindness results from deficiencies in one or more of the 3 types of color receptors in the eye. And then there was electromagnetism, the field that would eventually become most closely associated with Maxwell's name, though his greatest contributions to this subject still lay some years in the future. During his Aberdeen period, Maxwell was reading and thinking deeply about the work of Michael Faraday, the great experimental physicist who had discovered so many of the fundamental phenomena of electricity and magnetism, but who had described his findings in terms quite different from the mathematical language favored by most continental physicists. Faraday thought in terms of lines of force, of fields spreading through space, of physical connections between distant objects, and Maxwell found this way of thinking both intriguing and potentially very powerful. He began to develop mathematical formulations that could capture Faraday's physical intuitions in precise quantitative terms, laying the groundwork for what would eventually become the classical theory of electromagnetism. The years at Marischal College were thus years of steady productivity, of teaching and research carried forward together, of grief gradually softening into memory, of new friendships forming to complement the old ones maintained through correspondence. Maxwell settled into the rhythms of the academic year, with its terms of intensive teaching followed by holidays that could be spent at Glenlair, attending to the estate and pursuing researches that required more uninterrupted time than the busy term allowed. He walked the granite streets of Aberdeen, attended meetings of learned societies, dined with colleagues and friends, and spent long hours in his study working through the mathematical problems that fascinated him. The challenge of teaching students with varied preparation remained throughout his time at Marischal College, and Maxwell never entirely solved it, for it was not a problem that admitted of easy solution. Some students thrived under his instruction, catching fire from his enthusiasm and going on to distinguished careers of their own, while others struggled to keep up with the mathematical demands of the subject and perhaps came away with less than Maxwell had hoped to impart. He was a dedicated teacher who cared about his students' progress, but he was also a researcher whose mind was often occupied with problems at the very frontier of human knowledge, and the translation of such advanced thinking into terms accessible to beginners was never simple. The Intellectual Society of Aberdeen provided a congenial environment for a young professor of Maxwell's interests and temperament. The city was large enough to support a variety of cultural and intellectual institutions, including philosophical societies where papers could be read and discussed, churches where theological questions could be pondered, and drawing rooms where conversation could range freely over every topic under the sun. Maxwell participated in this social world to the extent that his duties and his natural inclinations permitted, making himself known as a thoughtful and original thinker whose contributions to discussions were always worth hearing. His accommodation in the city was comfortable enough, providing him with the space he needed for his books and papers, for his experimental apparatus, and for the quiet hours of concentration that his mathematical work required. The life of a professor in Aberdeen was not luxurious, but it was respectable and secure, and it gave Maxwell the foundation he needed to pursue his researches while fulfilling his obligations to his students and his institution. The shadow of his father's death lingered throughout these years, softening only gradually as time passed and new experiences accumulated. Maxwell returned to Glenlair during the holidays, walking the same paths he had walked with his father, sitting in the same rooms where they had talked together, attending to the same land that Clerk Maxwell had loved and tended for so many years. The estate became a refuge and a responsibility, a place where Maxwell could reconnect with his roots and with the memory of the parent who had shaped him so profoundly. And so the Aberdeen years passed, productive and formative, laying the groundwork for the greater achievements that were still to come. Maxwell taught his classes, designed his demonstrations, pursued his researches, participated in the life of the intellectual community, and gradually established himself as a scientist of the first rank. The young professor who had arrived in November of 1856, grieving and uncertain, grew steadily in confidence and capability, developing the skills and insights that would eventually make him one of the most important physicists in history. But all of that lay ahead, and for now, there was simply the daily work of understanding and explaining the physical world, carried forward one lecture, one experiment, one mathematical calculation at a time, in the grey granite city by the cold North Sea. In the quiet years of his 20s, when Clerk Maxwell was still establishing himself as a fellow at Trinity College, Cambridge, his attention turned to one of the most beautiful and perplexing features of our solar system, the rings of Saturn, Those delicate bands of light that had fascinated astronomers since Galileo first glimpsed them through his primitive telescope in 1610, mistaking them initially for handles or ears on either side of the planet. By the middle of the 19th century, the rings had been observed with considerably greater precision, and yet their fundamental nature remained entirely mysterious, a question that seemed almost to belong more to philosophy than to science. For how could such structures exist at all, suspended in space around a massive planet, neither falling inward nor drifting away, maintaining their shape across what appeared to be countless centuries of celestial time? The University of Cambridge, through its ancient tradition of prize competitions designed to stimulate original research among its brightest minds, announced in 1855 that the Adams Prize for the following cycle would be awarded to the best essay addressing precisely this question. The prize had been established just a few years earlier to honor John Couch Adams, the mathematician who had predicted the existence of Neptune through careful analysis of irregularities in the orbit of Uranus, and it seemed fitting that this new prize should concern itself with another mystery of the outer solar system. The question set by the examiners was both specific and dauntingly open-ended, asking competitors to determine what conditions were required for a system like Saturn's rings to remain stable over astronomical timescales, and more particularly, to investigate whether the rings might be solid, fluid, or composed of separate discrete masses. Maxwell took up this challenge with characteristic thoroughness, beginning a program of mathematical investigation that would occupy much of his creative energy over the following 2 years. The problem was formidable in ways that perhaps only a trained mathematician could fully appreciate, for it required not merely describing the rings as they appeared, but understanding the complex interplay of gravitational forces that would act upon any proposed structure, forces emanating from Saturn itself, from the rings upon themselves, and from the various moons that were known to orbit in the same general region of space. Any viable theory would need to demonstrate not only that a particular configuration could exist momentarily, but that small disturbances, the inevitable perturbations arising from the gravitational influence of other bodies or from slight irregularities within the rings themselves, would not grow over time into catastrophic instabilities. The first possibility that Maxwell examined was the simplest conceptually, that Saturn's rings might consist of a single solid structure, a vast rigid disk or perhaps a series of concentric solid hoops rotating around the planet. This was an idea with some historical precedent, as early observers had often imagined the rings to be something like a thin solid plane extending outward from the planet's equator. Maxwell approached this hypothesis with careful mathematical analysis, considering how such a solid ring would respond to the gravitational pull of Saturn and to its own rotation. His calculations revealed that a perfectly uniform solid ring, centered precisely on Saturn, would indeed be in equilibrium, balanced between the inward pull of gravity and the outward tendency imparted by its rotation. However, and this was the crucial point, such an equilibrium would be unstable, meaning that the slightest displacement of the ring from its central position would result in forces that would amplify rather than correct the displacement. To understand this instability, one might imagine the ring shifted ever so slightly, so that one edge comes marginally closer to Saturn than the other. The portion of the ring nearer to the planet would experience a stronger gravitational attraction, while the farther portion would feel a weaker pull, and this imbalance of forces would act to increase the displacement further, drawing the nearer edge closer still until eventually the ring would collide with the planet. Maxwell demonstrated through rigorous mathematics that no solid ring of uniform density could maintain itself in stable equilibrium around Saturn, and he extended this analysis to consider whether non-uniform rings, perhaps with carefully arranged variations in mass distribution, might fare better. His conclusion was that stability could theoretically be achieved only if the ring were constructed with extraordinary asymmetry, essentially requiring all the mass to be concentrated at a single point, which would reduce the ring to something more like a satellite than a genuine ring structure. Having eliminated the possibility of solid rings, Maxwell turned his attention to the hypothesis that the rings might be fluid, perhaps composed of liquid or gas flowing continuously around the planet. This possibility had been suggested by various natural philosophers who noted the apparently smooth and featureless appearance of the rings when viewed through telescopes of that era. Maxwell's treatment of the fluid hypothesis drew upon the mathematical tools of hydrodynamics, examining how a rotating liquid ring would behave under the combined influence of its own self-gravity, the pressure forces within the fluid, and the gravitational field of Saturn. The analysis here was even more intricate than for the solid case, requiring consideration of wave motions that might propagate through the fluid and either damp away harmlessly or grow until they tore the ring apart. Maxwell's mathematical investigation of fluid rings led him to consider what are now called unstable modes, patterns of disturbance that would grow exponentially over time rather than oscillating gently or dissipating. He found that a fluid ring would be susceptible to a particular kind of instability in which the ring would tend to break up into separate blobs or clumps, the fluid gathering itself together under its own gravitational attraction rather than remaining spread out in a smooth continuous band. This tendency toward fragmentation meant that a purely fluid ring could not persist indefinitely, and Maxwell concluded that whatever Saturn's rings might be, they could not consist of a continuous liquid or gaseous medium flowing around the planet. With both solid and fluid hypotheses eliminated through careful mathematical reasoning, Maxwell arrived at the only remaining possibility, that the rings must be composed of an enormous number of small particles, each following its own independent orbit around Saturn, collectively giving the appearance of a smooth disk when viewed from the vast distances separating Earth from the outer solar system. This conclusion, which we now know to be correct, was not immediately obvious from observations alone, and it required the full weight of Maxwell's mathematical apparatus to demonstrate that this was the only configuration consistent with long-term stability. The calculations required to establish the stability of a particulate ring were substantially more demanding than those for the solid or fluid cases. For Maxwell had to consider not only the motion of individual particles around Saturn, but also the gravitational interactions among the particles themselves, which, though individually tiny, collectively produced significant effects. He employed the techniques of perturbation theory, a branch of mathematical physics concerned with understanding how systems respond to small disturbances, and applied these methods to analyze waves and oscillations in a disk of orbiting particles. The mathematics involved series expansions, careful approximations, and the tracking of numerous terms through lengthy algebraic manipulations, all performed by hand with pen and paper, without any of the computational assistance that modern scientists take for granted. Maxwell showed that in a particulate ring, small disturbances would propagate as waves through the disk, with particles at different distances from Saturn moving in coordinated patterns as the waves passed through. Crucially, he demonstrated that these waves would remain bounded, neither growing without limit nor accumulating in ways that would eventually destroy the ring structure. The particles might jostle and shift relative to one another. Temporary patterns of density might arise and fade away, but the overall configuration of a flat disk of orbiting material would persist indefinitely, stable against the perturbations that inevitably afflict any real physical system. The sheer volume of calculation required for this work was remarkable, and Maxwell himself acknowledged the laborious nature of the undertaking. Page after page of his notebooks filled with algebraic expressions, with terms gathered and regrouped, with approximations justified and corrections assessed. The mathematics of gravitational dynamics was well established by this time, building upon the foundations laid by Newton, Laplace, and Lagrange. But applying these methods to a system as complex as Saturn's rings pushed the techniques to their limits. Maxwell had to consider the gravitational potential of a disk, the orbital mechanics of particles moving at different speeds depending on their distance from Saturn, and the subtle ways in which these particles would perturb one another's motions as they circled endlessly around their parent planet. When Maxwell submitted his essay for the Adams Prize, the examiners appointed to judge the entries included some of the most distinguished mathematical physicists in Britain. George Gabriel Stokes, who had made fundamental contributions to the understanding of fluid dynamics and light, served as one of the judges, as did William Thomson, later Lord Kelvin, whose work on thermodynamics and the theory of heat was already reshaping physics. These eminent scientists reviewed Maxwell's submission with the careful attention it deserved, following his arguments through their many steps and assessing the validity of his conclusions. Their verdict was unequivocal in its praise, recognizing Maxwell's essay as a work of exceptional mathematical skill and physical insight. The judges noted that Maxwell had not merely answered the prize question but had done so in a manner that illuminated the broader principles of celestial mechanics and demonstrated mastery of the most sophisticated analytical techniques then available. Not all readers were immediately convinced, and among the skeptics was George Biddell Airy, the Astronomer Royal, a figure of considerable authority in British science. Airy's initial reaction to Maxwell's conclusions was one of reservation, perhaps influenced by the difficulty of accepting such a definitive theoretical result in the absence of direct observational confirmation. The idea that Saturn's rings consisted of countless separate particles, too small to be seen individually, required a certain leap of faith in the power of mathematical reasoning to reveal truths that telescopes could not directly verify. However, as Airy examined Maxwell's work more carefully, following the logic of the arguments and appreciating the rigor with which each step had been established, his skepticism gave way to acceptance and eventually to admiration. This pattern of initial doubt followed by convinced approval would repeat itself throughout Maxwell's career, as his work often arrived at conclusions that seemed surprising or counterintuitive until the full weight of his reasoning became apparent. The essay was published and quickly gained recognition as a masterpiece of mathematical physics, a demonstration of what careful theoretical analysis could achieve when applied to questions of fundamental scientific importance. Maxwell had shown that the methods of perturbation theory, originally developed for understanding the motions of planets and moons, could be extended to far more complex systems, and that mathematical reasoning could settle questions that pure observation could not resolve. The work established Maxwell's reputation as a physicist of the first rank, capable of tackling the most challenging problems and arriving at definitive solutions. What makes Maxwell's achievement particularly remarkable, when viewed from our present vantage point, is that his conclusion about the particulate nature of Saturn's rings could not be confirmed through direct observation for more than a century after he published his results. Telescopes of the 19th and early 20th centuries, however much they improved, could not resolve the individual particles that Maxwell's theory predicted, and the rings continued to present a smooth, continuous appearance that gave no obvious hint of their granular composition. It was not until the Voyager spacecraft missions of the early 1980s, when robotic probes flew past Saturn and returned detailed images from close range, that humanity finally obtained direct confirmation of what Maxwell had deduced through pure mathematics in 1857. The Voyager images revealed Saturn's rings to be exactly what Maxwell had predicted: vast collections of particles ranging in size from tiny grains to large boulders, each following its own orbit around the planet, collectively forming the bright bands visible from Earth. The rings showed intricate structure, with gaps and divisions, density waves and spiral patterns, all consistent with the dynamics of particulate matter responding to gravitational influences. Scientists studying these images and the other data returned by the spacecraft found themselves confirming in detail the conclusions that Maxwell had reached through mathematical analysis alone, working with nothing but the basic principles of Newtonian mechanics and his own extraordinary facility with calculation. There is something deeply satisfying about this story. The young mathematician in his Cambridge rooms, surrounded by papers covered in equations, working through calculation after calculation to understand the nature of a distant world he would never visit, and arriving at a truth that would not be verified until long after his death, confirmed by spacecraft that would have seemed like pure fantasy to the scientists of his era. Maxwell's work on Saturn's rings demonstrated the power of mathematical physics to extend human understanding beyond the reach of contemporary instruments, to settle questions that observation alone could not answer. The Adams Prize essay also revealed qualities that would characterize Maxwell's later work: a willingness to pursue difficult calculations wherever they led, a physical intuition that guided his mathematical choices, and a clarity of exposition that made even complex arguments accessible to careful readers. The stability of Saturn's rings might seem like an esoteric question, of interest only to specialists in celestial mechanics, but Maxwell's treatment of the problem illustrated principles that would prove important in many other contexts. The techniques of perturbation theory, the analysis of wave motions in extended media, the consideration of stability and instability in physical systems, all these methods would find applications far beyond the specific problem for which Maxwell developed them. In the years that followed, Maxwell would turn his attention to other questions, most famously to the kinetic theory of gases and to the unification of electricity and magnetism. But the work on Saturn's rings remained a touchstone of his scientific career, a demonstration of what mathematical physics could accomplish at its best. The judges of the Adams Prize had recognized something genuine when they awarded Maxwell their honor, for they had before them not merely a correct solution to a specific problem but a work that exemplified the highest standards of theoretical science. As you rest now, perhaps you might let your thoughts drift toward those distant rings, that delicate tracery of light around a giant planet, countless particles of ice and rock circling endlessly through the darkness, each following its own path under the gentle guidance of gravity, collectively forming one of the most beautiful sights in our solar system. Maxwell understood their nature through the quiet work of mathematical reasoning, through calculations pursued with patience and care, through the conviction that the universe yields its secrets to those who approach it with the right questions and the tools to answer them. The rings continue their ancient circuit, as they did long before Maxwell contemplated them and as they will long after our own time has passed, a reminder that the truths of mathematics connect us to the workings of the cosmos in ways that transcend the limitations of our immediate senses and the instruments of any particular age. When James Clerk Maxwell arrived in Aberdeen in the autumn of 1856 to take up his position as Professor of Natural Philosophy at Marischal College, He was 25 years old and entering a new phase of his life, one that would bring him not only professional responsibilities but also the companionship that would sustain him for the remainder of his days. The city of Aberdeen, with its grey granite buildings and its bracing coastal air, was quite different from the gentle landscapes of his childhood home at Glenlair or the ancient spires of Cambridge, and Maxwell found himself adapting to a new rhythm of existence, preparing lectures for students who were often younger than those he had taught as a fellow at Trinity, and gradually becoming acquainted with the small community of scholars and administrators who made up the college. It was within this community that he would meet the woman who would become his wife, and the circumstances of their meeting were perhaps as natural and unassuming as one might expect in such a setting, arising from the ordinary social interactions that brought together the families and colleagues of the college. Katherine Mary Dewar was the daughter of Daniel Dewar, who served as the principal of Marischal College during this period, and it was through this connection that Maxwell came to know her, likely encountering her at the various dinners, gatherings, and social occasions that were part of academic life in a Scottish university town. The Dewar household would have been a natural place for a young professor to be welcomed, particularly one who had arrived in Aberdeen without family nearby and who might benefit from the hospitality of his senior colleagues. The precise details of their first meeting have not been preserved in the historical record, which is a pattern we shall notice throughout Katherine's story, for she remains a somewhat elusive figure in the biographies of her famous husband, her own voice and perspective often filtered through the recollections of others or glimpsed only in fragments. What we do know is that over the course of the months following Maxwell's arrival, a mutual affection developed between the young professor and the principal's daughter, an affection that would lead to their engagement in February of 1858, approximately a year and a half after Maxwell had taken up his position. Katherine was 7 years older than James, having been born in 1824, which made her 33 years of age at the time of their engagement while he was 26. This age difference, while perhaps noteworthy to some observers of the time, does not appear to have been a matter of concern to either James or Katherine, and there is no evidence in Maxwell's surviving correspondence that he regarded it as anything other than an incidental fact. Indeed, the tone of his letters suggests that he found in Katherine a companion whose maturity and steadiness of character were precisely what he valued, and the affection between them seems to have been deep and genuine from the beginning. Maxwell wrote to various friends and relatives about his engagement with evident happiness, though in his characteristic manner he did not dwell at length on sentimental matters, preferring to let his contentment speak quietly for itself. The wedding took place on the 2nd of June, 1858, in Aberdeen, and it was by all accounts a modest affair, appropriate to the temperaments of both the bride and groom, who were neither of them inclined toward ostentation or public display. Following the ceremony, the couple departed for their honeymoon, which took them on a tour that included various locations in Scotland and perhaps beyond, allowing them time to become accustomed to their new life together away from the demands of academic duties. The honeymoon period was also, characteristically for Maxwell, a time when scientific work was not entirely set aside, for his mind was rarely idle and Katherine was already beginning to discover that marriage to a natural philosopher meant living alongside a ceaseless current of thought and inquiry. This interweaving of personal life and scientific work would become one of the defining features of their partnership, not as a burden to be endured but as a shared endeavour that Katherine seems to have embraced willingly. Upon their return to Aberdeen, the Maxwells settled into married life, establishing a household and a domestic routine that would provide the foundation for James's continued research and teaching. Marriage brought changes to Maxwell's daily patterns, as it does for anyone, introducing new responsibilities and new sources of comfort in equal measure. He was no longer a solitary scholar returning to empty rooms after a day of lectures, but rather a husband coming home to a companion who took genuine interest in his work and well-being. The regularity of domestic life, with its rhythms of meals and rest and quiet evenings, seems to have suited Maxwell well, providing a kind of stability that allowed his mind to range freely across the problems that occupied him, secure in the knowledge that the practical matters of existence were attended to. Katherine's personality, as it emerges from the scattered accounts and recollections that have survived, suggests a woman of intelligence, devotion, and quiet determination. She was not a scientist herself in any formal sense, having received the education typical of women of her class and time, but she possessed sufficient understanding and curiosity to engage meaningfully with her husband's work, and she proved herself capable of providing practical assistance with his experiments. This was not a passive role of merely keeping house while genius worked in isolation, but rather an active participation in the experimental process, particularly in the painstaking work that characterized Maxwell's investigations into the viscosity of gases. These experiments, which required careful measurement and patient repetition, benefited from an additional pair of steady hands and attentive eyes, and Katherine provided these with apparent willingness and competence. The viscosity experiments were part of Maxwell's broader program of research into the kinetic theory of gases, that elegant framework which sought to explain the properties of gases in terms of the motion and collisions of countless tiny molecules. To test the predictions of his theory, Maxwell needed to measure how gases resisted flow, a property that depended in subtle ways on the behavior of these invisible particles. The experimental apparatus required careful management, and the data needed to be recorded with precision, and in this work Katherine served as her husband's assistant, contributing to the practical side of investigations that would prove fundamental to the development of physics. Her participation in these experiments is one of the few aspects of her intellectual engagement that has been documented clearly, and it offers a glimpse of a partnership that extended beyond the conventional boundaries of Victorian marriage. The couple remained childless throughout their marriage, a circumstance that the historical record does not explain and that Maxwell himself does not appear to have discussed openly in his surviving correspondence. Whether this was a source of private sorrow to either James or Katherine we cannot know with certainty, for they left no explicit reflections on the matter, and to speculate too freely would be to impose our own assumptions on lives that were shaped by different expectations and different silences. What we can observe is that the absence of children meant that James and Katherine's companionship was focused entirely upon each other, creating a bond of mutual dependence and affection that deepened over the years of their marriage. They became, in a sense, each other's primary world, a closed circle of two within which the joys and difficulties of life were shared without the mediation of family offspring. The closeness of their partnership was evident to those who knew them, and contemporary accounts, while often brief and filtered through the conventions of Victorian biographical writing, consistently describe a marriage marked by genuine affection and mutual regard. Friends and colleagues who visited the Maxwells observed a household that was harmonious and contented, if somewhat private and reserved in the manner of both husband and wife. Neither James nor Katherine was inclined toward extensive social engagement, preferring quieter domestic pleasures to the bustle of large gatherings, and this shared temperament meant that their life together had a quality of peaceful retreat, a sanctuary from the demands of the wider world. Maxwell's research patterns were undoubtedly influenced by his marriage, though the precise nature of this influence is difficult to disentangle from other factors that shaped his working life. The security of a happy home provided a stable foundation from which his mind could venture into the most abstract territories of mathematical physics, returning always to the comfort of Catherine's presence and the routines they had established together. There is reason to believe that Catherine's support extended beyond the practical assistance she provided in experiments, encompassing also the emotional sustenance that allowed Maxwell to work with such remarkable consistency and depth throughout the years of their marriage. A mind engaged in fundamental questions about the nature of light, electricity, and matter benefits from a life that is otherwise settled and secure, and Katherine seems to have provided precisely this kind of environment. The historical record concerning Katherine is, as we have noted, frustratingly incomplete, a circumstance that has troubled later scholars who have sought to understand the full texture of Maxwell's life and work. The conventions of Victorian biography tended to relegate wives to the margins of their husbands' stories, recording their existence and perhaps a few characteristic traits but rarely preserving their own words or perspectives in any detail. Katherine left no diary that has survived, no substantial collection of personal correspondence, no memoir or reflection on her life with one of the most important scientists of the 19th century. What we know of her comes largely through the observations of others, through passing references in Maxwell's letters, and through the institutional records that documented the basic facts of her existence, her birth, her marriage, her death. Recent scholars have attempted to recover Katherine's perspective, to read against the grain of the available sources and construct a fuller picture of who she was and what her life was like. These efforts have yielded some insights, suggesting that she was regarded by those who knew her as a woman of considerable intelligence and strong character, not merely a passive companion but an active presence in her husband's life and work. Yet much remains unknown, and we must be content with a portrait that is necessarily incomplete, acknowledging the gaps in our knowledge while appreciating what fragments we do possess. Katherine Clerk Maxwell, as she became upon her marriage, deserves to be remembered as more than a footnote in her husband's biography, even if the full story of her life lies beyond our reach. The years following their marriage saw the Maxwells move through several phases of academic life, as James's career took them from Aberdeen to London and eventually to Cambridge. At each stage, Katherine adapted to new circumstances and new communities, maintaining the domestic stability that supported her husband's work while also contending with her own challenges, including periods of illness that affected her health in later years. Through all these changes, the partnership between them remained constant, a fixed point around which the other elements of their lives revolved. They faced disappointments together, including Maxwell's redundancy from Marischal College when it merged with King's College in 1860, an event that might have been devastating but which they weathered as a team, eventually finding new opportunities in London and beyond. As we approach the final chapter of their story together, we must note the particular devotion that Katherine showed during Maxwell's last illness, when the cancer that would claim his life began to manifest its terrible symptoms. It was Katherine who nursed him through the months of his decline, who sat by his bedside and attended to his needs, who watched the brilliant mind she had known for over 2 decades gradually surrender to the demands of a failing body. Her care during this period was by all accounts tireless and loving, a final expression of the partnership that had defined their marriage. Those who witnessed her devotion during these dark months remarked upon her strength and her unwavering attention to her husband's comfort, and it is in these recollections that we catch perhaps the clearest glimpse of Katherine's character, her capacity for steadfast love in the face of loss. Maxwell died on the 5th of November, 1879, at the age of 48, and Katherine survived him by several years, living quietly and largely withdrawn from public life. The grief of her widowhood was undoubtedly profound, for she had lost not merely a husband but a companion who had been the center of her existence for more than 20 years. The years of her widowhood are even less documented than those of her marriage, and she fades further from the historical record as time passes, becoming little more than a name attached to the dates of her birth and death. She was buried eventually beside her husband, their partnership extending even beyond death into the shared grave that marks their final resting place. The marriage of James Clerk Maxwell and Katherine Mary Dewar was, by the standards of any age, a successful one, built on genuine affection, mutual respect, and a shared commitment to the work that consumed so much of James's energy and attention. It was not a marriage that produced children or generated dramatic incidents fit for romantic biography, but rather a quiet and enduring partnership that provided both parties with companionship and support. Katherine's contribution to her husband's work, though modest in comparison to his own genius, was real and valued, and her presence in his life was a source of evident happiness to him. In an age when marriages were often arranged for practical considerations and women's roles were narrowly defined, the Maxwells seem to have found something approaching true partnership, a meeting of minds and hearts that enriched them both. And so, as we consider the life of James Clerk Maxwell, we must make room for Katherine beside him, acknowledging that even the most brilliant scientific work emerges from lives that are lived in connection with others. The equations that bear Maxwell's name, the theories that transformed our understanding of light and electromagnetism, the experiments that tested the behavior of gases, all of these were produced by a man who was also a husband, who shared his daily existence with a woman whose own story remains only partially known to us. In the gentle rhythm of their married life, in the quiet evenings and the shared meals and the patient hours of experimental work, we find the human context within which genius flourished, not in isolation but in companionship, not in solitary grandeur but in the modest comforts of a loving home. In the year 1860, James Clerk Maxwell found himself facing an unexpected turn in his professional life, one of those quiet upheavals that sometimes arrive without warning and require a person to reconsider the path they had thought was settled. The two universities in Aberdeen, Marischal College where Maxwell held his position, and King's College, which was the older of the two institutions, were brought together under a parliamentary Act of Union, and this merging of the colleges meant that there would be only one professor of natural philosophy where before there had been two. Maxwell, despite his considerable accomplishments and the regard in which he was held by those who understood the significance of his work, did not receive the appointment to this combined chair. The position went instead to David Thompson, who had been the natural philosophy professor at the other institution, King's College, and who was the senior of the two men in terms of his years of service. Thompson had held his post for some time longer than Maxwell had held his, and in the reckoning of those who made such decisions, seniority carried weight that could not be overlooked, whatever one might think of the relative merits of their scientific contributions. It was a disappointment, certainly, to be released from a position in this way, through no fault of one's own teaching or research but simply through the accident of institutional reorganization. Maxwell had been content in Aberdeen, had married Katherine Mary Dewar there, and had established himself in the rhythms of academic life in that northern Scottish city. Yet he received the news with the same equanimity that seemed to characterize his approach to most of life's difficulties. and he turned his attention to finding a new situation without apparent bitterness or complaint. There were, after all, other positions in the world, and Maxwell was not a man to dwell overlong on circumstances he could not change. The natural philosophy chair at the University of Edinburgh became vacant at around this time, and Maxwell applied for it with reasonable hope of success. Edinburgh was, after all, his home territory in many ways, the city where he had received part of his education before going on to Cambridge, and where his family connections and scientific reputation might be expected to carry some influence. He was by this point well known to those who followed developments in mathematical physics, and his work on the stability of Saturn's rings had earned him the Adams Prize and considerable recognition in astronomical and mathematical circles. His papers on color vision had established him as an authority in that field as well, and his investigations into the kinetic theory of gases were opening new avenues of understanding in that domain. One might have thought that such a record would make him a natural choice for a prestigious Scottish chair. However, the Edinburgh appointment went to Peter Guthrie Tait, who was a capable physicist and mathematician in his own right, and who would go on to have a distinguished career at that university, collaborating notably with William Thomson on various projects and contributing to the development of quaternion mathematics and other fields. Tait was a few years younger than Maxwell, and the two men knew each other and would maintain a cordial relationship despite this professional competition. The selection of Tait over Maxwell may have reflected various considerations beyond purely scientific merit, as such appointments often do, involving questions of teaching style, personal connections, and the particular needs of the institution at that moment. Whatever the reasons, Maxwell found himself passed over for the second time in a matter of months, and he was obliged to look further afield for a position. It was at this juncture that King's College London offered Maxwell a professorship in natural philosophy, and he accepted it, preparing to move south to the great metropolis where so much of British scientific and intellectual life was concentrated. London in 1860 was the largest city in the world, the heart of an expanding empire, and a place of considerable energy and activity that must have presented quite a contrast to the smaller, quieter university towns where Maxwell had previously worked. King's College itself was located in the Strand, near the centre of the city, and it had been founded some 3 decades earlier as an Anglican institution to complement the secular University College London. The two colleges together formed the core of what would eventually become the University of London, though in Maxwell's day they operated with considerable independence. Maxwell took up his new position and established himself in London with Katherine, finding lodgings that would serve as their home during what would prove to be 5 productive years in the capital. They resided at various addresses during this period, maintaining the domestic arrangements that suited their quiet and studious life together. Katherine continued to assist her husband with his experimental work, as she had done in Aberdeen, and the two of them formed a self-contained household that seemed to have little need for extensive social engagement, though Maxwell did participate in the scientific societies and institutions that London offered in such abundance. The years from 1860 to 1865 proved to be remarkably fruitful for Maxwell's research, perhaps because the London environment, despite its distractions, also provided access to resources and colleagues that stimulated his thinking. It was during this period that he would produce the series of papers on electromagnetic theory that would eventually revolutionize physics, though that work proceeded gradually and its full significance was not immediately apparent even to Maxwell himself. But before we come to those electromagnetic investigations, which deserve their own careful consideration, we should turn our attention to an achievement that captured public imagination in a more immediate way: the demonstration of the first color photograph. The date was May 17th, 1861, and the occasion was a lecture at the Royal Institution in London, that venerable establishment on Albemarle Street where Humphrey Davy and Michael Faraday had performed their famous demonstrations and where the educated public gathered to learn about the latest developments in science. Maxwell had been invited to deliver a lecture on the theory of color vision, a subject he had been investigating for several years with characteristic thoroughness. He had already published significant papers on how the human eye perceives color, building on the earlier work of Thomas Young and developing experimental methods for measuring and comparing color sensations. His insight, which was both simple in principle and profound in its implications, was that human color vision could be understood in terms of three fundamental sensations, corresponding to what we now call red, green, and blue receptors in the eye. From this understanding of how we see colors, Maxwell had reasoned that it should be possible to create a photographic image that captured the full range of colors in a scene, by taking three separate photographs through filters of red, green, and blue, and then projecting those three images together so that they overlapped and combined to recreate the original colors. This was, in essence, the additive theory of color reproduction, and while the idea had been discussed theoretically, no one had actually demonstrated it in practice before Maxwell undertook to do so. For the technical execution of this demonstration, Maxwell enlisted the assistance of a professional photographer named Thomas Sutton, who was known for his skill and his interest in photographic innovations. Sutton had invented the first single-lens reflex camera some years earlier and was a capable practitioner of the photographic art as it existed in that era. The technology available to them was quite limited by modern standards, involving wet collodion plates that had to be prepared fresh for each exposure and processed immediately afterward, and the entire enterprise required considerable patience and expertise. The two men worked together to create three photographs of a simple subject that would show colors distinctly, settling on a tartan ribbon as their test object, the kind of ribbon that might be used as a bow on a piece of Highland dress, with its characteristic pattern of colored stripes. They photographed this ribbon 3 times, each time placing a different colored filter in front of the camera lens. One photograph was taken through a red filter, which allowed primarily red light to reach the photographic plate and therefore recorded how much red was present in each part of the image. A second photograph was taken through a green filter, recording the green content of the scene, and a third was taken through a blue filter, recording the blue content. Each of these 3 photographs, on its own, was simply a black and white image showing lighter and darker areas depending on how strongly the original colors had contributed to the filtered light. The remarkable step came in the recombination of these 3 records. Maxwell had 3 lantern slides made from the 3 photographs, and he projected them simultaneously onto a screen using 3 separate magic lanterns, each fitted with a filter of the appropriate color. The slide made from the red-filtered photograph was projected through a red filter, so that the parts of the image that had recorded strong red appeared bright red on the screen, while the parts that had recorded little red appeared dark. Similarly, the green and blue records were projected through their respective filters. When all 3 projections were carefully aligned so that they overlapped exactly, the combined image showed the tartan ribbon in something approaching its true colors, with the reds and greens and blues of the pattern all visible in their proper places. The audience at the Royal Institution that Friday evening witnessed something that had never been seen before, a photographic reproduction of a colored object that actually showed multiple colors rather than the uniform gray tones that all photographs had hitherto displayed. It was a proof of concept, a demonstration that Maxwell's theory of three-color vision could be applied practically to the reproduction of color in images. The photograph was not perfect, certainly, and the process was far too cumbersome for ordinary use. But it established the fundamental principle that would eventually lead, through many refinements and improvements by other workers over subsequent decades, to the color photography and color printing that we take for granted today. What makes this achievement even more interesting to the historian of science is that subsequent research, conducted many years later when the properties of photographic materials were better understood, has revealed that the demonstration should not have worked as well as it did, given the materials that were actually available in 1861. The wet collodion process used by Sutton was not sensitive to red light at all, and had only limited sensitivity to green light. The emulsion responded primarily to blue and violet light, and extending into the ultraviolet region of the spectrum. This means that the photograph taken through the red filter should have recorded almost nothing, since very little red light would have affected the plate even after passing through the filter. Yet the demonstration did work, and the red areas of the tartan ribbon did appear red in the final projected image. Modern investigators have proposed that this success was due in part to a fortunate accident involving the ultraviolet sensitivity of the photographic plates and certain properties of the dyes used in the original ribbon. Some of the red dyes used in textiles of that period happened to reflect ultraviolet light as well as visible red light, and this ultraviolet radiation would have passed through the red filter, which was transparent to it, and would have been recorded by the plate. Thus the photograph taken through the red filter was actually recording ultraviolet reflectance rather than red light. But because the ultraviolet happened to correlate with the red in that particular ribbon, the final result gave a reasonably accurate color reproduction despite the theoretical impossibility of the process working as Maxwell had intended. This serendipitous success does not diminish Maxwell's achievement, of course, for his theory was entirely correct and his method was sound. It was merely the luck of the particular materials at hand that allowed the demonstration to succeed so convincingly before the necessary photographic chemistry had been developed. Had he chosen a different object to photograph, one whose red areas did not happen to reflect ultraviolet light, the results might have been much less impressive, and the convincing proof of his color theory might have had to wait for later technical developments. But as it happened, the tartan ribbon, with its Scottish connection that must have pleased Maxwell, served the purpose admirably. Beyond his research into color and his growing work on electromagnetic theory, Maxwell was also occupied during his London years with practical matters of scientific standardization that would have lasting importance for technology and industry. He became involved with the British Association for the Advancement of Science Committee that was working to establish standard units for electrical measurements, a task that may sound mundane but was in fact essential for the development of telegraphy, electrical engineering, and all the electrical technologies that were beginning to transform communication and eventually every aspect of modern life. In the 1860s, there was no agreed system of units for measuring electrical quantities such as resistance, current, and potential difference. Different laboratories used different standards, making it difficult to compare results or to specify the requirements of electrical equipment in any consistent way. The telegraph industry, in particular, needed reliable standards so that cables and instruments could be manufactured to work together properly, and the failures of early transatlantic telegraph cables had highlighted the practical consequences of inadequate measurement and specification. The British Association Committee, which included William Thomson, Fleming Jenkin, and other prominent figures, undertook the painstaking work of defining electrical units and creating physical standards that could be replicated and used as references. Maxwell contributed both theoretical insight and experimental skill to this effort. His understanding of the relationships between different electrical quantities, and his ability to connect them to fundamental mechanical quantities like length, mass, and time, was particularly valuable in establishing a coherent system of units. The committee's work eventually led to the adoption of standards that formed the basis for the units we still use today, though the names and exact definitions have been refined over the years. The ohm, the volt, the ampere, and related units all trace their lineage back to this period of standardization, and Maxwell's participation in this work represented another way in which his theoretical understanding found practical application. Living in London also brought Maxwell into closer contact with the metropolitan scientific community, the network of societies and institutions where researchers presented their work, exchanged ideas, and built the connections that sustained scientific progress. The Royal Society, of which Maxwell had been elected a Fellow some years earlier, held its meetings in Burlington House and provided a forum for the communication of research across all fields of natural philosophy. The Royal Institution, where he had demonstrated his colour photograph, offered public lectures that brought science to a wider audience while also hosting research in its basement laboratories. The British Association met annually in different cities around the country, but its London members formed a core of ongoing activity and planning. Maxwell participated in this world to the extent that his temperament and interests allowed, presenting papers, attending meetings, and corresponding with colleagues, though he was never the sort of person who sought the spotlight or cultivated influence for its own sake. His letters from this period show a man deeply engaged with scientific problems, discussing technical details with correspondents like Faraday and Thomson, and pursuing his investigations with steady determination. The social whirl of London seems to have held little attraction for him, and he and Katherine maintained their quiet domestic life amidst the bustle of the city. The 5 years at King's College London were years of steady productivity and growing reputation, during which Maxwell laid the groundwork for achievements that would only be fully recognized later. The colour photograph demonstration had brought him a measure of public attention, but his most important work was proceeding quietly in the realm of mathematical physics, where he was developing the theoretical framework that would unify electricity, magnetism, and light into a single coherent theory. Those investigations, however, belong to another part of our account, and for now we may leave Maxwell in his London years, teaching his classes at King's College, working on his experiments and calculations, and contributing to the collective enterprise of Victorian science in his characteristically methodical and unassuming way. The next chapter of his life would bring a return to Scotland and eventual reluctant return to Cambridge, but that transition still lay in the future as the 1860s progressed and his work continued to unfold. In the year 1860, James Clerk Maxwell turned his attention to a question that had occupied natural philosophers for some considerable time: the question of what gases actually are, and how their invisible constituents might behave. He was 28 years old, recently appointed to the chair of natural philosophy at Marischal College in Aberdeen, and his mind, ever restless in its quiet way, had begun to wander into territory that would prove remarkably fruitful. The paper he produced that year, bearing the somewhat understated title Illustrations of the Dynamical Theory of Gases, would introduce into physics something genuinely new, a way of thinking about nature that relied not on certainty but on probability, not on the behavior of individual particles but on the collective tendencies of countless millions of them, moving and colliding in ways that could never be tracked individually but could, with the right mathematical tools, be described with surprising precision. The idea that gases might be composed of tiny particles in rapid motion was not itself new. Daniel Bernoulli had suggested as much in the 1730s, and by the middle of the 19th century the German physicist Rudolf Clausius had developed a reasonably sophisticated version of what was coming to be called the kinetic theory. Clausius had shown that if one imagined a gas as consisting of molecules flying about and bouncing off one another and off the walls of their container, one could derive various properties of the gas, including the relationship between its temperature and the average energy of its molecules. Maxwell knew of Clausius's work and admired it, though he also saw that it rested on a simplification that might not reflect reality. Clausius had assumed, for the sake of mathematical convenience, that all the molecules in a gas moved at the same speed. This made the calculations tractable, but it seemed rather unlikely to be true. If molecules were constantly colliding with one another, surely some would be knocked into faster motion while others would be slowed down, and the result would be a whole range of different speeds present in the gas at any given moment. Maxwell set about determining what that range of speeds might actually look like. He approached the problem not by trying to track individual molecules, which would have been impossible, but by asking what distribution of speeds would be consistent with the random, chaotic process of molecular collisions. He imagined a gas in thermal equilibrium, a state in which nothing about its overall behavior was changing even though its individual molecules were in constant motion, and he asked what statistical pattern the molecular velocities would settle into under such conditions. The answer he arrived at was elegant and somewhat unexpected. The speeds of the molecules, he found, would be distributed according to a particular mathematical curve, one that rose from zero at zero speed, reached a peak at some moderate speed, and then fell away gradually toward zero again at very high speeds. This curve had a shape rather like a hill with a gentle slope on the low-speed side and a longer, more gradual decline on the high-speed side, and it described precisely how many molecules would be found moving at any given speed in a gas at a fixed temperature. This was the Maxwell distribution, and it was something genuinely unprecedented in the history of physics. For the first time, a fundamental law of nature was being expressed not as a statement about what would definitely happen, but as a statement about what was statistically likely to happen. The distribution did not tell you the speed of any particular molecule. It told you the probability that a molecule chosen at random would have a speed within some particular range. This was a profound departure from the deterministic traditions of Newtonian mechanics, in which the behavior of any system could in principle be predicted exactly if one knew the positions and velocities of all its parts. Maxwell was saying that for a gas containing unimaginably many molecules, such detailed prediction was neither possible nor necessary. What mattered was the statistical pattern, the overall shape of the distribution, and this could be known and used even when the individual details could not. The shape of the Maxwell distribution, when plotted on a graph, resembles what later came to be called a bell curve, though it is not quite the same as the normal distribution familiar from probability theory. The peak of the curve corresponds to the most probable speed, the speed that more molecules have than any other single speed, but this is not the same as the average speed. which is somewhat higher because the tail of the distribution extends further on the high-speed side than on the low-speed side. There are always some molecules moving very slowly, and always some moving very fast, but the bulk of them cluster around the middle range, and the temperature of the gas determines where this middle range lies. A hotter gas has a distribution shifted toward higher speeds, with its peak moved to the right on the graph, while a colder gas has its peak at lower speeds, the molecules on average moving more sluggishly. Having established this distribution, Maxwell went on to calculate various properties of gases that depended on the motion of their molecules. These are called transport properties, because they involve the transport of something, momentum or energy or matter, from one place to another through the gas. The first of these is viscosity, the resistance a gas offers to being stirred or to having one layer slide past another. Maxwell showed that viscosity arises from the transfer of momentum between layers of gas moving at different speeds, and he calculated how the viscosity should depend on the properties of the molecules and the temperature of the gas. The second transport property he considered was thermal conductivity, the ability of a gas to transmit heat from a hot region to a cold one. This too he traced to molecular motion, with faster molecules from the hot region migrating into the cold region and slower molecules moving the other way, the net effect being a transfer of energy. The third property was diffusion, the tendency of two gases placed in contact to gradually mix together, each spreading into the space occupied by the other. All three of these phenomena, Maxwell showed, could be understood in terms of molecules moving, colliding, and carrying with them their momentum, their energy, or simply their presence as they wandered through the gas. Central to all these calculations was the concept of the mean free path, the average distance a molecule travels between one collision and the next. In a dense gas, where the molecules are crowded together, the mean free path is short, because a molecule does not get far before bumping into a neighbor. In a rarefied gas, the molecules are more spread out, and the mean free path is correspondingly longer. Maxwell's calculations showed how the transport properties depended on this quantity, and he derived expressions that related the viscosity, thermal conductivity, and diffusion coefficient to the mean free path, the average molecular speed, and the density of the gas. One of the most striking predictions to emerge from this analysis concerned the viscosity of gases and how it varied, or rather did not vary, with pressure. According to Maxwell's theory, the viscosity of a gas should be independent of its pressure, at least over a wide range of conditions. This was counterintuitive. One might suppose that a denser gas, with more molecules per unit volume, would offer more resistance to flow, just as thick honey is more viscous than thin water. But Maxwell's analysis showed that while increasing the pressure did increase the number of molecules available to transfer momentum, it also decreased the mean free path by an exactly compensating amount, so that the two effects cancelled out. The viscosity depended on the temperature, certainly, increasing as the gas got hotter and the molecules moved faster, but it did not depend on the pressure, a prediction that seemed almost paradoxical. Maxwell was determined to test this prediction experimentally, and in this endeavor he had the assistance of his wife Katherine. The two of them conducted a series of careful experiments at Glenlair, the family estate in Scotland where they spent their summers. The apparatus they used involved oscillating discs suspended in a chamber that could be filled with gas at various pressures, and by measuring how quickly the oscillations died away, they could determine the viscosity of the gas. The experiments were painstaking, requiring precise measurements and careful control of conditions, and Katherine played an essential role in taking readings and recording data, often at inconvenient hours when the temperature in the room was most stable. The results confirmed Maxwell's prediction. Over a considerable range of pressures, the viscosity of the gas remained essentially constant, just as the theory had foretold. This was a remarkable vindication of the kinetic theory and of Maxwell's statistical approach to molecular behavior. Maxwell's relationship with Rudolf Clausius, the German physicist whose earlier work on kinetic theory had provided the foundation for his own investigations, was cordial and respectful. The two exchanged letters and followed each other's publications with interest, though they sometimes disagreed on matters of interpretation or priority. Clausius had introduced many of the basic concepts of kinetic theory, including an early version of the mean free path, but his treatment had been less mathematically complete than Maxwell's, and he had not developed the statistical distribution of molecular velocities. Maxwell always acknowledged his debt to Clausius while also recognizing the ways in which his own work had extended and refined the earlier theory. Later, Maxwell corresponded with Ludwig Boltzmann, a younger Austrian physicist who would become one of the giants of statistical mechanics. Boltzmann extended Maxwell's distribution to cover more general cases and developed a deeper theoretical framework for understanding why the distribution took the form it did. The two men shared a conviction that statistical methods were essential for understanding the behavior of systems composed of many particles, and their correspondence reflects a mutual respect and a shared sense of exploring new territory. The distribution of molecular velocities is now often called the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution in recognition of their combined contributions. The experiments Maxwell conducted at King's College London, where he held the chair of natural philosophy from 1860 to 1865, allowed him to refine his measurements of gas properties and to test various aspects of his theory against observation. He measured the viscosity of air and other gases with increasing precision, and he investigated how the transport properties varied with temperature. The laboratory at King's College was not particularly well equipped, and Maxwell often had to improvise apparatus or make do with limited resources, but his experimental skill and his theoretical insight allowed him to extract meaningful results nonetheless. The agreement between theory and experiment was generally good, though not perfect, and Maxwell was always careful to note where discrepancies remained and what further investigations might be needed. The philosophical implications of Maxwell's statistical approach were not lost on him. He recognized that in describing the behavior of gases in terms of probabilities rather than certainties, he was introducing a new kind of explanation into physics. The motions of individual molecules might be governed by the same mechanical laws that Newton had discovered, and in principle each molecule might follow a precisely determined path, but in practice the complexity of the system made it impossible to track those paths, and the statistical description became not merely a convenient approximation but the only description that was actually useful. Maxwell reflected on this situation in his later writings, noting that the laws of physics as applied to large assemblies of particles took on a character different from the laws as applied to simple systems. The second law of thermodynamics, which states that heat flows from hot bodies to cold and that entropy tends to increase, was, Maxwell realized, a statistical law, true on average and overwhelmingly likely to hold in any particular case, but not absolutely certain in the way that Newton's laws of motion were supposed to be. This led Maxwell to his famous thought experiment involving a hypothetical being, later dubbed Maxwell's demon, who could observe individual molecules and sort them according to their speeds, thereby apparently violating the second law. Maxwell introduced this creature not to suggest that the second law was false, but to clarify its statistical nature. The law held because the demon did not exist, because no actual process could sort molecules in that way without expending energy and increasing entropy elsewhere. But the very possibility of imagining such a being revealed something important about the character of thermodynamic laws, that they were laws of probability rather than laws of necessity. Maxwell's work on the kinetic theory of gases thus represented more than just a successful application of mathematics to a physical problem. It introduced into physics a new way of thinking about natural phenomena, one that would prove essential in the 20th century when quantum mechanics and statistical mechanics became the foundations of our understanding of matter. The statistical methods Maxwell pioneered found applications far beyond the behavior of gases, extending to the thermal properties of solids, the distribution of energies in radiation, and eventually to the probabilistic descriptions at the heart of quantum theory. But all of this lay in the future as Maxwell pursued his quiet investigations, measuring the viscosity of air in his laboratory, exchanging letters with Clausius and Boltzmann, and reflecting in his thoughtful way on what it meant that the laws of nature might be laws of probability, governing the behavior of countless particles too small to see and too numerous to count, yet yielding predictions that could be tested and confirmed in the calm of a well-ordered laboratory or in the peaceful surroundings of a Scottish summer at Glenlair. In the early months of 1861, James Clerk Maxwell began publishing a series of papers that would, in time, fundamentally alter the way we understand the universe, though at the moment of their creation, very few people recognized this, and the papers themselves were concerned with something that sounds rather peculiar to modern ears, namely the construction of an elaborate mechanical model to explain how electric and magnetic forces might propagate through empty space, or rather through the space that was then believed to be filled with an invisible substance called the luminiferous ether, a substance that no one had ever directly observed but which seemed necessary if one wished to explain how light could travel from distant stars to our eyes across the apparent void between them. Maxwell had been thinking about electricity and magnetism for some years by this point, building upon the experimental discoveries of Michael Faraday, who had shown through careful laboratory work that electric currents could produce magnetic effects, and that changing magnetic fields could in turn produce electric currents, and who had introduced the notion of lines of force spreading through space, a notion that many mathematically minded physicists of the time regarded as somewhat vague and insufficiently rigorous, though Maxwell saw in Faraday's intuitive pictures something profound and worth pursuing with the full apparatus of mathematical analysis. The papers that Maxwell published between 1861 and 1862 appeared in a journal called the Philosophical Magazine, under the title On Physical Lines of Force, and they represented his attempt to create a concrete mechanical picture of how Faraday's lines of force might actually work, what physical machinery might be hidden within the ether to produce all the phenomena of electricity and magnetism that experimenters had catalogued over the preceding decades. The model he constructed was intricate and, to be quite honest, rather difficult to visualize, though we shall do our best to describe it in a gentle and unhurried fashion, since the details themselves are not as important as the remarkable conclusions that Maxwell was eventually able to draw from them. Maxwell imagined that the ether was filled with tiny rotating vortices, spinning about axes that aligned with the magnetic lines of force, so that where the magnetic field was strong, these vortices would be spinning rapidly, and where the field was weak, they would be spinning more slowly, and the direction of their axes would indicate the direction of the magnetic field at each point in space. Now, if one imagines space filled with these spinning vortices, one immediately encounters a mechanical difficulty. For if adjacent vortices are all spinning in the same direction, their edges would be moving in opposite directions where they touch, and they would grind against one another, which would not do at all. To solve this problem, Maxwell introduced a second element into his model, namely a layer of tiny spherical particles positioned between the vortices, which he called idle wheels, though one might also think of them as tiny ball bearings, and these idle wheels would be carried along by the motion of the vortices on either side, rotating in place and allowing the vortices to spin without grinding against one another. And here is where the model becomes rather clever, for Maxwell proposed that these idle wheels were in fact the particles of electricity, and that when they were set in motion, flowing from one place to another, they constituted an electric current, while the vortices themselves, through their rotation, represented the magnetic field. This arrangement allowed Maxwell to explain a number of known phenomena in terms of his mechanical picture. For example, why an electric current produces a magnetic field around it, and why a changing magnetic field induces an electric current in a nearby wire, and the mathematics worked out in such a way that the known laws of electromagnetism could be derived from the behavior of these hypothetical vortices and idle wheels. But the model also predicted something unexpected, something that emerged from the mathematics almost as a byproduct of the mechanical assumptions. And this unexpected prediction concerned what happens in regions of space where there is no conducting material, no wire through which electricity might flow. Maxwell reasoned that even in empty space, or rather in the ether that was supposed to fill empty space, the idle wheels could be displaced slightly from their equilibrium positions when an electric field was applied, and this displacement, even though it did not involve the steady flow of electricity through a conductor, would nonetheless produce effects similar to those of an actual current. He called this phenomenon the displacement current, and it represented a kind of temporary, elastic movement of the electrical particles within the ether, a movement that would occur whenever the electric field was changing, and that would contribute to the magnetic effects in the surrounding region just as an ordinary current would. This was a new idea, not something that had been observed directly in the laboratory, but rather something that the internal logic of the mechanical model seemed to require. And when Maxwell incorporated the displacement current into his equations, he discovered something remarkable. The equations now predicted that disturbances in the electromagnetic field would not remain stationary but would propagate outward through space as waves, with the electric and magnetic components oscillating at right angles to each other and at right angles to the direction of propagation, much as the displacement in a vibrating string is perpendicular to the direction along which a wave travels. And when Maxwell calculated the speed at which these electromagnetic waves would travel, using the known values of certain electrical constants that had been measured in the laboratory, he found a number that was startlingly familiar. The constants in question had been determined by Wilhelm Weber and Rudolf Kohlrausch in Germany, through careful experiments involving the comparison of electrostatic and electromagnetic units of electrical charge, and from their measurements one could calculate a velocity that appeared in the equations as a kind of natural speed associated with electromagnetic phenomena. The value that Maxwell calculated was approximately 310,740,000 meters per second, and this number was remarkably close to the speed of light as measured by Hippolyte Fizeau in 1849, who had obtained a value of approximately 315 million meters per second using a rotating toothed wheel to interrupt a beam of light and measure the time it took to travel a known distance. Given the uncertainties in both measurements, these two numbers were in essential agreement, and Maxwell recognized immediately the profound significance of this coincidence, if indeed it was a coincidence at all. In his paper, Maxwell wrote that the velocity of transverse undulations in the medium, calculated from the electromagnetic experiments of Weber and Colroche, agrees so exactly with the velocity of light calculated from the optical experiments of Fizeau, that we can scarcely avoid the inference that light consists in the transverse undulations of the same medium which is the cause of electric and magnetic phenomena. This statement, offered in Maxwell's characteristic tone of careful understatement, was nothing less than a proposal to unify two great branches of physics that had previously been thought entirely separate: the science of light and optics on the one hand, and the science of electricity and magnetism on the other. If Maxwell was right, then light was not a separate phenomenon requiring its own special explanation, but was simply one manifestation of electromagnetic waves, differing from other possible electromagnetic waves only in its particular frequency and wavelength, and the ether that had been hypothesized to carry light waves was the same ether whose mechanical properties gave rise to electric and magnetic forces. But Maxwell was not entirely satisfied with the mechanical model he had constructed, elaborate and ingenious though it was, for it seemed to him that the model was perhaps too specific, too dependent on particular assumptions about the nature of the ether and the form of the vortices and idle wheels, assumptions that might well be wrong in their details even if the broader conclusions were correct. And so, over the following years, Maxwell set himself the task of reformulating his theory in a more abstract and general way, retaining the mathematical relationships that had proved so fruitful while setting aside the specific mechanical picture that had guided him to those relationships. This effort culminated in a paper that Maxwell presented to the Royal Society on the 8th of December 1864, and which was subsequently published in the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society in 1865, under the title A Dynamical Theory of the Electromagnetic Field. In this paper, Maxwell approached the subject from a different angle, starting not from a particular mechanical model but from more general principles concerning the storage and flow of energy in the electromagnetic field, treating the field itself as a real physical entity capable of holding energy and transmitting it from place to place. He still believed in the ether, still assumed that electromagnetic phenomena required some material medium for their propagation, but he no longer committed himself to any specific picture of what that medium might look like or how its parts might be arranged, preferring instead to let the mathematics speak for itself and to derive conclusions that would hold true regardless of the particular mechanical details. This was a significant methodological shift, a move toward the more abstract style of physics that would become increasingly common in the 20th century, where the equations themselves are taken as fundamental and mechanical models are regarded as useful guides to intuition rather than literal descriptions of underlying reality. The paper presented a comprehensive mathematical treatment of electromagnetic phenomena, encompassing not only the production of magnetic fields by electric currents and the induction of electric currents by changing magnetic fields, but also the propagation of electromagnetic waves through space, the storage of energy in electric and magnetic fields, and the forces exerted by those fields on charged bodies and electric currents. The mathematical formulation that Maxwell presented was expressed in terms of 20 equations relating various quantities describing the electromagnetic field, including the electric and magnetic field strengths, the electric charge density, the current density, and certain auxiliary quantities that Maxwell introduced to simplify the analysis. These 20 equations, written in the notation of the time, were rather cumbersome by modern standards, involving components of vectors written out separately for each of the three spatial directions, and using a somewhat different system of units than physicists employ today. But the essential content of the equations was sound, and they contained within them all the information needed to describe electromagnetic phenomena in full generality, at least in the regime where the phenomena could be treated classically, before the discoveries of the 20th century revealed the need for quantum mechanics. In the years following Maxwell's death in 1879, other physicists took up the task of simplifying and clarifying his mathematical framework, and prominent among these were Oliver Heaviside in England and Heinrich Hertz in Germany. Heaviside in particular was instrumental in rewriting Maxwell's equations in the compact vector notation that is used today, reducing the original 20 equations to the 4 elegant expressions that physics students around the world now learn as Maxwell's equations, and which relate the electric and magnetic fields to their sources and to each other in a way that reveals immediately the wave-like character of electromagnetic disturbances. Hertz, meanwhile, provided crucial experimental confirmation of Maxwell's predictions by generating and detecting electromagnetic waves in the laboratory in the late 1880s, demonstrating that these waves could be reflected and refracted and that they traveled at the speed of light, just as Maxwell had calculated. But all of this lay in the future when Maxwell presented his paper to the Royal Society in 1864, and the initial reception of his theory was, it must be said, rather muted. This was perhaps not surprising, for the theory was mathematically demanding by the standards of the time, requiring facility with partial differential equations and the manipulation of vector quantities in 3 dimensions, and many physicists found the argument difficult to follow or unconvincing in its details. There were also conceptual objections, for the notion of a field filling all of space and carrying energy and momentum was unfamiliar and seemed to some to be a step backward from the Newtonian ideal of forces acting directly between particles at a distance, an ideal that had served physics well for nearly 2 centuries. And the connection between electromagnetism and light, striking though it was, rested on a numerical coincidence that some were prepared to dismiss as fortuitous, since the measurements involved had significant uncertainties, and one might argue that the agreement was not quite as perfect as Maxwell had suggested. Furthermore, the ether itself remained problematic, for no one had ever detected it directly, and attempts to observe the motion of the Earth through the ether, or to measure the properties of the ether in other ways, had consistently failed to produce clear results, a difficulty that would eventually lead to the abandonment of the ether concept altogether with the advent of Einstein's special theory of relativity in 1905. Maxwell himself did not live to see the full vindication of his theory, passing away at the age of 48 in 1879. But by the end of the 19th century, after Hertz's experiments and the efforts of Heaviside and others to clarify the mathematical formulation, Maxwell's electromagnetic theory had become established as one of the great achievements of physics, a theory that unified previously disparate phenomena, predicted new effects that were subsequently observed, and provided the foundation for technologies that would transform the modern world. The displacement current that had emerged from Maxwell's mechanical model, originally introduced to maintain the internal consistency of the vortex theory, proved to be an essential component of the equations, necessary for the prediction of electromagnetic waves, and its inclusion marked a genuine advance in understanding rather than merely a mathematical convenience. And the vision of light as an electromagnetic phenomenon, first articulated by Maxwell in the early 1860s, opened up vast new territories for physics to explore, revealing that the visible light to which our eyes are sensitive is only a small portion of a much broader spectrum of electromagnetic radiation, including radio waves and infrared radiation and ultraviolet light and X-rays and gamma rays, all of which are governed by the same equations and differ only in their wavelengths and frequencies. The transformation from the elaborate mechanical model of 1861, with its rotating vortices and idle wheels, to the abstract field equations of 1864 and 1865, illustrates something important about the nature of scientific progress. For the mechanical model, however strange it might seem to us today, served as a scaffolding that allowed Maxwell to construct his mathematical theory, a guide to intuition that led him to the displacement current and the wave equation, even though the scaffolding itself was eventually removed and discarded once the building was complete. Maxwell's approach was cautious and methodical, never claiming more certainty than the evidence warranted, always acknowledging the limitations of his models and the provisional nature of scientific knowledge. And this modesty is evident in the careful phrasing of his famous statement about light and electromagnetism, where he says that we can scarcely avoid the inference, rather than asserting outright that light definitely is an electromagnetic wave. This carefulness was characteristic of Maxwell's scientific style, a style that combined deep physical intuition with mathematical rigor and a reluctance to make grand pronouncements that went beyond what the evidence could support. And it is perhaps one reason why his work, though not immediately celebrated, has proved so durable and so fundamental to the physics that came after. The papers that Maxwell published in those years of the early 1860s, and especially the dynamical theory presented to the Royal Society in December 1864, represent a turning point in the history of science, a moment when the threads of electricity and magnetism and light, which had seemed to lead in different directions, were gathered together into a single unified fabric, and though the full significance of this achievement was not immediately apparent to all, the passage of time has only served to confirm and amplify Maxwell's original vision. And so we may imagine Maxwell working at his desk, perhaps in the quiet of his study at Glenlair or in his rooms at King's College London, filling page after page with equations and diagrams, gradually refining his understanding of the electromagnetic field, and arriving at last at the remarkable conclusion that light itself is nothing more nor less than an electromagnetic wave, traveling through space at a speed that can be calculated from purely electrical measurements, a conclusion that changed forever the way we understand the physical world. In the spring of 1865, James Clerk Maxwell made a decision that might have seemed unexpected to those who knew only his professional trajectory, for he chose to resign his professorship at King's College London and return to his family estate at Glenlair in the Scottish countryside. He was 33 years old, and he had been teaching in London for nearly 5 years, delivering lectures and demonstrations and maintaining an active presence in the scientific societies of the capital. Yet there were compelling reasons to step away from this life, reasons that had been accumulating slowly like clouds gathering before a gentle rain, and when the moment came to make the choice, it seemed the most natural thing in the world. Katherine Maxwell had not been well. The precise nature of her illness during this period is not entirely clear from the historical record, but it is evident that her health had become a matter of serious concern for her husband, and the atmosphere of London, with its coal smoke and its damp and its particular kind of urban weariness, did not seem conducive to her recovery. Maxwell had always been attentive to Katherine's well-being, and the thought of continuing in a position that kept them both in circumstances unfavorable to her health must have weighed heavily upon him. There was also the matter of his own recent brush with mortality, for in the summer of 1865, Maxwell contracted erysipelas, a bacterial infection of the skin that was, in that era before antibiotics, a genuinely dangerous condition. Erysipelas presents itself as a painful inflammation, typically affecting the face or legs, spreading across the skin with a characteristic redness and swelling, and in severe cases it could prove fatal. Maxwell's bout with this illness was serious indeed, and for a time his life hung in a delicate balance. The fever and the pain and the general debilitation that accompanied this infection left him weakened, and even after the acute phase had passed, the recovery was slow and demanding. Such an experience tends to concentrate the mind upon questions of priority and purpose, upon what one truly wishes to accomplish with whatever time remains. And for Maxwell, the answer was clear. He wanted to write a comprehensive treatise on electricity and magnetism, a systematic presentation of everything that was known and everything that he had discovered. And he could not do this work properly while also meeting the demands of a teaching position in London. And so they went to Glenlair, he and Katherine, travelling north to that estate in Galloway which had been in the Maxwell family for generations, where his father had built the house in which James had spent portions of his childhood, and where the rolling hills and the quiet woods offered a kind of peace that could not be found in the crowded streets of the city. The journey itself was a transition between two modes of existence, from the bustle and noise of metropolitan life to the measured rhythms of the countryside, and when they arrived at last at Glenlair, with its stone walls and its views across the Scottish landscape, there must have been a sense of coming home to a place where sustained thought would be possible. The house at Glenlair was comfortable but not grand, a gentleman's residence suitable for a family of moderate means and scholarly inclinations. Maxwell's father had designed and built much of it himself, and James had inherited not only the property but also something of his father's practical bent, his interest in the physical fabric of buildings and the details of construction. During the years that followed, Maxwell would undertake a significant extension to the house, adding new rooms and improving the accommodation in ways that reflected both his growing needs and his engagement with the estate as a working concern. This building project proceeded alongside his scientific work, and one can imagine him moving between the two activities, from calculations concerning electromagnetic fields to discussions with builders about stone and timber and the placement of windows. Daily life at Glenlair followed patterns that Maxwell established early and maintained with quiet consistency throughout the 6 years of his residence there. He was not a man who kept to rigid schedules in the manner of some scholars, yet there was a regularity to his days that allowed him to accomplish an enormous amount of work while also attending to his responsibilities as a landowner and participating in the life of the local community. He rose in the mornings without excessive earliness, took breakfast with Katherine, and then turned to his scientific work, which he pursued in his study for several hours at a stretch. The mornings were generally devoted to writing and calculation, to the careful development of ideas that would eventually fill the pages of his treatise. In the afternoons, Maxwell often rode out on horseback across the estate and the surrounding countryside. He had always been fond of riding, and the exercise agreed with him, providing not only physical refreshment but also a kind of mental clearing that seemed to prepare his mind for further work. The landscape around Glenlair was varied and pleasing, with hills and streams and woodlands that changed with the seasons, and Maxwell came to know it intimately through his daily explorations. Sometimes he rode alone, following paths that led through quiet glens and across open moorland, and sometimes Katherine accompanied him on these excursions, for she too enjoyed the outdoor life and the freedom of movement that the countryside allowed. The management of the estate occupied a portion of Maxwell's attention throughout these years. For Glenlair was a working property with tenants who farmed the land and looked to the laird for guidance and support. Maxwell took these responsibilities seriously, involving himself in the practical affairs of agriculture and land management in ways that might seem surprising for a man so deeply engaged in abstract theoretical work. He discussed drainage and crop rotation with his tenants, concerned himself with the condition of cottages and outbuildings, and participated in the local affairs of the parish and the county. This engagement with the material realities of rural life was not a distraction from his scientific work but rather a complement to it, grounding him in the physical world even as his mind ranged across the most abstract regions of mathematical physics. The evenings at Glenlair were quiet and domestic. Maxwell and Katherine dined together, and afterward he might read aloud to her, or they might discuss the events of the day or the progress of his work. He was devoted to her in a way that contemporaries sometimes found touching, attentive to her comfort and her happiness, and their marriage, though childless, seems to have been a genuine partnership of affection and mutual support. Katherine assisted him with some of his experimental work, helping to take readings and record observations, and she shared in the intellectual life of the household even if she did not contribute directly to the theoretical developments that occupied his mind. The great work of these years was the writing of what would eventually be published as a treatise on electricity and magnetism, a comprehensive presentation of electromagnetic theory that would run to 2 substantial volumes when it finally appeared in 1873. Maxwell had been thinking about this project for many years, and his papers of the early 1860s had laid much of the groundwork, but the task of bringing everything together into a single coherent work was immense and demanding. He wanted not merely to present his own contributions but to provide a complete account of the field as it then stood, incorporating the work of earlier researchers and showing how the various phenomena of electricity and magnetism could be understood as manifestations of a single underlying reality. The writing proceeded slowly and carefully, with Maxwell building up the argument chapter by chapter, starting from the most basic principles and gradually introducing more complex ideas until the reader was prepared for the full statement of the electromagnetic theory of light. He took great care with the mathematical presentations, working through the calculations in detail and checking his results by multiple methods. The prose style of the treatise is lucid and unhurried, with long explanations of physical concepts interspersed among the equations, and one can see in it the influence of those quiet days at Glenlair, the unhurried pace of a life devoted to understanding rather than to the production of quick results. Maxwell organized the treatise in a way that reflected his understanding of the logical structure of the subject. The first volume dealt primarily with electrostatics and electrokinetics, with the properties of conductors and insulators and the laws governing the flow of electric currents. The second volume addressed magnetism and electromagnetism, building toward the climactic presentation of the equations that bear Maxwell's name and the demonstration that light is an electromagnetic phenomenon. Throughout, he emphasized the physical reality of the electromagnetic field, treating it not as a mathematical abstraction but as a genuine feature of the physical world, present in every region of space where electric or magnetic effects could be detected. The actual composition of the treatise occupied many hundreds of hours across several years, with Maxwell writing in longhand at his desk in Glenlair, filling page after page with his neat script, crossing out passages and inserting revisions, working and reworking the text until he was satisfied with its clarity and completeness. The manuscripts accumulated in his study, a growing monument to sustained intellectual effort, and as the work progressed, Maxwell must have felt the satisfaction of seeing a grand conception take material form, becoming something that could be shared with others and that would outlast his own life. Yet the treatise was not the only project that occupied Maxwell during these years at Glenlair, for his mind remained active across many areas of physics and mathematics, and he continued to make contributions to various fields even while the main work went forward. One of his most famous and enduring contributions from this period was the thought experiment that came to be known as Maxwell's demon, a conceptual device that illuminated fundamental questions about the nature of heat and the second law of thermodynamics. The demon, as Maxwell conceived it, was an imaginary being of microscopic size, capable of observing individual molecules of gas and operating a tiny door between two chambers. By opening the door to allow fast-moving molecules to pass in one direction and slow-moving molecules in the other, the demon could gradually sort the molecules by speed, creating a temperature difference between the two chambers without apparently doing any work. This seemed to violate the second law of thermodynamics, which states that heat cannot spontaneously flow from a colder body to a hotter one, and the puzzle of how to resolve this apparent paradox occupied physicists for many decades afterward. Maxwell himself did not call this creature a demon, referring to it simply as a being or a valve, but his friend William Thomson, Lord Kelvin, bestowed the name in a letter, and the term stuck, becoming one of the most memorable phrases in the history of physics. The demon was not meant to suggest that the second law could actually be violated, but rather to probe the statistical nature of thermodynamic laws, to show that they describe the average behavior of large numbers of molecules rather than the necessary behavior of each individual particle. In this way, the thought experiment contributed to the development of statistical mechanics and to a deeper understanding of the relationship between microscopic and macroscopic descriptions of physical systems. Maxwell's work on thermodynamics during these years extended beyond the demon to include further developments of the kinetic theory of gases and investigations into the transport properties of gases such as viscosity and thermal conductivity. He carried out experimental work at Glenlair, setting up apparatus in his study to measure the properties of gases under various conditions, and the results of these experiments informed his theoretical developments. The combination of experimental and theoretical work had always characterized his approach to physics, and even in the relative isolation of the Scottish countryside, he maintained this dual engagement with the phenomena of nature. Despite his physical distance from London and Cambridge, Maxwell did not cut himself off from the scientific community during his years at Glenlair. He maintained an extensive correspondence with colleagues and friends, writing letters that discussed scientific questions, exchanged ideas, and commented on recent developments in the field. His correspondence included Peter Guthrie Tait, with whom he had been friends since their student days in Edinburgh, and William Thomson, the distinguished physicist who held the chair of natural philosophy at Glasgow. Through these letters, Maxwell remained connected to the ongoing work of British science, contributing his thoughts and receiving news of discoveries and debates. He also made periodic visits to the centres of scientific activity, travelling to Cambridge for meetings of the university or to London for sessions of the Royal Society and other learned bodies. These journeys interrupted the quiet routine of life at Glenlair, but they served to maintain his professional relationships and to keep him informed of the latest work being done by others. At meetings of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, which convened annually in different cities around the country, Maxwell presented papers and participated in discussions, sharing his work with a broader audience and engaging with the scientific community in person. His contributions to scientific societies from a distance were also significant, for he served on committees and responded to requests for advice and assistance, lending his expertise to the collective enterprise of British science even when he could not be physically present. He reviewed papers submitted to the Royal Society, offering careful assessments of their merits and suggesting improvements, and he corresponded with younger scientists who sought his guidance on their work. In this way, the isolation of Glenlair was not absolute, and Maxwell's influence continued to be felt throughout the scientific world. The building work on the house at Glenlair proceeded during these years, with Maxwell adding a new wing that provided additional space for the household and for his work. He involved himself in the details of the construction, discussing plans with architects and overseeing the progress of the builders, and the finished extension reflected his practical interests and his aesthetic sensibilities. The house became more comfortable and more suited to the needs of a scholarly family, with rooms for books and instruments and space for the quiet pursuits that filled their days. As the years passed and the treatise neared completion, Maxwell must have begun to think about what would come next, about whether he would remain at Glenlair indefinitely or whether circumstances might draw him back to a more active role in academic life. The answer to this question lay in the future, in developments that could not yet be foreseen, but for the moment, the work at hand was sufficient. The pages accumulated, the ideas took their final form, and the great synthesis of electromagnetic theory moved steadily toward completion. The publication of a treatise on electricity and magnetism in 1873 marked the culmination of these years of sustained effort. The 2 volumes, running to nearly 1,000 pages in total, presented the most complete and systematic account of electromagnetic theory that had yet been produced, and they would shape the development of physics for generations to come. The equations that Maxwell had first presented in 1865 were here given their definitive exposition, embedded in a comprehensive framework that showed their connections to experiment and their implications for the nature of light and radiation. The treatise was not easy reading, even for trained physicists, for it demanded a high level of mathematical sophistication and a willingness to follow long chains of reasoning through many pages. Yet for those who made the effort, it opened up a new vision of the physical world, one in which electric and magnetic fields filled all of space and in which light was revealed as an electromagnetic wave propagating through the cosmos at a speed determined by fundamental electrical constants. This vision would eventually transform not only physics but also technology, leading to the development of radio and radar and all the electromagnetic technologies that define modern life. But in 1873, those developments lay far in the future, and Maxwell could not know what would come of his work. He knew only that he had done what he set out to do, that he had brought together the scattered pieces of electromagnetic knowledge into a single coherent whole, and that he had shared this understanding with the world in a form that others could study and build upon. The years at Glenlair had been well spent, and the quiet work of writing and thinking and calculating had borne fruit that would endure long after the writer himself had passed from the scene. In the spring of 1871, James Clerk Maxwell found himself contemplating a return to the university where he had spent his formative years as a student, though now under circumstances quite different from those of his youth, and with responsibilities that would shape the future of experimental science in Britain for generations to come. He was 40 years old, settled into the quiet rhythms of his Scottish estate at Glenlair, where he had spent the previous 6 years working on his treatise on electricity and magnetism, managing his lands, and enjoying the companionship of his wife Katherine and his many dogs. And yet the call from Cambridge carried with it a significance that he could not easily dismiss, for it represented an opportunity to establish something entirely new in the ancient university, a proper laboratory for the teaching and practice of experimental physics. The story of how this opportunity came to exist begins with William Cavendish, who held the title of 7th Duke of Devonshire and who served as Chancellor of the University of Cambridge, a position largely ceremonial in its public aspects, but one which allowed him to observe the workings of the institution with an informed and sympathetic eye. The Duke was himself a man of considerable mathematical ability, having achieved the distinction of second Wrangler in the mathematical Tripos during his own student days. And he understood perhaps better than most that the university, for all its excellence in mathematical instruction, had fallen behind in the practical aspects of physical science. The great laboratories of the continent, particularly those in Germany, had demonstrated that experimental physics required dedicated spaces equipped with precision instruments, and that such facilities were essential for the training of the next generation of scientists. Yet Cambridge possessed nothing of the kind, relying instead on informal arrangements and the private resources of individual professors. In October of 1870, the Duke made known his intention to provide the funds necessary to establish a proper professorship and laboratory for experimental physics, offering an initial donation of £6,300, a sum substantial enough to construct and equip a building suited to the purpose, though modest when compared to the grand laboratories being built elsewhere in Europe. The university accepted this generous gift with gratitude, and the process of establishing the new professorship began in earnest, though the question of who might be found to occupy such a position proved rather more complicated than one might have expected, for the ideal candidate would need to combine deep theoretical knowledge with practical experimental skill, and would need also to possess the temperament suited to building an entirely new institution from its foundations. The university first approached William Thomson, who held the chair of natural philosophy at Glasgow and whose reputation in both experimental and theoretical physics was unmatched in Britain, for his work on the transatlantic telegraph cable had demonstrated his mastery of practical applications, while his contributions to thermodynamics showed the depth of his theoretical understanding. Thomson, however, declined the offer, being well established in Glasgow where he had built his own laboratory and developed a style of teaching suited to his temperament, and he saw little reason to uproot himself and begin again in Cambridge at this stage of his career. The approach to Thomson having proved unsuccessful, the university then turned its attention to Hermann von Helmholtz, the great German physicist and physiologist, whose work spanned an extraordinary range of subjects from the conservation of energy to the physiology of perception, and who represented perhaps the finest example of the continental tradition of experimental science. Helmholtz too declined, preferring to remain in Berlin where he enjoyed excellent facilities and the support of a scientific community that valued experimental work in ways that Cambridge had not yet learned to do. It was only after these two refusals that the search committee turned to Maxwell, whose reputation rested primarily on his theoretical work rather than his experimental investigations, and who had been living in relative seclusion in Scotland for the better part of 6 years. Maxwell himself had reservations about the position, being uncertain whether he wished to return to the demands of academic life after enjoying the freedom of his country existence, and being aware that his health, never entirely robust, might not prove equal to the task of building a new laboratory while also continuing his theoretical researches. Nevertheless, after considerable deliberation, he allowed his name to be put forward, and in March of 1871 he was elected by a vote of the University Senate to serve as the first Cavendish Professor of Experimental Physics, a title chosen to honor the family name of the Duke whose generosity had made the position possible. The salary attached to the professorship was not large by the standards of the day, amounting to approximately £420 per year, a sum which would have been insufficient for a man without independent means, but which posed no particular hardship for Maxwell, whose estate at Glenlair provided him with a comfortable income quite apart from his academic earnings. This modest remuneration reflected the uncertain status of experimental physics within the university hierarchy, for the traditional prestige of Cambridge lay in its mathematical instruction, centered on the famous mathematical Trichromacy examination which had for generations served as the primary measure of intellectual distinction, and the practical work of the laboratory was viewed by many as something rather less elevated than the pure reasoning of theoretical mathematics. Maxwell delivered his inaugural lecture as Cavendish Professor on the 25th of October 1871, speaking to an audience gathered to hear his vision for the new laboratory and for the role of experimental physics in the education of young scientists. His address was characteristically measured in tone, avoiding dramatic pronouncements in favor of careful exposition of his educational philosophy, and he emphasized throughout the lecture his belief that students could best understand the principles of physics by engaging directly with apparatus and measurement rather than by relying solely on mathematical derivation and textbook instruction. He spoke of the value of training the hands and eyes alongside the mind, of learning to observe phenomena with care and to record measurements with precision, skills which he believed were essential for the advancement of science even though they might seem less intellectually demanding than the abstract reasoning prized by the mathematical Trichromacy. The philosophy Maxwell articulated in this lecture reflected his own experience as a student and as a researcher, for he had always combined theoretical insight with practical investigation, building models and designing experiments to test his ideas in ways that many purely mathematical physicists would not have thought necessary. He understood that the great advances in physics often came from the interplay between theory and experiment, with each informing and correcting the other, and he believed that students who learned only to manipulate equations without ever touching instruments would be ill-prepared for the actual work of scientific discovery. At the same time, he was careful not to disparage the mathematical tradition of Cambridge, recognizing that rigorous theoretical training provided essential foundations for understanding the physical world, and he presented his vision for experimental education as a complement to rather than a replacement for the existing curriculum. The challenge of establishing a laboratory for experimental physics at Cambridge was not merely a matter of constructing a building and purchasing instruments, though these practical tasks were certainly demanding enough, but required also a shift in the culture and values of an institution that had long regarded such work as beneath the attention of its finest minds. The mathematical Trichromacy had for generations been the primary path to academic distinction at Cambridge, and those who excelled in its rigorous examinations went on to fellowships and professorships, while practical experimental work was associated more with the mechanical arts and with the training of engineers than with the pursuits of gentlemen scholars. Maxwell would need to convince both the university authorities and the students themselves that laboratory work deserved a place in the Cambridge curriculum, and that time spent learning to use instruments and make measurements was not time diverted from more important studies. The design of the Cavendish laboratory building occupied much of Maxwell's attention during his first years as professor, for he wished to create a space that would serve the needs of experimental physics for decades to come, and he worked closely with the architect William Fawcett to ensure that the building would meet the particular requirements of scientific research and teaching. Fawcett was a Cambridge man himself, having studied at Jesus College, and he brought to the project an understanding of the university's architectural traditions as well as a willingness to accommodate the unusual specifications that Maxwell provided. The site chosen for the laboratory was on Free School Lane, a narrow street running behind the older college buildings, where a plot of land could be obtained without disturbing the historic character of the university's central precincts. Maxwell gave careful thought to the arrangement of rooms within the building, specifying spaces for different types of experimental work and considering the practical problems of vibration, temperature control, and isolation from external disturbances that could affect sensitive measurements. He insisted on thick walls and stable foundations in certain areas where precision instruments would be used, and he planned for rooms at different levels to allow experiments requiring vertical apparatus or observations of phenomena affected by height. The basement was designed to provide exceptionally stable conditions for the most delicate work, while the upper floors housed teaching spaces and rooms for more robust experimental activities. Throughout the design process, Maxwell drew on his own experience of laboratory work and on his knowledge of continental facilities, seeking to create a building that would be functional and practical rather than merely impressive in appearance. The construction of the laboratory proceeded through 1873 and into 1874, with Maxwell supervising the work and making decisions about countless details of fitting and equipment, while also continuing to teach and to pursue his own research. The building was not large by the standards of later laboratories, and its budget was modest compared to the great institutions being built in Germany. But Maxwell approached the task with his characteristic combination of practicality and vision, making the most of the resources available to him. The Duke of Devonshire provided additional funds beyond his initial donation to cover the costs of equipment and apparatus, recognizing that a building without proper instruments would be of little use for the purposes he intended. The Cavendish laboratory opened its doors in June of 1874, though the formal opening ceremony did not take place until the following year when the Duke was able to attend, and Maxwell found himself at last in possession of the facilities he needed to pursue his vision of experimental education. The building was not yet complete in all its details, and the collection of apparatus remained modest, but it represented nonetheless a significant achievement for Cambridge and for British science more generally, providing a dedicated home for experimental physics in an institution that had previously offered little support for such work. The recruitment of students and demonstrators proved to be another challenge for Maxwell in these early years, for the traditions of Cambridge did not naturally direct the most talented young men toward laboratory work, and there were few established pathways for those who wished to pursue experimental physics as a career. Maxwell sought out students who showed aptitude for practical work, often identifying them through their performance in the mathematical tripos and then encouraging them to supplement their theoretical training with laboratory experience. He was patient with beginners, understanding that skills of observation and measurement must be developed gradually through practice, and he created an atmosphere in the laboratory that was welcoming rather than intimidating, though he maintained high standards for the quality of work produced. Among the early demonstrators and assistants at the Cavendish, Maxwell found individuals who would carry forward the traditions he established long after his own time had passed. These young men learned not only specific techniques of measurement and experimentation, but absorbed also Maxwell's broader philosophy of scientific work, his insistence on precision and honesty in recording results, his willingness to acknowledge uncertainty and error, and his belief that experimental science was a collaborative enterprise in which the contributions of many hands and minds accumulated over time to produce genuine advances in understanding. The culture he created in those early years at the Cavendish would prove remarkably persistent, shaping the laboratory's character through successive generations of researchers and students. Maxwell's own research during this period included his supervision of a major project to publish and edit the unpublished scientific papers of Henry Cavendish, the reclusive 18th-century natural philosopher whose family name the laboratory bore. This work was undertaken at the request of the Duke of Devonshire, who wished to honor his distinguished ancestor, and Maxwell devoted considerable time and care to the task, studying Cavendish notebooks and manuscripts and recognizing in them experimental work of remarkable precision and insight that had never been properly appreciated during Cavendish's lifetime. The project allowed Maxwell to demonstrate through historical example the value of careful experimental work, and it connected the new laboratory to a tradition of British experimental science that predated the continental institutions which had seemed so far ahead. The modest scale of Maxwell's professorial salary reflected the ambiguous position that experimental physics occupied within the Cambridge hierarchy during this period, neither fully established as a proper academic discipline nor merely tolerated as a practical adjunct to mathematical studies. Maxwell himself seemed unconcerned by financial considerations, having sufficient private means to support his simple tastes, and he devoted himself to the work of the laboratory without apparent regard for questions of status or remuneration. His letters from this period reveal a man absorbed in the details of experimental arrangements, the training of students, and the continuation of his theoretical researches, accepting with equanimity the various frustrations and delays that attended the establishment of a new institution. The relationship between the Cavendish laboratory and the mathematical tripos remained somewhat uneasy throughout Maxwell's tenure, for the examination system continued to reward pure mathematical ability above all else, and students who devoted significant time to laboratory work risked disadvantaging themselves in the competition for academic honors. Maxwell worked to address this tension by emphasizing the complementary nature of theoretical and experimental training, arguing that each strengthened the other. But the institutional structures of Cambridge changed only slowly, and the full integration of experimental physics into the university curriculum would require many more years of effort by Maxwell's successors. As the afternoon light fades and the evening settles in, one might picture Maxwell walking through the corridors of his new laboratory, past the apparatus and instruments he had so carefully specified, perhaps pausing to observe a student at work on some measurement, offering a quiet word of guidance or encouragement before continuing on to his own room to pursue whatever theoretical problem currently occupied his mind. The laboratory he had built was not grand by continental standards, and its early years were marked by the inevitable difficulties of any new institution, but it represented nonetheless a genuine achievement, a foundation upon which British experimental physics would build for generations to come, in the quiet tradition of careful work and precise observation that Maxwell himself embodied. In the final years of his life, James Clerk Maxwell turned a considerable portion of his attention to a most curious and painstaking labor, one that might seem to some observers an unusual way for a physicist of his stature to spend his precious time. And yet it was work that revealed much about his character, his deep respect for scientific history, and his belief that the careful recovery of forgotten knowledge was itself a form of discovery. This labor was the editing and annotation of the unpublished electrical researches of Henry Cavendish, that reclusive and wealthy natural philosopher who had lived a century before and who had conducted extensive experiments on electricity without ever publishing the greater part of his findings, leaving behind instead drawer upon drawer of manuscript notes written in his careful hand, notes that had sat largely unexamined for nearly 100 years until Maxwell undertook to bring them into the light. Henry Cavendish had been a figure of considerable peculiarity in his own time, a man of inherited fortune who lived simply and quietly, avoiding society and conversation, dedicating himself almost entirely to scientific investigation in his private laboratory, and yet publishing only a fraction of what he discovered, either through excessive caution about his conclusions or through a simple indifference to public recognition that strikes the modern mind as almost incomprehensible. When Cavendish died in 1810, his papers passed through various hands and eventually came into the possession of the Duke of Devonshire, who in the 1870s offered them to Cambridge University, where they found their way to the new Cavendish Laboratory, named in honour of that same reclusive experimenter and funded by the Duke's generosity. It was there that Maxwell, as the first Cavendish professor, took up the task of examining these yellowed manuscripts, and what he found astonished him. Maxwell discovered that Cavendish, working alone in his laboratory in the 1770s and 1780s, had anticipated many of the fundamental laws of electricity that would later be named for other scientists who had the good fortune to publish their findings while Cavendish had not. Among these manuscripts, Maxwell found clear evidence that Cavendish had understood the relationship between the current flowing through a conductor and the electromotive force driving it, a relationship that would not be formally published until 1827 when George Ohm presented his famous law, fully 50 years after Cavendish had written it down in his private notes. Similarly, Maxwell found that Cavendish had investigated the force between electrical charges and had arrived at the inverse square law that would later bear the name of Charles Augustin de Coulomb, who published his findings in 1785, though Cavendish notebooks showed he had reached essentially the same conclusion somewhat earlier. The work of transcribing and annotating these manuscripts was far from simple, for Cavendish had written in a style that was dense and sometimes obscure, using terminology that had since fallen out of use, and expressing his measurements and calculations in ways that required careful interpretation. Maxwell approached this work with characteristic thoroughness, spending long hours deciphering Cavendish handwriting, converting his obsolete units into modern equivalents, and tracing the logic of his experimental procedures step by step. But Maxwell went further still, for he was not content merely to transcribe and interpret, he wished also to verify, and so he set about repeating many of Cavendish's experiments himself, using apparatus that replicated as closely as possible the equipment Cavendish had described, in order to confirm that the results recorded in those century-old manuscripts were indeed accurate. This experimental verification was a labor of considerable dedication, requiring Maxwell to set aside time from his other researches and teaching duties to work through experiments that had no novelty to offer, no new discoveries to reveal, but only the satisfaction of confirming that a forgotten scientist had indeed found what his unpublished notes claimed he had found. Maxwell tested Cavendish's measurements of electrical capacitance, his determinations of the relative conducting powers of different substances, his investigations into the behavior of charges on conductors of various shapes, and in almost every case he found that Cavendish's results were remarkably accurate, often more accurate than the published work of later scientists who had received credit for the same discoveries. This vindication of Cavendish's careful experimental method clearly pleased Maxwell, who wrote extensively in his annotations about the precision and insight that these old manuscripts revealed. The resulting volume, published in 1879 under the title The Electrical Researches of the Honourable Henry Cavendish, was a substantial work of nearly 500 pages, containing Maxwell's transcriptions of the original manuscripts along with his extensive annotations, explanatory notes, and descriptions of his verification experiments. In his introduction, Maxwell wrote with evident admiration of Cavendish's scientific abilities, noting that this reclusive experimenter had possessed a mathematical precision of mind that allowed him to conceive of electrical phenomena in quantitative terms at a time when most natural philosophers were still thinking in purely qualitative ways. Maxwell's addition brought Cavendish's work to the attention of the scientific community for the first time, ensuring that this forgotten pioneer would at last receive recognition for discoveries that had languished unknown while others received the credit. Throughout this period of historical labor, Maxwell continued his original scientific work as well, though the pace of his research was necessarily affected by the demands of the Cavendish editing project and by his responsibilities as head of the laboratory. He supervised the early students who came to work at the Cavendish, guiding their researches with a gentle hand, offering suggestions and corrections while allowing them considerable freedom to pursue their own lines of investigation. Among these early students were several who would go on to distinguished scientific careers, and they later wrote of Maxwell's kindness and patience as a supervisor, his willingness to discuss problems at length, his habit of making connections between seemingly unrelated phenomena, and his remarkable ability to see to the heart of a difficulty while remaining encouraging about the student's ultimate ability to solve it. Maxwell's lectures during these years were delivered in his characteristic style, which some students found difficult to follow at first, for he had a tendency to pursue tangential thoughts as they occurred to him, to introduce mathematical complexities without always explaining their physical significance, and to assume a level of background knowledge that not all his listeners possessed. Yet those students who persevered found that his lectures contained insights of extraordinary depth, connections between different branches of physics that were not to be found in any textbook, and a philosophical approach to natural phenomena that revealed the underlying unity of what might otherwise seem disparate subjects. Maxwell was not a natural performer in the lecture hall, lacking the theatrical presence of some of his contemporaries, but his intellectual generosity and the genuine originality of his thought won the respect and affection of those who studied under him. Alongside his supervision and lecturing, Maxwell devoted considerable effort during these final years to the preparation of a second edition of his great work, a treatise on electricity and magnetism, which had been published in 1873 and which had established the mathematical framework for the electromagnetic theory that would bear his name. The first edition, though groundbreaking, had been written under considerable time pressure, and Maxwell was aware that it contained passages that could be clarified, arguments that could be strengthened, and mathematical derivations that could be made more rigorous. He worked through the text methodically, making corrections and additions in his own hand, expanding certain sections and reworking others, aiming to produce a version that would serve students and researchers more effectively than the somewhat hastily assembled first edition. This revision work continued throughout the late 1870s, proceeding slowly as Maxwell's health began to decline, a decline that he bore with characteristic stoicism and about which he said little to his friends and colleagues. The second edition would not be completed in his lifetime, and after his death his friend William Davidson Niven would take up the task of preparing the revised text for publication, working from Maxwell's notes and corrections to produce a version that appeared in 1881. The revisions that Maxwell had completed show his continued engagement with the fundamental questions of electromagnetic theory, his attention to the criticisms and queries that the first edition had provoked, and his characteristic concern for clarity and rigor in mathematical argument. During these same years, Maxwell contributed substantially to the 9th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, writing articles on scientific subjects that reflected both his mastery of physics and his gift for explaining complex ideas in accessible prose. His article on the atom was a particularly notable contribution, running to considerable length and surveying the state of knowledge about the fundamental constituents of matter, including discussions of the kinetic theory of gases, the evidence for the molecular nature of matter, and the various attempts that had been made to estimate the sizes and masses of atoms. In this article, Maxwell displayed his characteristic combination of mathematical precision and philosophical reflection, considering not only what was known about atoms but also what remained unknown and perhaps unknowable, and what the existence of atoms implied about the nature of physical law. His article on attraction surveyed the various forms of attractive force known to physics, from gravitational attraction to electrical and magnetic attractions, discussing the mathematical laws that governed each and the various attempts that had been made to explain these forces in terms of underlying mechanisms. Maxwell's article on ether addressed that hypothetical medium which physicists of his era believed must pervade all space, providing the substrate through which light waves propagated and through which electromagnetic forces were transmitted. He discussed the properties that such a medium would need to possess, the difficulties that arose in attempting to reconcile these properties with mechanical models, and the evidence both for and against the existence of this subtle substance that no one had ever directly detected. His article on Faraday was a labor of particular affection, for Maxwell had long admired the great experimentalist whose discoveries had provided the foundation for his own theoretical work, and he took this opportunity to explain Faraday's contributions to those who might not appreciate their significance. Maxwell wrote with evident warmth about Faraday's experimental genius, his ability to perceive physical relationships that eluded more mathematically trained minds, and his introduction of the concept of the field, which Maxwell regarded as one of the most important advances in the history of physics. These encyclopedia articles, though written for a general audience, contained material of genuine scientific value, and they remain useful documents for understanding the state of physical knowledge in the 1870s. Maxwell's involvement with the British Association for the Advancement of Science continued throughout this period, particularly in connection with the establishment of electrical standards. The accurate measurement of electrical quantities had become increasingly important as electrical technology developed, and there was a pressing need for standard units that would be accepted internationally and that could be reproduced reliably in different laboratories. Maxwell had been involved in this work since the early 1860s, when he had served on a committee charged with determining the standard unit of electrical resistance, and he continued to contribute to these efforts in his final years, corresponding with other physicists about methods of measurement, participating in discussions about the definitions of units, and lending the authority of his name and intellect to this practical but essential work. His correspondence with other physicists during this period reveals a mind still actively engaged with the fundamental questions of electromagnetic theory, even as his health declined. He exchanged letters with William Thomson, with Peter Guthrie Tait, with Hermann von Helmholtz, and with numerous other scientists who sought his views on matters ranging from the nature of electromagnetic waves to the properties of the ether to the interpretation of specific experimental results. Maxwell's letters were characteristically thoughtful and thorough, revealing both his mastery of the subject and his willingness to acknowledge difficulties and uncertainties. He did not pretend to have solved all the problems that his theory raised, and he engaged seriously with the criticisms and questions that correspondents put to him, sometimes modifying his views in response to compelling arguments. The electromagnetic theory that Maxwell had developed was still not universally accepted during his lifetime, and there were physicists who remained skeptical of its more radical implications, particularly the claim that light was an electromagnetic phenomenon. Maxwell defended his theory in correspondence and in his revisions to the treatise, but he did so without polemical heat, presenting the evidence and the arguments and leaving others to reach their own conclusions. He seemed confident that time would vindicate his approach, as indeed it did, Though he would not live to see the experimental confirmation of electromagnetic waves by Heinrich Hertz in 1887, a confirmation that finally established beyond reasonable doubt the correctness of Maxwell's electromagnetic theory of light. The editing of Cavendish's manuscripts, the revision of the Treatise, the encyclopedia articles, the lectures and supervision, the correspondence and committee work, all of these activities continued side by side in Maxwell's final years, as he worked with a quiet industry that impressed those who observed it. He did not speak of legacy or of the importance of his contributions, but simply continued the work that he found meaningful, recovering the forgotten discoveries of a past scientist, clarifying the presentation of his own theories, educating the next generation of physicists, and participating in the collective enterprise of science with the same dedication he had shown throughout his career. The Cavendish laboratory itself was becoming established during these years, growing slowly from its modest beginnings into what would become one of the world's great centers of physical research, though this future glory was not yet apparent in Maxwell's time. He laid the foundations through his careful attention to the practical details of laboratory management, his acquisition of apparatus, his training of students and assistants, and his establishment of research traditions that would continue long after his death. The laboratory that bore Cavendish's name would go on to see discoveries of enormous importance in the decades ahead, and Maxwell's role in its establishment ensured that his influence would extend far beyond his own researches. As the 1870s drew toward their close, Maxwell's pace of work necessarily slowed, though he continued to pursue his various projects with what energy he had. The second edition of the treatise was approaching completion. The Cavendish volume had been published to appreciative reviews, and his encyclopedia articles had appeared to inform readers about the current state of physics. He had accomplished an extraordinary amount in the years since taking up the Cambridge professorship, building a laboratory, editing a forgotten scientist's papers, revising his masterwork, writing for wider audiences, supervising students, and corresponding with colleagues across Europe and beyond. The work that Maxwell did in editing Cavendish's papers stands as a reminder that science is not only the making of new discoveries but also the preservation and recovery of knowledge that might otherwise be lost. Maxwell understood that Henry Cavendish had been a scientist of the first rank, and that his unpublished findings deserved to be known, and he gave years of his life to ensuring that this knowledge would not vanish. The care he brought to this work, the experimental verification, the detailed annotations, the scholarly apparatus, all reflected his belief that getting things right mattered, that accuracy and thoroughness were virtues worth pursuing for their own sake, and that the scientific community owed a debt to those who had gone before, even when those predecessors had been too modest or too reclusive to claim their proper recognition. In the early months of 1879, as winter slowly released its hold upon the Scottish countryside and the first tentative signs of spring began to appear across the hills surrounding Glenlair, James Clerk Maxwell found himself troubled by a persistent discomfort that he attributed, with characteristic understatement, to nothing more serious than a stubborn case of indigestion. He was 57 years of age, though he would turn 48 in June, and he had always enjoyed reasonably good health throughout his adult life, save for the occasional bout of illness that might befall any person of his years and constitution. The discomfort settled somewhere deep within his abdomen, a dull and nagging presence that seemed reluctant to depart regardless of what remedies he applied or what adjustments he made to his diet and habits. He mentioned it to Katherine, his wife of more than 2 decades, in the offhand manner of a man who did not wish to cause unnecessary concern, and he continued with his work at Cambridge as though nothing of particular significance were amiss. The spring term brought with it the usual demands upon his time and attention, and Maxwell applied himself to his duties with the same quiet dedication that had characterized his entire academic career. He prepared his lectures with care, corresponded with colleagues regarding various questions of physics and mathematics, and continued to oversee the operations of the Cavendish laboratory, which had flourished under his direction since its establishment in 1874. Yet those who knew him well began to notice subtle changes in his appearance and demeanor, a certain pallor to his complexion and a weariness about his eyes that had not been present in previous years. He moved perhaps a little more slowly than before, and there were moments when he would pause in his work, his hand pressed lightly against his side, as though waiting for some internal disturbance to pass before he could continue. As the weeks progressed, the discomfort grew more pronounced, and it became increasingly difficult for Maxwell to dismiss it as a mere digestive complaint. The pain had acquired a deeper, more insistent quality, and it was accompanied by other symptoms that gave cause for genuine concern. He consulted with physicians in Cambridge, submitting to their examinations with the patient resignation of a man who understood that some matters simply had to be attended to, however inconvenient they might prove. The doctors conducted their investigations methodically, pressing and probing, asking questions about the nature and location of his pain, and gradually a picture began to emerge that was far more serious than anyone had initially supposed. The diagnosis, when it came, was abdominal cancer, a condition that offered little hope of recovery and for which the medicine of that era could provide only limited comfort. Maxwell received this news with a quietness that those around him found both remarkable and deeply moving, for he seemed to accept the verdict not with despair or protest, but with a kind of serene resignation that spoke to the depth of his religious faith and the philosophical equanimity he had cultivated throughout his life. There was, in his response, an echo of something from his own family history, for his mother Frances had died of the very same disease when James was only 8 years old, and she had been, at the time of her death, precisely the same age that he himself would be when his own illness reached its conclusion. This strange and sorrowful symmetry was not lost upon Maxwell, and he contemplated it with the same thoughtful attention he had always brought to the patterns and harmonies of the natural world. Despite the gravity of his condition and the increasing burden of his physical suffering, Maxwell continued to work throughout the spring of 1879 with a determination that seemed to draw upon reserves of strength that his failing body could scarcely be expected to possess. He understood that his time was growing short, and there was still so much that he wished to accomplish, so many threads of inquiry that remained to be woven together, so many ideas that deserved to be set down in some permanent form before he was no longer able to do so. He prepared his final lectures at Cambridge with the same meticulous care he had always brought to his teaching, organizing his thoughts and marshalling his arguments as though he might continue in this manner indefinitely, even as his body told him otherwise with ever-increasing urgency. In May of 1879, Maxwell delivered his last lectures at the University of Cambridge, standing before his students in the familiar surroundings of the lecture hall and speaking about the principles of physics that had occupied his mind for so many years. Those who attended these final presentations would later recall the composed and gentle manner in which he conducted himself, the clarity of his explanations, and the evident care he took to ensure that his listeners understood the material he was presenting. There was no dramatic farewell, no intimation that these would be his last words from that particular podium, for such displays were not in keeping with Maxwell's character. He simply taught, as he had always taught, with patience and precision and a quiet enthusiasm for the subject matter. And when the lectures were concluded, he gathered his papers and departed, leaving behind only the fading echo of his voice in that space where he had spent so many hours in the service of scientific education. By June, it had become clear that Maxwell could no longer remain in Cambridge, and arrangements were made for him to return to Glenlair, the estate in Galloway where he had spent his childhood and which had always held the deepest place in his affections. This was not a journey undertaken lightly, for Maxwell's condition had deteriorated to the point where travel presented significant challenges, and there was genuine concern about whether he would be able to endure the long passage northward to Scotland. Dr. Paget, a physician from Cambridge who had been attending to Maxwell during his illness, agreed to accompany James and Katherine on the journey, providing medical supervision and whatever comfort his presence might offer during the difficult hours ahead. The small party set out from Cambridge in the early summer, making their way gradually towards Scotland through a countryside that was at the height of its seasonal beauty. The hedgerows were thick with green growth, the fields were bright with the colours of early summer, and the long days provided ample light for travel, though Maxwell spent much of the journey resting as best he could, conserving his strength for the destination that awaited them. Katherine was a constant presence at his side, tending to his needs with the devoted care she had shown throughout their marriage, and Dr. Paget monitored his patient's condition closely, adjusting their pace and arrangements as circumstances required. When at last they arrived at Glenlair, Maxwell was able to look once more upon the landscape that had shaped his earliest years, the gentle hills and quiet woods that had been the backdrop for so many cherished memories. The house itself was familiar and welcoming, filled with the accumulated tokens of a lifetime, and there was a rightness to being here at this particular moment that Maxwell felt deeply, even as his physical strength continued to ebb away. He had always loved this place, had always felt a profound connection to the land and to the generations of his family who had lived and worked upon it, and it seemed fitting that he should spend his final months within these walls, surrounded by the people and things that meant the most to him. The summer and autumn of 1879 passed slowly at Glenlair, marked by the gradual rhythm of Maxwell's decline and by the quiet routines of care and companionship that filled each day. Katherine rarely left his side, attending to his comfort with tireless devotion, and friends came to visit when they could, bringing news of the outside world and sitting with him in conversation for as long as his strength would permit. Maxwell bore his suffering with a stoicism that amazed those who witnessed it, rarely complaining of his pain and maintaining his composure even when the disease made its presence most acutely felt. He found solace in his religious faith, drawing upon the beliefs that had sustained him throughout his life and contemplating with evident peace the prospect of what lay beyond the boundaries of mortal existence. Even in these final months, Maxwell's intellectual curiosity remained undimmed, and he continued to engage with ideas and questions whenever his condition allowed. He read when he was able, discussed scientific matters with those who visited, and maintained an interest in the progress of research that was being conducted by colleagues in Cambridge and elsewhere. His mind, it seemed, was determined to remain active even as his body failed, and there was something deeply characteristic about this refusal to surrender the pleasures of thought and inquiry simply because the circumstances of his health had become so dire. He had spent his entire life in the pursuit of understanding, and he was not about to abandon that pursuit now, not while there was still breath in his lungs and thought in his mind. Those who spent time with Maxwell during these weeks were struck by the quality of his spiritual peace, the evident serenity with which he faced the approaching end of his earthly life. He spoke of his faith openly and without embarrassment, expressing his confidence in the goodness of God and his trust in the promises of Christian teaching. There was no bitterness in his words, no sense of grievance at the fate that had befallen him, but rather a profound acceptance that seemed to flow naturally from the deepest convictions of his heart. He had lived his life in accordance with principles that he believed to be true and good, and he was prepared to meet whatever came next with the same quiet courage he had brought to every other challenge he had faced. As October gave way to November and the Scottish autumn settled into its characteristic grey and chill, Maxwell's condition grew steadily worse, and it became apparent to all who loved him that the end was drawing near. He spent more and more of his time in bed, his strength too depleted to permit much activity, though he remained conscious and aware, able to communicate with those around him and to receive their expressions of love and support. Katherine was constantly present, her devotion unwavering even as her own heart must have been breaking at the prospect of losing the companion with whom she had shared so many years. On the 5th of November, 1879, James Clerk Maxwell died at Glenlair, surrounded by Katherine and close friends who had gathered to be with him at the end. He was 48 years of age, the same age at which his mother had died, completing that strange and poignant parallel that he himself had contemplated during the months of his illness. Those who were present at his passing spoke afterward of the composure he had maintained throughout, the absence of fear or agitation, and the evident peace with which he had surrendered his life. It was, by all accounts, a death that was entirely consistent with the manner in which he had lived, marked by dignity and faith and a quietness that seemed almost to invite reflection upon the mysteries that lie beyond the reach of human understanding. The news of Maxwell's death spread through the scientific community with a swiftness that reflected the esteem in which he had been held by his colleagues around the world. Messages of condolence and tribute began to arrive at Glenlair and at Cambridge, expressing sorrow at the loss and admiration for the achievements of a man whose work had transformed the understanding of fundamental physical phenomena. Scientists who had known Maxwell personally spoke of his kindness and modesty, his generosity in sharing ideas and encouraging the work of others, and his remarkable ability to see connections and patterns that had eluded lesser minds. Those who had known him only through his writings expressed their gratitude for the clarity and depth of his contributions, recognizing that the field of physics had lost one of its most luminous figures at an age when much more might reasonably have been expected of him. A few days after his death, Maxwell was laid to rest in Parton Churchyard, a small cemetery in Galloway not far from Glenlair, where his parents already lay buried beneath the quiet Scottish soil. The funeral was a simple and private affair, attended by family and close friends who gathered to pay their final respects to a man they had loved and admired. The setting was peaceful and unassuming, surrounded by the gentle landscape that Maxwell had cherished since childhood, and there was a fittingness to this final resting place that would have pleased his modest and unpretentious nature. He was buried beside his father John Clerk Maxwell and his mother Frances, reunited in death with the parents who had shaped his earliest years and whose memory he had carried with him throughout his life. In the weeks and months that followed, tributes to Maxwell continued to appear in scientific journals and at learned societies throughout Britain and beyond. His contemporaries recognized that they had lost not merely a capable researcher, but a figure of genuine intellectual greatness whose insights had opened new territories of understanding that would occupy physicists for generations to come. His work on electromagnetism, on the kinetic theory of gases, on color vision, and on so many other subjects represented contributions of the highest order, achievements that placed him among the most significant scientific thinkers of the 19th century, or indeed of any century. The equations that bore his name would continue to guide research and inspire discovery long after his voice had fallen silent and his hand had ceased to write. Yet beyond the technical achievements, those who knew Maxwell remembered the quality of the man himself, his gentleness and humor, his deep religious faith, and his genuine humility in the face of his own accomplishments. He had never sought fame or public recognition, had never conducted himself with the self-importance that might have been forgiven in someone of his abilities, but had instead pursued his work with a quiet dedication that seemed motivated by nothing more than a sincere desire to understand the workings of the natural world. In this, as in so much else, he had set an example that his successors might aspire to follow, demonstrating that scientific excellence need not be accompanied by arrogance or self-promotion, but could flourish alongside the most admirable qualities of character. And so James Clerk Maxwell passed from the world, leaving behind a legacy that would endure and grow in significance as the decades unfolded. The equations he had formulated would prove to be even more profound than his contemporaries fully appreciated, anticipating developments in physics that would not occur until after his death and providing the mathematical foundation for technologies that he could scarcely have imagined. His name would be remembered and honored wherever physics was studied and practiced, and the quiet churchyard in Galloway where he lay buried would become a place of pilgrimage for those who wished to pay their respects to one of science's most luminous minds. But on that November day in 1879, all of that lay in the future, and the immediate reality was simply the grief of those who had lost a husband, a friend, and a colleague, and the stillness that settled over Glenlair as it adjusted to the absence of the man who had loved it so well and had chosen to spend his final days within its embrace. And so we come now, in this quiet and unhurried way, to consider what happened after James Clerk Maxwell's passing, to trace the long and gentle unfolding of his legacy across the decades that followed his death in November of 1879, and to understand how his ideas, which had been received with some uncertainty and even puzzlement during his lifetime, gradually came to be recognized as among the most profound and far-reaching contributions to human knowledge ever made, shaping not only the future of physics but also the technological fabric of the modern world in ways that Maxwell himself could scarcely have imagined, though he might well have appreciated the elegance of the underlying principles at work. In the years immediately following Maxwell's death, his work on electromagnetism was by no means universally accepted or even widely understood, for the mathematical framework he had constructed was dense and challenging, and the physical reality of the electromagnetic waves he had predicted remained, for the time being, a theoretical conjecture rather than an established fact, a beautiful possibility suspended in the realm of mathematics awaiting experimental confirmation, which would not come for nearly another decade, during which time Maxwell's treatise continued to be studied by a relatively small circle of devoted readers who sensed that something of great importance lay within its pages, even if the full implications remained somewhat obscure. The crucial turning point came in 1887, 8 years after Maxwell's death, when a young German physicist named Heinrich Rudolf Hertz, working at the University of Karlsruhe, succeeded in producing and detecting electromagnetic waves in his laboratory, thereby providing the experimental verification that Maxwell's theory had so long awaited, and transforming what had been an elegant mathematical prediction into a demonstrated physical reality. A moment of vindication that Maxwell himself did not live to witness, but which established his electromagnetic theory as one of the great triumphs of 19th-century science, comparable in its significance to Newton's laws of motion and gravitation. Hertz constructed an apparatus consisting of an induction coil connected to a spark gap, which served as a transmitter, and a separate loop of wire with its own small gap, which served as a receiver, and when he activated the transmitter, causing sparks to jump across the gap, he observed corresponding sparks appearing in the receiver across the room, demonstrating that some form of invisible energy was propagating through the intervening space. And through careful measurement he was able to show that these waves traveled at the speed of light and exhibited the properties of reflection, refraction, and polarization, exactly as Maxwell's equations had predicted they should. And in this way, in a quiet laboratory in Germany, the reality of electromagnetic waves was established beyond reasonable doubt. Hertz himself was characteristically modest about the practical implications of his discovery, reportedly suggesting when asked about potential applications that it was of no use whatsoever, that it was merely an experiment that proved Maestro Maxwell was right, and we just have these mysterious electromagnetic waves that we cannot see with the naked eye, but we know now that they exist, and that seemed to Hertz to be quite enough. A sentiment that Maxwell himself might well have shared, given his own preference for understanding nature over exploiting it, though history would soon reveal applications of the most extraordinary kind. Meanwhile, the mathematical formulation of Maxwell's theory was undergoing a significant transformation, largely through the efforts of two remarkable figures working independently on opposite sides of the Atlantic: Oliver Heaviside in England and Josiah Willard Gibbs in America, who each recognized that Maxwell's original presentation, while mathematically complete, was burdened with unnecessary complexity and could be greatly simplified and clarified through the use of the vector notation that was then being developed, a process of reformulation that would make Maxwell's equations far more accessible and would give them the compact and elegant form in which they are known today. Oliver Heaviside, a self-taught English mathematician and electrical engineer who worked in relative isolation and poverty for much of his life, devoted himself to recasting Maxwell's theory in a more streamlined mathematical language, eliminating the electromagnetic potentials that Maxwell had employed and expressing the fundamental laws directly in terms of the electric and magnetic field vectors themselves, a process that reduced Maxwell's original set of 20 equations, expressed in terms of components, to the 4 concise vector equations that now bear Maxwell's name, though it was Heaviside who gave them this particular form, and this reformulation proved so successful that it became the standard presentation in textbooks and continues to be used today. Josiah Willard Gibbs, working at Yale University, made similar contributions to the development of vector analysis and its application to electromagnetic theory, and together with Heaviside he established the mathematical toolkit that made Maxwell's ideas accessible to a much wider audience of physicists and engineers, removing the barriers that had previously limited the circle of those who could work comfortably with electromagnetic theory. And in this way the elegant simplicity of Maxwell's fundamental insights could shine through more clearly, no longer obscured by the elaborate mathematical scaffolding of his original presentation. As the 19th century drew to a close and the 20th century began, Maxwell's electromagnetic theory became increasingly central to the development of physics, and its implications began to be explored in directions that would have astonished even Maxwell himself. For contained within his equations was a subtle tension with the established framework of Newtonian mechanics, a conflict concerning the nature of space, time, and motion that would ultimately require a revolutionary resolution, and it was a young patent clerk in Switzerland who would provide that resolution in the remarkable year of 1905. Albert Einstein, then 26 years old and working at the Patent Office in Bern, published in that year a paper titled On the Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies, in which he confronted directly the apparent conflict between Maxwell's equations, which seemed to require a fixed medium for the propagation of electromagnetic waves, and the experimental evidence suggesting that no such medium could be detected, and Einstein resolved this conflict by proposing his special theory of relativity, which reimagined the fundamental nature of space and time and showed that Maxwell's equations were in fact perfectly correct, requiring no modification whatsoever, while it was Newton's mechanics that needed to be revised for objects moving at very high speeds. And in this way Maxwell's theory served as one of the principal guides leading Einstein to his revolutionary insights. Einstein himself was remarkably generous in acknowledging his debt to Maxwell, stating explicitly that the special theory of relativity owes its origins to Maxwell's equations of the electromagnetic field, and on another occasion declaring that Maxwell's work was the most profound and the most fruitful that physics has experienced since the time of Newton, a comparison that placed Maxwell in the very highest company, alongside the towering figure of Isaac Newton himself. And this assessment has been echoed by physicists ever since, who recognize in Maxwell's electromagnetic theory a turning point of the first magnitude in the history of human understanding of the physical world. The practical applications of Maxwell's work and Hertz's experimental confirmation began to emerge with remarkable speed in the years following 1887. Most notably in the development of wireless telegraphy by the Italian inventor Guglielmo Marconi, who recognized that electromagnetic waves could be used to transmit information across distances without the need for physical wires, and who devoted himself with great determination to developing practical systems for long-range wireless communication, achieving in December of 1901 the first transatlantic radio transmission, sending a signal from Cornwall in England to Newfoundland in Canada, a distance of some 2,000 miles across the open Atlantic, and thereby inaugurating the age of radio communication that would transform the 20th century. From radio there followed, in due course, television, radar, satellite communications, mobile telephones, and the wireless networks that now connect billions of devices around the world, all of them ultimately grounded in the electromagnetic waves that Maxwell had predicted and Hertz had demonstrated, and all of them made possible by the mathematical framework that Maxwell had so painstakingly constructed during his years at King's College London and Glenlair, working in solitude with his equations while the practical world remained unaware of the technological revolution gestating within those pages of densely written mathematics. The Cavendish laboratory at Cambridge, which Maxwell had established and directed during the final years of his life, continued after his death to play a central role in the development of physics, passing first to the direction of John William Strutt, the third Baron Rayleigh, who served as Cavendish Professor from 1879 to 1884, maintaining the high standards Maxwell had established, and then to Joseph John Thomson, who would hold the position from 1884 to 1919, an extraordinary tenure of 35 years during which the laboratory became one of the foremost centers of physics research in the world. It was Thomson who, in 1897, discovered the electron, the first subatomic particle to be identified, a discovery made using cathode ray tubes at the Cavendish laboratory, and this achievement opened the door to the exploration of atomic structure that would dominate physics in the early 20th century, and Thomson went on to train a remarkable cohort of students who would themselves become leaders in the field. And the Cavendish continued to accumulate Nobel Prizes and major discoveries with impressive regularity. Following Thomson came Ernest Rutherford, the New Zealand-born physicist who had himself been a student at the Cavendish and who returned as Cavendish Professor in 1919, bringing with him his pioneering work on radioactivity and atomic structure, including the discovery of the atomic nucleus. And under Rutherford's leadership the laboratory continued its remarkable run of achievement. And it was at the Cavendish, in 1932, that James Chadwick discovered the neutron, completing the picture of the atomic nucleus. And in the same year John Cockcroft and Ernest Walton achieved the first artificial splitting of the atom. And this tradition of excellence that Maxwell had initiated continued for generations, making the Cavendish Laboratory one of the most distinguished scientific institutions in history. Far from Cambridge, in the rolling countryside of Dumfriesshire, the fate of Glenlair, the estate where Maxwell had spent so many productive years and where he had done so much of his greatest work, took a melancholy turn in the decades after his death, for the house passed through various hands and eventually fell into disrepair. And in 1929, exactly 50 years after Maxwell's death, the main house was largely destroyed by fire, leaving only a portion of the structure standing. A sad ending for the place where so much of the electromagnetic theory had been developed, though the estate itself remained, and the landscape that Maxwell had loved continued much as it had been during his lifetime. In Edinburgh, the city of Maxwell's birth, his memory has been honoured in various ways over the years, most notably through the establishment of a museum at his birthplace, the elegant Georgian townhouse at 14 India Street in the New Town, where Maxwell first entered the world on that June day in 1831, and this building has been restored and maintained as a tribute to his memory, housing exhibits relating to his life and work and serving as a place where visitors can learn about the man and his contributions to science, a quiet shrine to one of Scotland's greatest sons. In 2008, a bronze statue of Maxwell was unveiled in Edinburgh, situated at the eastern end of George Street in the heart of the New Town, not far from his birthplace, depicting him seated on a bench with his colour wheel in hand, a reference to his pioneering work on colour vision and colour photography. And this statue provides a lasting public memorial to Maxwell in the city where he was born and where he spent significant portions of his life. A recognition that came rather late but was no less welcome for that, placing Maxwell at last among the honoured figures commemorated in the public spaces of the Scottish capital. The international scientific community has also honoured Maxwell's memory in the traditional way, by attaching his name to a physical unit, specifically the Maxwell, which is the unit of magnetic flux in the centimeter-gram-second system of electromagnetic units. A fitting tribute given that it was Maxwell's work that first unified electricity and magnetism into a single coherent theory. And though the Maxwell as a unit has been largely superseded in practical use by the Weber in the International System of Units, it remains a permanent reminder of Maxwell's foundational contributions to the understanding of electromagnetic phenomena. Beyond these visible memorials and formal honors, Maxwell's legacy lives on most vitally in the continued use and appreciation of his scientific work, which extends far beyond the electromagnetic theory for which he is most famous, encompassing also his fundamental contributions to statistical mechanics and the kinetic theory of gases, his pioneering work on color vision and color photography, his insights into the nature of Saturn's rings, and his thoughtful philosophical reflections on the methodology of science, all of which continue to be studied and appreciated by scholars who recognize in Maxwell a figure of remarkable depth and versatility. The statistical methods that Maxwell introduced for treating the behavior of gases, and that were subsequently developed by Ludwig Boltzmann into a comprehensive statistical mechanics, became one of the foundation stones of modern physics, leading eventually to quantum mechanics and to our understanding of phenomena ranging from the behavior of semiconductors to the properties of neutron stars. And the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution that emerged from this work remains a fundamental tool in physics and chemistry, used daily by scientists around the world who may not always pause to reflect on its origins in Maxwell's careful thinking about the motion of gas molecules. Maxwell's contributions to color science, including his demonstration that all colors can be produced by mixing red, green, and blue light in appropriate proportions, and his production of the first true color photograph, laid the groundwork for the color technologies that now pervade our world, from color television and computer monitors to digital cameras and mobile phone screens, all of which rely on the trichromatic principle that Maxwell helped to establish, and his work on color vision continues to be cited in the scientific literature, nearly a century and a half after it was first published. His philosophical writings on the nature of scientific knowledge, on the role of analogy in physical reasoning, and on the relationship between mathematical formalism and physical understanding, continue to be read and discussed by philosophers and historians of science, who find in Maxwell a thoughtful and sophisticated commentator on the scientific enterprise, one who combined extraordinary technical ability with genuine philosophical depth, a combination that is rarer than one might wish in the history of science. And so we may conclude this gentle survey of Maxwell's legacy by observing that his influence continues to reverberate through science and technology more than a century after his death, shaping the world we live in through the technologies that his work made possible, and shaping our understanding of the natural world through the theoretical frameworks that he helped to construct, and that the quiet, unassuming Scotsman who worked out the mathematics of electromagnetism in his study at Glenlair, and who established the Cavendish laboratory at Cambridge, and who died too young at the age of 48, has earned his place among the very greatest figures in the history of science, a worthy successor to Newton and a guide to Einstein, a man whose work has proven, in Einstein's memorable phrase, the most profound and the most fruitful that physics has experienced in the modern era. And with that thought, we may allow ourselves to rest for a moment, to let the mind settle into quietness, knowing that Maxwell's equations continue their work, describing the electromagnetic waves that carry radio signals through the night air and light from distant stars across the vastness of space, all according to the mathematical harmonies that Maxwell first perceived, and we may take comfort in the enduring nature of such achievements, which outlast the brief span of a human life and continue to illuminate the world for generations yet to come.